Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Broccoli Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Thermal Coupling Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In a world made up of superpowers, called quirks, it's not uncommon to have those who wish to be a hero. This sentiment is shared by all of those with dreams at a young age. Unfortunately, society can dictate how you are viewed based on your quirk, telling those with stronger quirks that they can follow their dreams while everyone else is told to be realistic. This means when one's quirk manifests at the age of 4, it can be a turning point in their lives. Mom, are we there yet? A cheery young voice calls out. His small bushy green hair vibrating around in his seat. Shaking around his all-might figurine in his hands, he plays out a scene of heroes and villains filled with his imagination. Not yet, Izuku, just a few more minutes, the calming voice of his mother replies. Inko had been waiting for this day. Her son was bouncing out of his seat, having anticipated for this day as long as he had known that getting a quirk was a possibility. Izuku, her ray of sunshine, was the biggest hero fan she had ever seen, having set his sights for his future career evidently. As she turns the corner to pull into the quirk testing facility, worried thoughts begin to invade her mind. What if he doesn't get a quirk that he likes? What if his quirk only hurts himself? What if he's quirkless? She shakes her head at the last thought, as in his generation, less than 0.5% of people don't develop a quirk in their lives, so there's no way that he'll end up without one. Pulling up to a surprisingly large building, marked Muzutafu Children's Quirk Counseling, Inko tries her best to calm down her son as they make their way indoors. Once inside, they see a small waiting room for the other children waiting for their own diagnosis. Izuku, happy as ever to observe new quirks, takes a look around the room. Seeing a young girl with purple hair and what looks like thin cords hanging off her ears, as well as a larger boy who seems to be growing a lot more hair on his body than one should at that age, he prepares to ask them the multitude of questions that are currently running through his head before he feels the slight pull on his shirt as his mother tries her best to get him to the desk at the entrance before anything goes too far off the rails. As Inko reaches the counter at the entrance, she greets the secretary at the desk. "Hello. I'm here for Midoriya Izuku's appointment. He's been quite excited about it all day," she says as she looks over at the ball of energy next to her. "He's almost bouncing off the walls. Dr. Tsubasa is waiting for you in room 4. Take the hallway down and it should be on the left." "Have fun, dear," the receptionist replies as she smiles at the small form, barely visible over the counter. "All right, Izuku. Once we find out what your quirk is, we'll go to the hero store to pick out one piece that you'd like, okay? Just so long as you behave while we are getting it tested," Inko states, trying her best to calm down her son. Bargaining with hero merch usually worked. "Okay, I'll do my best," he confidently returns as they enter the room, giving a toothy smile to his mother. He excitedly imagines the different possibilities of a quirk that he could get. Maybe full-on telekinesis from his mom or just his father's fire breathing. He just couldn't wait to find out and become a hero. "Well, it appears that he has some kind of combination of both your and your husband's quirks," the bushy mustache doctor states, pointing to some diagrams. "It seems to combine the heat generation part of your husband's quirk as well as the telekinetic aspect of your quirk, letting him induce energy into atoms from a distance. So, he can heat things up by looking at them?" Inko tries to simplify it. For herself or for Izuku, she's not sure. "Yes, from our testing it appears that when it manifests fully, he will be able to heat up anything he looks at. The strength of the heating will grow as he uses it, but that's nothing to be worried about as most quirks strengthen with use." "Okay, how will we know when it has fully manifested then?" "We don't know for certain. It could manifest within the next couple of months or it could manifest later today. We are also not sure how it will display itself physically, if it even does." "Thanks for your help, doctor. I'll be sure to keep a few fire extinguishers just in case." Inko jokes, still attempting to mentally prepare herself for how Izuku will act once he has fully gotten his quirk. "Do you hear that, Mom? I'm getting a quirk. I can be a hero. I could heat up the weapons of villains to get them to drop it, or I can heat up the clothes soft hose in cold weathered." Izuku mutters out, now given the chance to speak. Yes, that sounds very nice, son. I'm sure you could be a hero if you put your mind to it. Do you have any ideas what you'd like to call your quirk then? The doctor butts in, trying to wrap up this appointment to get on to the next one. Izuku snaps out of his muttering streak. I'd like it to be science. Why though? He quietly speaks. That's no problem. We like to ask who gets the quirk if they'd like to name it first before submitting it at the registry. Once you've grown up, you can change the name to fit the capabilities of your quirk. For now, we've been calling it Heat STMLTN in our system. How do you feel about that name, son? Izuku gives a silent glacé at his mother, waiting for her approval on the name. It's up to you, Izuku. You can name it something else if you don't like the name, Inko calmly tells him, wanting to make him as comfortable as possible about this decision. After a second of mental deliberation, Izuku's bushy hair nods feverishly. Well then, I guess that's settled. I hope this has been rather informative for you. If you have any development with the quirk, we ask you to make another appointment here so we can update our information on its manifestation and other details, the doctor calls out, beginning to sort his documents to prepare for his next appointment. Inko bows. Thank you for your help, it has been rather helpful. Izuku's been quite excited about it after all. She chuckles as she peers at her young boy, his imagination running wild with stories as being a hero alongside All Might if the movement of the action figure was anything to go off. I can't wait for Kaken to hear about this, Izuku excitedly claims, unable to wait for the next day when he'll get to tell all the other kids about his quirk. From his experience so far, whenever one of the kids in his preschool class gets to go to their first quirk counseling appointment, all the other kids are excited to see what they found out. He remembers the day when one of the kids got back and showed off how he could grow his fingers out a bit longer than expected. Of course, the biggest one for him was when his best friend appeared the next day with what appeared like fireworks tingling off his fingers. Wanting the same reaction from his friend, he immediately went up to his best friend and told him all about the quirk he was told that he would manifest. However, he did not get the reaction he was hoping for. Teach, how are you going to be a hero with a useless quirk like that? An abrasive voice sneers at the greenette. His spiky ash-blonde hair acts in contrast to his blood-red eyes as they peer at the hunched form in front of him. But Kaken, we said that we would become heroes together. Izuku stammers, trying his best to keep his emotions under control. This was not what he was expecting from his best friend. He had tried his best to explain how it works and what they could do together with it as heroes, from saving civilians to incapacitating villains. Idiot, you can't be a hero with a useless quirk, especially if you're as weak as you are, Katsuki shouts back, angry at the boy for apparently challenging him in being a hero. After a second of thinking, a cruel grin stretches across the blonde's features with some plan in mind. Here, let me show you how shitty of a hero you'd be with it. His hands spark and small fireworks push forwards, trying to scare the frail boy in front of him. The loud crackles of Bakugo Katsuki's quirk explosion cause an impressive amount of heat and force for his age, making Izuku stumble back and fall on his back on the dirt playground around them. See? What kind of hero can you be if you can't stand from a little tickle? Katsuki mocks as he continues his onslaught of firecrackers. Earlier that day, the teachers introduced Izuku back into the class, now with an idea of his quirk, as they reminded the rest of the class that they are not supposed to show off their quirks while at school. Izuku had been looking forward to this day, able to join in with the rest of the class as they show off their newfound powers during recess despite the calls to stop using their quirks falling on the deaf ears of excited children. Having looked for the approval of his best friend and not found it, Izuku has no idea how to act. They had grown up together so far with the joint idea of becoming heroes together, following All Might in his footsteps. This was not the way he had expected Kaken's reaction to go, with poison dripping off Kaken's words, causing Izuku's mind to spiral. Why didn't Kaken like his quirk? He wasn't mean like this before, I just wanted to be friends. Within his body, some kind of energy builds. Pushing from beneath his skin, he feels as it looks for some kind of release. So, he decides to let the energy flow out. Looking at Kaken's arms, he understands that there is heat coming off his hands from the barrage of small explosions that they are releasing. And the heat there starts to rise. Katsuki's palms start to hiss as a concentrated heat burns on his skin. What the F was that, you shitty nerd? Katsuki screeches as he takes a step back, feeling a painful scorch emanate from his palms. This was unlike the normal heat of his explosions, wide and dispersal as the explosion appeared for a second before fading in the air. He looks down at his palms as a pair of bright red dots start to grow in the middle of his palms. He snaps up to look at Izuku, seeing as Izuku's eyes glow a radioactive green, radiating some kind of energy. What the F did you just do? I don't know. It must be my Quirk, Izuku quickly replies, not wanting to anger Kaken anymore. He can feel the energy pooling into his eyes and onto Kaken's palms as it flows towards them. Trying his best to stop hurting his friend, he closes his eyes and looks down, covering his eyes with his hands. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to activate it. Waiting for a second, Katsuki takes in the situation and smirks. See, you can't be a hero with it. All you do it hurt people with it, like a villain. Katsuki sneers at the now crying boy on the ground. The sounds of a teacher approaching the boys can be heard, worryingly asking if they're all right. I'm fine, the little nerd figured out how to activate his useless quirk. That's great to hear. We'll go let his mother know so she can pick him up to get it checked out. The teacher then excitedly hurries off to contact Inko about her son's newfound manifestation, happy with the pair. Izuku looks back up. His eyes are back to the natural vibrant emerald green color from before his quirk activated, with a tinge of red staining the edges from his recent crying. Are you okay, Kaken? I didn't mean to hurt you with it. See, can I see your hands? As he cautiously approaches the boy while the other children in the playground approach the pair, giving some distance after the first series of explosions were set off. Look here. Your shitty quirk can only hurt people, as he displays the angry red welts now on his palms. And that means you can't be a hero, give it up, you little F-. Clearly set off from the pain of his palms being burnt by Izuku's newly manifested quirk. Izuku's eyes dart from the pinkish red spots to the other children surrounding them and back to Kaken's glaring face. His eyes begin to spill over again with tears, having hurt his only friend and had his dream broken down. He then rushes through the crowd, the other children giving space and trying their best to avoid his gaze after seeing what it done to Katsuki's palms. Making his way to a lone tree at the edge of the playground, he curls up on the ground as he cries his eyes out. Thoughts race through his mind. No one will want to be your friend with a quirk like that. All you'll do it hurt others, like a villain. More and more unhealthy thoughts play through his head as he waits for his mom to pick him up from the school, to take him away from the other kids before he hurts them too. Do you think I could still be a hero, Mom? Izuku quietly approaches his mother as she's making dinner in the kitchen. It had been a day since the incident with Katsuki, as the school had asked Inko to help get her son's quirk under control before he returns to school to prevent any future accidents. She had heard about what had happened and immediately called and profusely apologized to Mitsuki, her best friend, for what her son had done to Mitsuki's own. She quickly laughed it off with a bark over the phone, telling Inko that Katsuki would most likely take it as a battle scar and show it off to the other kids to show how tough he is. Realizing her son's state of mind about his quirk, as he has always been a worried little boy, having been too caring for his own good at his age, she tells him, "Of course you can, but remember, there's always more to be a hero than just their quirk. They have their mind, bodies, and gear right." Izuku takes a moment to take in what she said, still in a funk about his quirk, before replying cheerfully, "Of course. Heroes always have stuff to help their quirks." He then happily rushes back to his spot in the living room in front of the TV to continue watching the hero news wrap-up for the day. On the current program, Izuku sees a hero with some kind of heavy yellow excavating materials covering their hero costume, as he seems to be doing some kind of interview. Always wanting to absorb as much hero knowledge as possible, he pulls out his notebook, titled Hero Analysis for the Future #1, and some crayons as he sits at the table in front of the TV ready to take notes. He tunes into the program, hearing the voice of the interviewer ask a question to the pro hero on screen. "So what kind of gear do you use most often with your kind of work? It seems to be pretty prominent based on your hero outfit after all." The man in the yellow machinery laughs it off. "It's mostly gear to help protect my extremity from any debris I may encounter or to enhance the effectiveness of my quirk. All of my gear, I had built and designed myself. Most other heroes go to support companies for their work, but with my mind, I have decided to create on my own gear, trusting my own two hands to develop my effectiveness of a hero further. Besides, what protects a hero but our gear? We depend on them to save our lives, so we need to be able to trust their effectiveness. So how would you say using gear affects how a hero operates then? It depends on the quirk of the user and their style, as the more aggressive heroes would need more sturdy gear to survive their impacts while quieter ones would need sleeker and efficient gear. And a hero isn't without their gear. Well said. As Power Loader here just stated, he makes his own gear and is one of the few heroes to do so. Thanks for joining the show, and that'll be all for now. Izuku stops his rapid writing and looks at his notes. What protects a hero but our gear? He decided that he can work with that as he sets his mind to his new goal, to prove himself to Kaken that he can be a hero in his own way. He smiles as he starts to draw out some support gear he had seen on the news in his notebook, his new plan fresh in his mind. It had been 2 years since Izuku's quirk manifested. Kaken had completely removed himself from Izuku's life from that point, besides the forced interaction from their parents. He had continued to go on and exaggerate Izuku's actions from the incident to the other kids at their preschool, leading to most of the other kids to distance themselves from Izuku. That was what had broken him about what happened that day, since in his mind, it was all an accident. He had been able to get his quirk under control and figure out how to activate it with his own will. He hadn't even had any accidents on activation since then. He had even been practicing with it with his mom at home, as it made the time needed to heat up water for dinner much quicker. But none of the other kids really cared, seeing the faded burn marks on Kaken's palms whenever he showed off his own quirk, acting as a brief reminder as to what happened if they got too close to the bushy-haired boy. Moving on to elementary school didn't change much for Izuku, as many of the kids at his preschool went to the same school as him. Whenever new kids were introduced to the class, they were quickly let known about the gossip on what Izuku had done when his quirk manifested. Some of them had tried to introduce themselves to him, but soon gave up after the harsh glares they had gotten from Kaken and some of the other kids. As Izuku continued to spiral into his own lonesome, he found solace in books. This meant he had found himself ahead of the rest of the class, to Kaken's anger, for math and science, so he was usually allowed to read ahead for his topics at his own pace. And that pace was of a speed-quirked hero. Luckily, the teachers didn't distance themselves as much as the other children. Excited to see one of their pupils having such an eager mind, they tried their best to accommodate for him, at least in science and math class. His teachers provided him with extra work to be able to cover topics that weren't normally covered through his classes, such as physics and other problem-solving questions. He had let his mother know about the additional work, which she was more than happy to allow, not wanting to deprive her little angel of any opportunities. After having watched the interview of Power Loader, his interest in engineering had grown dramatically. Although not as strong as his hero worship and quirk analysis, it was still a prominent part of his life. And not having much of a social life at his age didn't really leave much else to do than learn more and more. However, the first big jump for him was on his 6th birthday. Happy birthday to you. A small cheer is let out by the group that had huddled around the green-headed boy. He stared at his All Might-themed cake with 6 candles on it, all blown out. Around him was the small group of people that still socialized with him, that being his own mother as well as Kaken, Mitsuki and Masaru Bakugo. Happy birthday, Squirt. Hopefully you'll grow up to be a more respectful boy than our own little runt. Mitsuki laughs out, ruffling her hand through the growling boy's hair at her feet. Here, this is from us, she says, holding out a wrapped box and bag for the newly christened 6-year-old. Thanks, Auntie, he cheerfully replies, noticing the All Might-themed wrapping paper that they had gotten for him. He didn't have as many friends as the other kids his age, but he was still happy to have what he had gotten. Quickly unwrapping the present, he sees that it's a collection of notebooks in a variety of colors, one of which is All Might-themed as well. Opening the bag, he sees a group of pens and pencils for him to use for the notebooks. Looking up at the other family, he gives a wide, toothy smile. Thanks a lot for these. Of course. Your mother told us about all the notes you've been taking recently, and it would hurt us if we didn't help out where we could. And who knows, maybe you can use them to help tutor our boy here. Oh no, I don't think that'll be necessary. Kaken's plenty smart as is. He'll probably pass me soon enough. I don't put yourself down like that, it'll help knock our little rat down a peg or two. Mitsuki laughs while Kaken starts to seethe. Alright honey, let's move on to the next present them, Inko interrupts, seeing the tension building within the Bakugus. She hurries over to grab her present, a large unassuming box that is lifted onto the table next to the cake with a thud. She nods to her little boy, go ahead, the tape has been taken off already. He looks up excited, since there's no telling what could be in there. Quickly taking off the top of the box and removing the paper padding inside of it, he sees that it's a Power Loader Young Engineer's starter kit. He looks at it curiously, since he was expecting something with a lot more blue and red. He had always gotten All Might merch, so to see something else was a bit of a shock to him. Inko, clearly seeing the confusion run across his face, explains, I remember a while ago when you watched that interview with that hero there. Since then, you've been running off to the library to read as much as you could about engineering. While it's still an advanced topic for you, I thought you'd like to put a bit of what you have learned into practice. Worried for a second, as Izuku had not responded to her reasoning for the gift, she lets out a mental sigh of relief as he looks up with an incredibly wide smile and a happy glint in his eyes. That's amazing, Mom. I didn't know they sold something like this. I'll have to make a new notebook for support gear and what else I can do as this slowly build up thruff. Izuku mutters out at a new record pace that Inko had not seen yet. Mitsuki looks up at her, giving a very worried expression at the current state of her honorary nephew. Will he be alright? I don't think he's taken a breath in the past 2 minutes. He'll be fine, he usually snaps out of it in another minute or so, Inko confirms, starting to get a little worried herself about her son's recurring habit. She grabs one of the notebooks and pens, handing them to her son as he begins to scribble down what they can only assume to be notes and before beginning to cut the cake, to the wonder of the other family present. Since then, he had taken a much more practical approach to his skills. To him, support gear was all just a puzzle that needed to be put together in the right way. He studied the gear of different heroes, to see how they used them and in which situations. That information went into his support gear for the future series of notebooks, while the quirk analysis went into the normal hero analysis for the future series. School continued on for a while like that, kids ignoring him while he dived more and more into his studies. But Kaken had started to grow more aggressive, starting to target other kids besides Izuku. Who do you think you are, little extras? His hands crackle with the small explosions as he starts to aim them at the 2 smaller children in front of him. Shaking on the ground, they meekly reply, nothing, we just wanted to join in on heroes and villains. Well then, you better act as some villains then, since this hero's gonna take you in. He challenges, letting off another pop of explosions, hearing the cheers and support from some of the other kids around him as he begins his next set of attacks. Izuku, noticing his friend's aggression getting the better of him once again, deciding to dive between the angry blonde and the scared figures behind him. Stop it, Kaken. You're hurting people again. And what can a sheet little nerd like you do to stop me? A hero doesn't hurt those who can't protect themselves. Oh. Well, let's see how well you can protect yourself then. Katsuki barks at the green boy blocking his way. He pulls back his right fist, preparing for a quirk-enhanced strike across the boy's forearm, not noticing the strange device attached to his arm. Aiming for a finisher, he puts in a little extra effort into the strike than usual, giving him a good rush of adrenaline. As he feels the attack land, he does notice that he didn't hit the fabric of their uniform or the raw skin behind it. Waiting for the smoke from the blow to dissipate, he expects to see the form of Izuku knocked over on the ground. Instead, he sees the greenette still standing, having been pushed back a few steps from where Katsuki had first seen him intercept the other kids. Dangling from his arm and partially onto the ground, he sees a burnt piece of cardboard. Taking a closer look, he can see the intricate layers of cardboard and rubber bands that made up the device that was once on Izuku's arm. Izuku's expression betrays him as well, a mix between shock, awe and fear flash across his face. But before Katsuki can get another word in, he hears some of the other boys behind him start to jeer at Izuku. And what do you think a little piece of cardboard will do to stop Bakugoha? says the boy who can pull out his eyeballs if Katsuki remembers correctly. Yeah, how stupid do you think dash? Another boy starts to heckle as well before he's cut off. What the F was that, you nerd? Katsuki shouts at the still stunned boy. It was a piece of gear I was working on. I based it off of sea crust squirkandisonsup. Izuku begins to stammer out. Show me. Huh. Izuku stops his muttering streak and looks up at the normally enraged blonde, curious at his quieter, not shouting, tone and passive stance. I said show me. How the F did you do that? Katsuki shouts at the boy in front of him, starting to mess with the remaining cardboard on the greenette's arm. I made a design for a brace to protect my A arm from attacks. It's able to take some of the shock from a B blast with the rubber bands there. Izuku states, turning his face as he begins to brace himself for another attack from the boy next to him. Show me how you effing made it then. Katsuki barks at the boy, causing him to step back again in shock. Confused at the sudden curiosity from his friend and taking the fact that he wasn't being attacked to his advantage, Izuku decides to lead him over to the low-hanging tree that he would work at in the corner of the playground. Once at the tree, Katsuki recognizes the notebooks on the ground as the ones that his family had given the boy for his birthday earlier that year. With some of them open, he sees what looks like the schematics for the arm piece that he had just destroyed. Next to it, another open page showed what appeared to be a rough drawing of the hero in question for the gear, crust, as well as some notes about him. The other boys follow the pair, and once they see what Izuku had been working on, they begin to continue their mocking. Really, you're stalking people now? Yeah, do you think Bakugo would really dash? Shut it and if off. Katsuki angrily grits out, giving a near-death stare at the other boys who had tagged along. The boys straighten up and scurry back to the other kids on the playground, leaving the pair alone. What do you want, Kaken? Izuku gives a shaky glacé at the other boy, shrunk in slightly to try to cover his notebooks in the case of Kaken attacking them. Is there any DMN gear for me? Oh, Izuku brightens at the question. Having been around Kaken for his whole life, he has a pretty good idea of how his quirk works, which gave him plenty of ideas for gear. I guess it really depends on what exactly your quirk can do. One guess I've had is that you could store your sweat for some stronger explosions. If you don't have some built-in protect, you'll need some earplugs, otherwise you can also probably yourself. Izuku beings to mutter again before noticing Kaken's glare lower at him again, snapping his hands to his mouth to stop his muttering habit. A minute of silence passes as Izuku's worries grow once again. Oh no, he thinks I'm being creepy, he's going to get the other kids on me again, everyone's going to avoid me even more now, he thinks as tears start to blur his vision. Katsuki looks at the notes on the ground and the smoldering remains of the makeshift gear in his hands. He had already looked into how a hero operates, because of course he's gonna be the #1 hero one day. Thinking about how almost every hero has some kind of gear to help support them and the very best have their own personal support technician, he gets an idea. A smirk rolls across his face, looking at the smaller boy who looks like he's almost in tears. I've got a deal for you, nerd. You make me gear, and I'll be the hero. We'll become the best DMN hero support duo then. Got it? He holds out his hand, looking to seal the deal. Meanwhile, Izuku is in shock. Kaken wants to work with him? He didn't think that his work was anything impressive, but he wasn't going to turn down an offer like this. He cautiously offers his own hand, which is quickly snatched up. Looking down at their hands, he starts to feel his hand heat up as smoke begins to be emitted between the connected palms. Pulling his hand back in pain, he sees his palm in a raw red color and looks back at Kaken. The smirk's still there, he laughs, and that's payback for you burning my hands. I'll see you tomorrow then, nerd. He watches as Kaken leaves, heading back to the group waiting for him at the edge of the playground. Izuku then looks down at the now pinkish hand he's holding out, not entirely sure what had just happened. He hopes that it's a good thing. After the deal was struck, the way Izuku was treated in school was much different to how he was treated since he moved to elementary school. Now, Kaken seemed to stick around the boy much to his pleasure. That meant that all the other kids stopped avoiding him for his quirk. But instead Kaken just scared them all away when they tried to approach him, not wanting to mess with Kaken's explosions if they stepped out of line. Despite that, his mom was much happier now that the two boys had made up, having a sneaking suspicion that his initial Quirk accident had caused a rift between the two. Over the years, their friendship was definitely a weird one though, usually with a lot of aggressive shouting and weird cardboard contraptions. Having the explosive blonde as an easy test subject for whatever Izuku's mind could come up with was a pretty nice perk though. "Zukuin, what the hell do you want today?" Kaken barked at the green head, having created a nickname of his own a few years ago at this point. Izuku had asked Kaken to meet him during lunchtime so that he could show off his latest creation, aka disaster in the making. "Here you go, I finished some new gear for you. I had to ask Mom for some more cardboard for these though, so please be careful with them," Izuku cheerfully replies, proud of the work that he had been able to put together with just some cardboard, scissors and glue. If you get some of your sweat inside of it, you should be able to set them off with another explosion. "Tisk whatever, I'll figure out how they work," Kaken spat out, quickly grabbing them and heading off to join back in for the game. Looking down at them, he sees what looks like small cardboard cubes, colored to look like a pair of grenades. Confident in Izuku's work that they wouldn't be any danger to him, he heads over to the playground where some of the other kids are playing the normal hero versus villains game. The other kids quickly gather around him, looking at the strange devices that he had returned with. Izuku looks on with glee as a few seconds later, a small bang goes off in the crowd following with a large plume of smoke that expands around the group. The kids cough as they exit the cloud of smoke that now covered a good portion of the playground that they were in. He gets an exceptionally wide smile across his face as he sees Kaken stomp out of the smoke, with a surprised look on his face and black and ash covering his cheeks and hair. "What the F was that?" Izuku lets out a giggle, sprawling out on the ground, happy with the outcome of his experiment. As the years went on, Izuku makes his way through the rest of elementary school and finds himself in Aldra Junior High. Now with a greater degree of freedom, he's able to join the junior support club at his school. Even as its only member, he's able to learn how to work with more advanced tools and building materials as provided by his science teacher. He begins to better plan out his gear, using the more typical methods of drawing out his blueprints rather than just a random pile of scribbles and doodles in his notebook. He learns the proper methods of drilling, soldering, welding, much to the shock of his mother, and sewing, much to the pleasure of his mother. Diving single-mindedly into developing his skills as a support engineer, the 3 years of junior high flies by in a flash, leading up to the graduation of his final year at the school. "Oh Izuku, have you thought about applying for the regional science fair, the one in Manador? You're at the age where you'd be able to join in the competition on your own," he hears his mother call out to him from the kitchen. Looking up from his bedroom makeshift workshop, he decides to pull out his laptop to do some research into this so-called science fair. He had been fooled by them before, joining them at his school only to be surrounded by baking soda volcanoes and trifold posters asking if a plant can feel. Since they didn't exactly match his idea of what a science fair should be, he eventually gave up joining into any other ones that popped up. Skimming through this new website, he's very surprised and happy to see that it is in fact oriented towards robotics, mechanics, and hard science. Making up his mind about attending this fair, he fills out the registration forms to sign up for the competition. Having fully decided to go all in for this end-of-year science fair, he begins to plan his first real piece of support gear. He needs something that will help become the basis of his gear. He thinks about what he can best do to protect Kaken once he's on the field as a hero. Looking for some way to put together everything he had been learning, a flash of inspiration runs through his mind. Quickly rolling over to his notebook, he starts to dash down and formulate his plan to create his first piece of hero gear. "Why the F are we here?" Katsuki snaps at his mother. The two of them had packed into their car earlier that day, with Auntie Inko and Zukuin joining them as he carried a large duffel bag into the car with them. They had driven for around an hour and a half to reach a large convention center where Zukuin had then bolted from the rest of them as soon as they parked. They watched as the green figure disappeared into the crowd through the doors in front of them. "We're here to support little Izuku at his display today for the science fair. It'd be more fair to call it a competition though, since it seems to be taken pretty seriously if what your auntie said has any truth for it. So you better do your best to cheer him on. Got it, you little brat?" Mitsuki sharply replies to her angry Pomeranian of a son. Thank you for joining us for the fair today. It means a lot to Izuku for both of you to make it. He had been putting a lot of work into it, so today's when his hard work finally pays off. Inko calmly thanks the family, giving a short bow to the aggressive mother and son. Yeah, whatever. Katsuki brushes the thanks off. As the now trio make their way indoors, they can see the hall had been split up into multiple sections. Looking up at the ceiling, they can make out banners identifying the age groups for the stalls. Passing through the crowded walkways between the stalls, they spot all different kinds of inventions and experiments going. The clanking of metal on metal, the fizzle of chemical reactions and the proud boasting of some pink-haired girl make for a very chaotic environment as the trio try their best to navigate through the mess of stalls within the convention center. They eventually spot the green-haired boy that they were there for, having apparently already set up his stall. As Katsuki approaches the stall, he spots that the information cards for the stand have been put up on some posters along the edges of the stall. On the stand itself, he can see what appears to be some kind of thick gray piece of fabric connected to some wires which have also been hooked up to a light bulb. Making his way up to the stall itself, he finally spots in large letters the name of whatever invention Zukuin had made, thermal padding. Not making too much sense of the technical jargon on the posters adjacent to the invention, he finally looks the green-haired boy in the eyes, seeing his wide, toothy smile. You guys found me. I've been waiting for a little while, but everybody else's stalls look so cool, so I can't really blame you for taking your time. Zukuin grinned at the trio. So, Izuku, I know that you had been secretive about what you were working on, but do you think you could explain it to me now? Inko says, giving a soft yet proud smile at her son. Sure. I call it thermal padding since it's supposed to be a form of protective gear in high heat scenarios. Kaken's explosions can let off a lot of heat, and so can my quirk, so I thought to try to make something to protect him better in case of an emergency. Zukuin explains, seemingly having made some kind of brief explanation for the invention so that he wouldn't go off on a muttering spree about his device, as shown by the note cards he's holding. Katsuki could only give a cocky smirk at how this invention was specifically made for him. In addition to the protection, I added some conductive material interwoven within the padding so that it would be able to take in some of the absorbed heat to be able to generate a low level of electricity from it, making it possible to power some devices. Here, watch. Grabbing the padding, Zukuin attaches it to his body with a strap, pulling it tight across his forearm. He then pulls out a blowtorch out of nowhere, quickly lights it up, then proceeds to put it on full blast onto the material. He had at some point put on some welding goggles within that action, with the whole exchange nearly causing his mother to faint. They watch as the material takes in the heat, and the light bulb attached to the padding starts to glow. After a few seconds of blasting the material with the torch, he shuts it off before taking off the padding, showing off his completely uninjured arm. See, it completely absorbs the heat and turns it into electricity. Zukuin cheerfully supplies, not noticing the worry expression that had overtaken his mother. Mitsuki, being the first to be snapped out of the shock of seeing the apparent disregard of his own safety, responds finally, well, that is certainly impressive. I'm sure you'll do great. We'll see you after the rankings have been announced. Have fun you too. Mitsuki then grabs Inko before dragging the pair away before Inko can get any more worried, leaving Katsuki alone with the crazed green-haired boy. Well, what did you think then, Kaken? Zukuin smiles at him. The F-. Izuku was a little worried about how he did for the competition. After his mother and the Bakugus had reached his stand, he was more than happy to show off his finalized creation. Clearly misjudging the reaction of his mother, she was dragged away from him for probably both of their safeties, leaving Kaken behind to help him present his invention to the different wanderers of the fair. He did his best to show off to the judges when they had finally made their way to his stand, making a bigger deal about the effects of his and Kaken's quirk on the device, as well as its level of flexibility to be worn. Having taken an earlier look around at some of his competition, he wasn't too sure how he'd place now that he wasn't surrounded by potato and lemon clocks. Now near the stage in the front row of chairs, he waits for the judges to announce the results of the competition for his age group. Being part of the youngest age group for the competition meant that his group would go first, which meant he had no idea for how they would proceed with the rankings. Eventually the lights dim within the convention center and the crowd behind him goes silent. He sees one of the judges, a small portly man with an apparent pig-based mutation quirk, take the stage with a microphone. Welcome everyone to today's first science fair competition results oink. We'll first be going through the under 15 group before going on to the other age groups. We'll be calling up our top 3 competitors, so if you hear your name, please head up on stage so you can get your award oink. Izuku was starting to get very excited in his seat. With so many other kids that had participated, he was hoping to get placed well. Especially as it would allow him to invest some money in getting his own set of tools and a more professional setup rather than needing to borrow them from the school, given the prize award. In third place, please welcome Hino Kohiko with his impressive study into the effects of elemental quirks on the ecosystem oink. Izuku watches as a timid-looking copper-haired, literally, boy walks up on the stage nervously. Now that would be an interesting topic to look into, Izuku ponders, seeing as global warming was eliminated in the early Quirk era as ice quirk users worked together to recreate the polar ice caps. And in second place, we have Hatsum Mei with her inventive hover saws. Izuku watches as a pink-haired girl angrily stomps up onto stage, taking her place next to the shy boy with a very obvious huff. I guess she really wanted first place. I wonder how her hover saws work if the name is anything to go by. And our winner for the under 15 group oink, we have Midoriya Izuku with his protective thermal padding. Wow, they had a really similar invention to mine. Izuku thinks to himself for a second before realizing, oh, that's me. That's me. He then hurries over to the stairs before walking past the other 2 competitors, his excitement clear with the bounce in his step across the stage and the impossibly wide smile plastered across his face. As he takes his spot, he looks into the crowd and spots Auntie Mitsuki cheering for him in the back and Kaken huffing to himself, while his mother floods the area with an impossible number of tears as concerned looks are given by those unfortunate enough to end up in the splash zone. As he's handed his gold medal for his invention, the man continues, and these are our winners for the under 15 group. Please give your congratulations to these fine young scientists. A cheer is given by the crowd before they are ushered off stage for the next group to be announced. As he makes his way back to meet up with his mother and the Bakugas, he's quickly knocked back and scooped into a large bear hug by a green blur. My baby! She cries, smothering him in her embrace as the Bakugas approaches the deluge of tears. Good job, kiddo. We're all proud of you. Mitsuki cheers before she gives Kaken a push forwards, clearly wanting to get him to say something. I knew he was gonna win. Why wouldn't he? Kaken growls at his mother before she smacks him across the head. Just congratulate him, brat, she growls back at him. They stare down for a second before Kaken looks back at him. Yeah, good job or whatever, nerd. It was probably the highest level of praise he would get out of Kaken at the moment, so he was plenty happy with it. After prying himself from his mother's squeeze, they go to gather his things before heading back to the car to head home. As they make their way out of the convention center, Izuku feels a hand tugging on his shoulder, turning him around. There he sees the culprit, a girl with pink hair, the same one who had won second place in his age group. Getting a much better view of her this time, he notices her eyes have golden crosshairs in them rather than the normal iris. Most likely her quirk then. You're Hidekun, right? She asks. Yeah. Izuku replies, not completely sure about the nickname given. Hatsum Mei, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. Your baby somehow did better than baby number 16. What made you choose to make that baby then? The now named Hatsum questions, getting nose to Izuku, invading his personal space, looking him straight in the eyes. Not used to such close contact with a girl his age, Izuku blushes and manages to squeak out, it's Hero Gear. Good choice. Show up next year so that I can beat you then. See you then, Hidekun. She quickly says before turning back around and rushing back into the convention center at an unnatural speed. Not having fully processed what had just occurred, he turns back around to the confused expressions of the rest of his group. Mitsuki, first to respond, quickly smirks at Izuku. Already getting the attentions of ladies, huh? She says, wiggling an eyebrow at Izuku. Izuku flusters an even bright red, making his best impression of a strawberry as he stammers out excuses for the strange challenge that he had just been given. Kaken looks at the spot where the strange girl had just issued some kind of support duel to Izuku, the F-. Izuku made his way through the rest of Aldra Junior High, graduating to Aldra High, which was his last step on his journey to make it into UA University. He had his sights set on the school as soon as he had learned that All Might had gone to the school himself. Kaken was planning on entering the elusive hero course while Izuku would apply for the high-end support course, which would let him further develop his skills as a support engineer with UA's professional equipment and lessons. With UA being such an exclusive school to get into, he and Kaken needed some kind of plan to better their chances to make it into the school, with Izuku working on creating better and better gear while Kaken developed his quirk and body. The pair had study sessions, of course, since they still needed to pass the entrance exam. However, that still left the problem of needing to develop their practical skills in the first place, which led Izuku to his current problem. Where could he work on his engineering skills while Kaken worked on his quirk? A gym with a quirk license could let Kaken develop his quirk, while a workshop could let Izuku work on his, but there was no such thing as a workshop gym. That was until the solution fell right into his lap. Ready to go out, Izuku? Inko calls out to him from their living room. She had wanted to take Izuku on a small day trip to force him to take some kind of break. Izuku's time was usually taken up by schoolwork, studying, or working on some unholy device in his bedroom, which altogether meant he never really got time outside or time to unwind. Taking this problem into her own hands, she thought that a trip to the beach would be a good idea for the pair. Izuku was currently on his summer break, meaning the weather would be nice while the sun was out. Having looked online, she found that there was a beach that was a short walk from where the two lived. I've got my towel, sunscreen, and swimsuit. This trip seems out of nowhere though, Mom. Izuku replies, making his way out of his room. He wasn't too sure why his mom had asked him to bring his things together to go to the beach. He knew that the Bakugus weren't going to join them, and his mom had never really done anything like this before, leaving him stumped at the reasoning behind their surprise trip. The weather is nice out, dear, and you don't get a lot of sun. It'll be nice for you to do something for the day besides holding yourself up in your room, Inko banters back. Now let's get going before it gets too late. Once the pair makes their way to the beach, they notice that it's not at all what they were expecting. A sign out front of the beach reads Takoba Municipal Beach Park, while behind it, they can only see mountains upon mountains of discarded appliances, trash, and what generally appears to be a dump. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was sure that this would be the right place to go. Here, give me a minute to find another beach to go to. I knew I should have looked at the reviews. Inko quietly trails off, pulling out her phone to presumably look for a new location. Izuku, however, takes a look at the piles of recycled materials and gets a little curious. Taking a step closer to the piles, he sees that some of the items left within the dump are actually usable. Beneath the rusted sheets of metal and the smell of sewage, he can see what looks like a microwave in decent condition. Hefting the browning scrap of metal out of the way, "Wow, I am out of shape," he pulls the microwave out. Inspecting it closer, he can see that it's missing its front screen, making it useless as a microwave. Deciding to pry off its back cover, he can see the mess of wires and components that make up the microwave itself. Looking over the mountains of scrap that cover the entire coastline of the beach, a flash of inspiration runs through his mind as a grin begins to spread across his face. He's got a plan now. "Where the F are you taking me to, nerd?" Katsuki barks out at the greenette, dragging him down the street. The pair had been progressing their way through the school year, but when Zukuen had returned from the summer, he had his infamous idea grin on his face, which was usually not a good sign. But since this time, Zukuen hadn't brought out a notebook or some weird contraption, he decided to play along with the green nerd's plan. "You'll see, it'll be great for the both of us," Zukuen cheerfully replied, skipping down the road. They had finished for the day from school but took a different route back from Aldra High, going farther from the school than the pair usually took when going back home. The first thing he noticed was the smell, followed by the ungodly amounts of trash that were piled up as far as he could see. Reading the sign in front of him, he sees the words Takoba Municipal Beach Park, but this was anything but a beach even if it was on the coast. What the hell is this? Katsuki shouted at the other boy, as the greenette continued his way into the dump. Our plan to get into UA, that's what? Zukuin yelled back, now hidden behind a pile of scrap and the concrete barrier that made up the edge of the so-called beach. Weaving through the trash, Katsuki sees what looks like some kind of makeshift bench and some tools propped up along the wall. Next to it, he can see Zukuin shifting some of the trash into two different piles, heaving one of the larger pieces with some heavy-duty gloves. He looks at the greenette, waiting for some kind of explanation before Zukuin looks up, hands on his hips and a grin that he knew meant that the nerd had some plan in mind. So, in order to get into UA, you'll need to work on your quirk, while I need to work on my support gear. And the both of us could use getting into better shape. I'm already the best. I'll leave any of those extra in the dirt. Yeah, but it couldn't hurt anyway. As well as that, it'll help promote your heroic side. Zukuin says with some overdramatic air quotes. Cleaning up the beach would be a great way to give back to the community. My current plan is for us to take the trash and split it into piles, between recyclable and non-recyclable. Zukuin continues pointing to the two different marked areas next to his bench. So what? We become some shitty garbage collectors and we get into UA. Kaken scoffs at the other boy. No, of course not. You'll get to blow up the trash to Kingdom Come. Zukuin says with glee. Even with the cheer in his voice, his eyes showed his determination and seriousness about this plan. I'm not doing that shit. Besides, it's illegal quirk usage and that'll look bad on my application. That's true, but no one will really care since you're doing it to clean up the beach. I'll be training my quirk as well since I'll be moving on to some metal work anyway with the recyclable scrap. We can head over here after school on some days and over the weekend when we have the time. By my estimate, we can have the whole beach cleaned up by the time we get into UA. Katsuki ponders about this whole plan for a second. He gets to make his explosions more powerful and blow sheet up, and Zukuin can make him better gear. He didn't really care that much about the whole give back to the community part that Zukuin had brought up, but it'll help cover for the quirk usage. And so, he made up his mind. Let's see how much sheet I can blast to the moon and back. He exclaims, emphasizing it with a small explosion between his palm and fist as he smacks them together. Great, now let's get to work. The next 3 years of high school went by smoothly and with a nice rhythm to it. Izuku would do his work in school, breezing through his academic subjects but struggling with his literature and English courses. I mean, what is a poem going to do for how to connect two circuit series together? Then after school he would head home and catch up on his hero news, updating his analysis for different heroes or adding entries for the newest debuts. Almost every other day, he would meet up with Kaken at the beach to further clean it out. He was glad that they were both able to work on their quirks. Having previously only really used his quirk to boil water for tea or dinner, or to reheat his mug when he left it alone for too long, he was giddy at the chance to apply it on his support work. He had moved up to metal work after he had won his first science fair at Manador, being able to afford better tools for himself with his winnings. Speaking of the science fair, he had decided to keep his promise with the strange handsome girl, having applied for the competition again the next year. At their next meeting, Hatsum had won gold, shoving it into his face that her gear was better before telling him to try next year so that he would lose again. It eventually became a little bit of a rivalry between the two of them, having traded back and forth the title of first place between the two of them over the years, garnering a decent amount of attention. He had always tried his best to pick up some kind of conversation with her whenever they met at the fair, but she was very brief before leaving to who knows where. Now at his final fair before leaving for university, he had decided to pull out the big guns, somewhat literally, for this competition. Izuku had been working on more specific gear for Kaken, focusing on one of the first ideas the pair had for his hero suit. That being theoretically a massive, condensed blast released from a trigger in the form of a bracer. This, however, needed a lot of development time and other tricky components to make the whole idea work in practice. Luckily, with so much trash to clean up at the beach, it allowed for plenty of easy targets to test it on. Comfortable enough with his results in testing, he brought it as his current mangum opus before he would be able to move on to better and more official hero gear once at UA. And as you can see here, I have developed 2 pieces of technology for this gear, the underlaying excretion mesh for collection and the grenadier bracers for activation. The idea behind these is for future support gear for a hero I have in mind. Izuku says with a mental smile, happy with the outcome of his hard work. And how exactly do the two devices work together? One of the judges asks. I'm glad you asked. The excretion mesh allows for the collection and capture of the Quirk products produced from the skin. Take for example Midnight. With her somnambulist, she produces a form of sleeping gas from her skin. This mesh on her hero suit would allow her to collect the gas passively for use in other pieces of hero gear. Izuku cheerfully explains. This was one of the things he was most proud of, since the material had so many different applications across his planned hero gear. It was essentially the supplier for all the gear he was planning on making for Kaken, so if it was truly successful then his ride to UA would be even better. I see, and what about the Koff Grenadier bracers as you call them? Another judge asks. Well, they are an example of the application of the excretion mesh in hero gear. My hero who I've designed the gear for, produces an explosive sweat as part of his quirk, so with the mesh it is collected into the bracers for a larger blast than can be produced naturally. Izuku continues, a little worried about the potential destruction of the device. He had thought ahead and collected some of Kaken's sweat for demonstration, ensuring that the payload of the blast would be contained enough to not damage the surroundings too seriously. It had taken a while to figure out the amount of destruction that each volume of sweat could produce, leading to plenty of ash-covered faces and obliterated trash piles. Bringing the partially filled bracers to the provided test range for the more dangerous displays, he motions to the judges to move behind the protective shielding near the bracers as he locked the door behind them. Setting up his demonstration, he joins the judges behind the cover before pulling on the trigger with an attached string. The judges watch on in shock as a blast shakes the room briefly, before seeing that the bracers had shot through a rather thick plate of steel, with the explosion having caused it to bend outwards as smoke pours through the gap it had created. Did one of my babies go off again? Izuku hears next to him, jumping back at the sudden appearance of his crazed, somewhat rival. He wasn't sure when she had gotten there, especially as they had locked themselves in the testing range just a few moments ago. But, Hatsum-san, when did you get here? I was just checking that you weren't trying to sway the judges again like last time. Just because they liked having a working piece of equipment rather than the smoking mess you had last time does not mean I cheat, Hatsum-san. Whatever. The judges will see that my babies are better anyway. Hatsum waves him off. Eventually, the judges come to after the blast and convene to talk about the results of his invention. After thanking Izuku for his time, the judges make their way out of the testing range as Izuku cleans up the mess of steel that the bracers had left behind. Turning to leave the room, he was surprised to see that Hatsum was still there, inspecting his bracers, closely turning it around to get a better look at them. Her now signature goggles covering her eyes as she peers closer at the bracers. Hurrying over, he quickly snatches them out of her hands. Hey! No tinkering, Hatsum-san. Just because my explosion was on purpose doesn't mean that you can try to make another one. Izuku chastises the pinkette. She had made herself known at this point to be able to make anything explode if she got her hands on it after their second meeting, as her device had imploded on itself right after her presentation. You said that baby was for a hero, right? Hatsum asked, looking him in the eyes, to Izuku's surprise as she hadn't already left since the display was over. Yeah, my friend and I are going to apply to UA. I'm going to be his support engineer while he does all the hero ing stuff. Great, Hider-kun. I would hate to see my rival not try to reach the same level as me. Oh, so you're applying to UA as well then? Of course, that's where all of the eyes and money are after all. Are any of your friends going to try for UA as well? Nope. My babies are the only thing that matter anyway. Hatsum replies quickly. Oh okay, best of luck to you then. Izuku says as Hatsum hurries off as a pink blur to God knows where. He was a little worried about the mad mechanic, since she seemed a little lonely as she surrounded herself only with her babies. Maybe at UA, she'll find some friends of her own. I'll have to try my best once we get in. Izuku thinks to himself, determined to make it to UA. It was halfway through Izuku and Kaken's final year of high school, and that meant one thing. University applications. It's time you started thinking seriously about your futures, their homeroom teacher exclaims to his class. I'll be handing out your university application printout. But you all want to be heroes anyway, right? The class lets out a cheer as the teacher tosses the papers into the air, the class showing off all of their quirks dramatically. One guy next to Izuku bulks up into a mass of muscles, shredding his uniform in the process, while a girl on the other side shoots a plume of fire out of her sleeve. Izuku shrugs about it before looking back down at his notebook, trying to figure out the configuration and details for his next iteration of the Grenadier bracers. But a notable absence in the chaos was the sound of crackling explosions. Yes, your quirks are all wonderful, but it's against the rules to use them during school. Sensei, don't lump me in with everybody else. Kaken's voice rings out through the room, silencing the other students. You can't compare me to these losers' weak-butt quirks. Mine's in a whole nother ballpark. A moment passes before the class breaks out into chaos again. Come on, dude. That's mean, man. You've got a big mouth, Cat Dash. Shut your traps, extra. Kaken shouts back at the crowd of students, silencing them. He's applying for UA, right? One student murmurs. I've heard that school is impossible to get into. It's hyper-competitive to get into and has some of the hardest exams nationally. Another one replies. Done running your dim-in mouths, peons. I got an A on the mock test and I'm the only one who's gonna make it as a hero there. Kaken snaps at the students. Now that you mention it, didn't Midoriya apply for UA as well? The teacher's voice cuts through the class, all eyes moving over to look at the hunched-over greenette. Another moment of silence before the class breaks out in laughter. That nerd's going to UA. He'll never make it as a hero. What's that twig gonna do there, annoy the villains about their quirks? Yeah, he won't do anything any dash. Shut it, extra. He'll be the only other one to make it there anyway. Kaken literally explodes at the class, sending a shockwave through the class. He's going for the support course and do better than any of your lazy buttes. He passed the mock exam as well, unlike any of your shitheads. Izuku looks up from his notebook and gives a quiet and thankful glance at the blonde. Izuku never really stood up for himself, as many of the other classmates never cared to listen to Izuku's rambles about his work, so they usually left him alone. This meant that they didn't know of the accomplishments he's made so far with his inventions, but he never really cared about the rest of his class anyway. Alright class, settle down. Thank you, Bakugu, I'll be passing out your applications now. So please write down your preferences for schools. The teacher provides, handing out the papers to the class. Izuku looks at his paper and writes one thing at the top. UA University Support Course, as he gives himself a small smile. I'll be there soon enough. After the end of the school day, normally the pair would head to Takoba to get some work done, but Kaken had let him know that he needed to run some errands before he could head to the beach, so he would catch up with Izuku later. Making his way along the diverted path to Takoba, he gets an uncomfortable feeling down his spine as he crosses underneath an underpass. A foul stench passes through his nose, hearing a strange noise come out from the sewer grate nearby. Out from the sewer grate, Izuku watches as a murky green substance emerges from the grate, blood-stained eyes and a set of broken teeth appearing along with the sludge. Well, what do we have here? An M-sized disguise. You're my hero, the substance says, before lunging at the greenette. Previously. Well, what do we have here? An M-sized disguise. You're my hero, the substance says, before lunging at the greenette. Izuku felt as if he was drowning as the green sludge dove down his throat. The slimy substance crawls uncomfortably deeper into his body, automatically triggering his reflux to no avail. Clawing at his mouth to try his best to remove the slime, he looks around in fear, trying to find some solution to get out of this struggle. It's alright, kiddo, you'll only hurt for 45 seconds, it'll be all over soon. You know you're my hero after all, I wasn't expecting that guy to be in town. Izuku's attempts to free himself start to weaken, losing his strength to the villain trying to capture him. The monster that had surrounded him looked down at him, its malformed teeth starting to enclose the rest of Izuku's body. He tried to activate his quirk but couldn't focus on the strange liquid that made up the body of the villain. Of course, its body would be made up of liquid. Of all the villains I could have ran into, Kakin is going to be so sad at me. His legs started to give out as he continued to try to escape from the amorphous blob. He's eventually able to get a clean look at the crazed eyes of the monster, feeling the energy of his quirk flow through him and out of his pupils. As Izuku's eyes glow an electric green, the villain recedes for a moment, closing its eye in order to try to dull the burning sensation that had suddenly appeared. Izuku continues to feel the power of his quirk pour of him and focus on the villain, even as he gets covered by the slime again. How strange, he can feel his time running out. "The minute kid, that burns. I told you this would take a second. Stop resisting already and die." Izuku's vision begins to dim. He thinks about the invention he was about to test today. He thinks about the hero that Kakin could have been. And he thinks about his mother and her warm embrace. "I'm sorry," Izuku thinks to himself as his last fleeting moments are upon him. However, right before he passes out, he hears a loud clang as he barely sees the sewer grate that the slime villain came out of slams upwards and onto the bottom of the underpass before it rattles on the ground. He watches as two yellow antennas emerge from the opening, along with a rather large and muscular figure. "Have no fear." Izuku's eyes widen for a moment as he recognizes the voice. "It couldn't be. Because I am here." Texas Smash. Izuku feels a hand grab his arm, pulling him back before a large gust of wind blows back the slime villain, splattering it along the underpass. As Izuku finally succumbs to unconsciousness, he gets a good look at his rescuer. The golden hair, the confident smile and the booming voice. That could only lead to one person being his savior. Izuku awakens for the second time that day, feeling the cold hard ground against his back. He feels his cheeks being lightly slapped back and forth as he opens his eyes. Hey, come on now." "Ah, thank goodness you're okay." Snapped awake in shock, he gets his first clear look at his savior. And in front of him, who else but the number one hero, All Might himself. "Wah-hoa. Ha, and lively to boot. I must apologize. I had gotten wrapped up in villain cleanup. But I must thank you. With your help, I've shut him up into this bottle here." All Might boasts, holding out a large soda bottle with the eyes and slime of the villain crammed into it. "Oh yeah. Why, your autograph. Can I get it?" Izuku hurriedly looks for his backpack, as they always contain his latest hero analysis and support gear notebooks. Seeing the hero analysis laying on the ground, he quickly snatches it and flips through the pages to find the first blank one to sign. When he finds the page, he sees as already across the double-page spread is the proud signature of the number one hero. "What? Thank you so much. I'll treasure it forever. It'll be a family heirloom." Izuku screams, bowing repeatedly. "Well, I'm off to deliver this perpetrator to the authorities. Stay out of trouble, young man," All Might says as he gets into a crouch preparing to take off into the skies. Izuku looks at the plastic bottle that was holding the villain, loosely set into the hero's pocket. "Wait a minute, sir. The bottle is about to fall out." Izuku shouts, reaching for the pants of his greatest hero. Hoping to fix the problem before it's too late, he grabs on, trying to secure the bottle safely. Before he knows it, he's launching through the air holding on for dear life. "What the? Kid, what are you doing?" All Might looks down at the extra weight he was carrying, seeing the greenette clinging onto him with one hand on the bottle. "If I let go now, I'll die." Izuku screams, wind blowing back his hair, whipping across his face. "By Jove, you're right." All Might blinks, looking around for a rooftop to find purchase. Finding one suitable enough along his flight plan, he redirects his momentum to land back down. Making the impromptu stop, his feet land on the bricked rooftop as Izuku lets go, stumbling onto the ground. All Might feels the familiar pressure tighten in his chest, the telltale sign that he's about to run out of time for the day. Steam starts to pour out of his body as he can taste the iron of blood in his mouth, trying his best to retain his image in front of the boy that went along the ride with him. Sorry, All Might, sir. But the bottle wasn't secure enough. It would have fallen out if you had taken off like that." Izuku rambles, trying to shove the bottle deeper into the pocket and securing it with a button, not noticing the strange steam emitting around the hero. Alright, that should be all good now. Echa, all good like all might. Izuku jokes nervously before taking a step back, scratching the back of his head in an anxious tick. He watches as a puff of steam emerges from All Might before quickly dispersing, revealing a bony, malnourished figure with sunken cheeks. Oh, Awawats. What happened to All Might? Are you an eye imposter? You shriveled all up. I am still All Might, the skeleton confirms as a spurt of blood pours from his mouth. It can't be. You know how some guys will hold in their breath at the pool to look bigger? It's like that. No WA. How could this happen to you? I guess it could be your quirk. Nobody knows what it is, so there's the possibility that it could be a transformation quirk similar to UQ's butal signs point toit being gan emitter based on how long a heavy appeared in public before Butin. Izuku goes on, mumbling up a storm. All Might watches in worry and confusion about what the fanboy was saying, trying to interpret what he was saying. Ah well, you've already seen me in this form, so you better not go on any forum to tell anybody about this. All Might says, slumping down onto the ground as Izuku nods quickly. He pulls up his shirt to show a massive scar covering half of his torso, appearing as though a spike had drilled through his body. This is a wound a villain gave to me 5 years ago. It's the reason why I have been reduced to this form. Oh, it must have been Toxic Chainsaw then? Ah, you must be quite a fan then. But no, a villain that the public wasn't told about gave this to me. It shows the real cost of being a hero, giving a fearless smile while tending to such serious wounds. Izuku thinks about that for a second, looking down at his feet nervously. That amount of danger can happen to a hero like All Might? But he did still manage to survive through it all on his own. All Might was famous for doing his work with no support gear, having only used a small amount at the start of his career. And Kaken would be in similar situations in the future, dealing with dangerous villains. Would Izuku truly be needed? A strong hero can hold up on their own, taking the consequences of being a hero from their own strength and determination. Glancing back up at his hero, he decided to ask him a question. Does a hero need support gear then? Since you were able to take on such a strong foe with your own power, is someone like me really needed? I want to be a support engineer for a friend of mine who will be a great hero one day, but I'm not sure if he actually needs me to become a hero. All Might seems to take a moment to take in the question, looking up to the sky. Yes, a hero needs all the support they can get no matter how strong they are. Look at my old sidekick Sir Night Eye or my technician David Shield. Both have saved my life more times than I can remember. Sometimes I wish I could go back in time and ask for their help in times that I believed I pushed through it all on my own. So yes, follow your dream and help your friend. Even if they won't recognize it at first or ask for the help, they'll eventually appreciate the hard work and effort you have put in for them, no matter how great of a hero they become. Izuku looks on at the man in awe. Such a cool hero. He watches on as All Might, Small Might, stands back up before puffing back up into his normal hero state. Thanks for the breather and help, young man. I hope to see you again one day, perhaps working on some gear for myself. Huh. All Might then once again takes a jumping stance before launching into the distance, leaving behind the stunned Greenette with his message now more determined with his goal than ever before. Crap, Kaken's probably at the beach already. Izuku thinks suddenly before running down the stairs out of the building. Katsuki is annoyed. He had told Zukuin earlier that day that he would be running a little late to the beach, as his hag of a mother had told him that he needed to pick up some groceries for dinner that evening. That would surely give the nerd enough time to make his way to the beach before he got there himself. He hadn't seen any hero fights appear on the news while he was shopping, so Zukuin definitely wouldn't have been delayed by that. But given all of that, Zukuin was nowhere in sight. Tapping his foot in frustration as he can't blow anything up yet until Zukuin sorts through the trash, he watches as familiar green curls appear at the steps heading down to the beach. Sorry for being late, Kaken. I got a little sidetracked. You better have a DM good reason for being late, nerd. Yeah, I got attacked by a villain, so that took up some time, but you'll never guess what I got. Izuku beams at the blonde. What the F? Do you mean you got attacked by a villain? You think you're a hero or something? Katsuki shouts at the other boy, set off at how he could have gotten himself seriously injured, even if Katsuki won't say his worries outright. Of course not, Kaken. That's your job. But come on, guess who saved me? Zukuin laughed off the worries of his best friend. Tisich, I don't know. Some 2-bit extra like Slugger or somebody. Nope, it was All Might. Now that got Katsuki's attention. All Might, like the #1 hero for the past 2 decades, like the guy that they had both looked up to their whole lives, like the guy who can change the weather in a single punch. You're shitting me. Nope, here look. Zukuin exclaims, pulling out one of his notebooks from his bag. He flips to a page and turns it around to Katsuki, showing off the genuine signature from the symbol of peace himself. Goddamn nerd. Nice grab. Yeah. And I got to talk with him for a second. He told me to work hard at being your support technician since you'll be a great hero one day. Of course. I don't need anybody to tell me that. I already know it. Katsuki brushes off the comment. Deep down inside, and he'll never admit it, he's freaking out due to having been acknowledged in some way by the hero. Yep, and I'll be making your gear to help make you the best hero ever. Zukuin bounces back with his usual enthusiasm whenever the topic of their plan to be a hero support duo is brought up. I think I figured something out about my quirk. That also got Katsuki's attention. He watches as Zukuin heads over to their pile of sorted trash and pulls out what appears to be a relatively clean piece of sheet metal. He drops it down onto his makeshift workbench before turning around to look at Katsuki to give his explanation. So you know how my quirk requires me to look at something to heat it up? Katsuki nods. And how I've been working on my metal work by using my quirk on these plates to be able to mold them. He nods again. Well, I don't think I actually need to look at it to heat it up. Rather, I need to have a mental image of where the object is to heat it up. Zukuin explains as his eyes start to glow, the telltale sign of his quirk activation. Katsuki flinches slightly as Zukuin was staring right at him as his quirk activated. But he trusts Zukuin with his display as he watches as behind Zukuin, the sheet of metal begins to glow a low red before moving towards a brighter yellow. All the while Zukuin is looking at Katsuki with his typical bright smile. Now that is something that can be useful. Nice tip. Did All Might suggest that to you then? Nope, I figured it out as the villain was suffocating me. Zukuin replied way too cheerfully. What the F, do you mean suffocated? The rest of their time in their final year of high school passed relatively quickly, as the pair prepared themselves for the UA entrance exam. Over the years of working at the beach, it had slowly gotten cleaner and cleaner as they slaved away at clearing the piles. Whatever scrap was still recyclable by Izuku for his gear was turned into a whole range of prototypes that he had come up with for Kaken's future support gear, or for other generic support items that he wanted to practice with. Of course, Izuku had also thought about making some support gear for himself. After all, if he could make some, who would really complain as he had some fun playing around with them? The remaining trash they sorted was either used as target practice for Kaken's training or was put in one of the large garbage dumpsters that he had found nearby the beach. Reaching both of their 18th birthdays meant that the pair had also gone through a decent amount of maturing from when they had started working at the beach all those years ago, training their body's strength and endurance. Kaken had grown to a respectable 5 feet 11 inches, 180 centimeters, and a decent amount of bulk. His body built for the agile movements required to pull off his stunts with his quirk while his arms were muscled to take the recoil from his blasts. Izuku, meanwhile, had shot up to an even 6 feet, 183 centimeters, during his last year of high school, growing a full 4 inches to shoot just past the blonde much to his anger. His own body had also developed a decent musculature, seeing as he needed a decent level of strength to be able to work the metal scraps, as well as to lift around the heavier pieces of machinery that were located around the beach. Izuku was proud of the results of their effort, while Kaken usually shouted at him to stop wasting time and get back to work, red in the face from his own hard work. Reaching their final days before the exam, Izuku had worked on the final touches on his gear that he was going to bring as part of his portfolio for the practical portion of the support exam. During the year, he had put together a small open shack for his workbench to be put under, making it look a lot cleaner of a look on the beach, rather than having his work strewn around. The beach had also almost cleared up completely as they reached the exam, following close to Izuku's initial estimate. which meant they had completed the goals that they had set out for when they had first decided to train at the beach here, much to the pair's satisfaction. Stuffing his inventions into a brown duffel bag, along with the booklets to show their blueprints and an explanation for how to use them, Izuku makes his way out of his front door. He hears a message of good luck from his mom as he descends down the stairs to meet Kaken outside of his apartment complex to leave for UA. "Hey Kaken, ready for the exam? I was born ready, dumbass." "Nice. Here, take these by the way," Izuku says as he pulls out what looks like some elbow and knees pads from his bag. "These are some protective gear for the exam I made from my thermal padding. It should give you some help when you let off your explosions. They've been reinforced with some steel trims so you can use them for some extra damage if you get too close for a blast without hurting yourself. And you can charge your phone with them at the end. Your exam will have you fighting in some way, so I guess this can be my first attempt at being your support technician then." "In it, nerd. I can pass the exam on my own." Kaken snaps at the greenette as he snatches the pads out of Izuku's hands anyway. The pair boards the train on the way to UA University. At each stop, they notice more and more students climb onto the train, wearing different kinds of uniforms from whatever school they were going to. As soon as the train starts to get too full, they pull into the station for UA as the other applicants quickly pour out of the train doors. Walking to the entrance of the university, Izuku looks up at the arches welcoming its potential students. "Wow, I can't believe I'm here." Izuku stands in place, taking in the view in awe of the prestigious school. "Come on, nerd, now isn't the time to gawk," Kaken says, pulling Izuku along through the gates. As the pair walk along the path to the school proper, Izuku feels something slam into his back as he begins to stumble forwards. He watches as a pink blur passes by him, calling out in a distant voice, "Sorry, Heater-kun." "Hey, watch it, Goggles Beach," Kaken shouts back. Before Izuku can catch himself on the ground, he feels himself takes off the ground, levitating slightly in the air. Rotating around as he floats, he sees pronounced pink blush marks on a pair of cheeks and the brown bob of hair of a girl as her hand leaves his back. "You alright? It would have been a bad start if you tripped, you know?" Before Izuku can say anything back, he can feel himself being violently dragged upright and set back down on the ground by another hand. A familiar rough voice barks at the girl, "Oi, what the F are you doing? Let him go, round face." "Oh, sorry, let me just dash. Hurry the F up." "Eep," the girl chirps out, quickly clapping her hands together with a quiet release. Izuku feels gravity's effect pull on him again, his normal weight returning as he steadies himself. Before he can ask any questions to the girl or thank her for helping him, she rushes off as Kaken growls at her. "Kaken, was that really needed? You never know, nerd, she could be trying to F up your exam." "I really doubt that's the case." Izuku frowns at the blonde, hefting his bag back onto his shoulder. And as the pair enter through the main doors of the school, Izuku knows that there is no turning back now. Taking their first steps inside UA University, the hero support pair follow the crowd of applicants into the main auditorium for an explanation of their exams. Packing into the large room along with all the other applicants, they take their seats next to each other in their assigned section. As the lights dim in the auditorium, they notice that the spotlight shines onto the main stage. And out from behind the curtains, they notice a small white creature in a suit walk out and up some stairs to reach behind the podium at the edge of the stage. "Hello all applicants at our esteemed UA University. Now, you may be asking who I am? Am I a dog or a mouse or a bear? But more importantly, I am the dean. You gotta be shitting me, right, nerd?" "Nope, that's Nedzu, the pro hero, Mr. Principal. He's one of, if not, the smartest people in Japan. Now, under each of your seats you will find the letter of your exam hall for the written section of your exam. If you have applied to just the general education course, you are free to leave afterwards. Otherwise, you will also find information about the specifics of your practical exam for the other course, hero, support, or business." Izuku watches as many heads in the room turn down to pick up whatever is under their chairs. He reaches down himself, feeling the bottom of his chair for whatever the dean had left under his seat. Feeling some kind of booklet attached underneath, he pulls it from the chair and takes a look at it, seeing it say to head to Hall Beta for the written exam, then to the East Wing where the support department is for his practical exam. Looking to the side, he spots Kaken's booklet showing Hall Delta for his exam. I wonder how Nedsa knew that I would be in this seat. We could have sat anywhere else in the hall. Izuku's sweat drops, in awe and in fear of what the White Chimera knew. Now that you all know where you need to go, please head to your halls for the written exam. I am looking forward to seeing what accomplished individuals we will see in this hall today will pass through our school to become engraved in the bellows of history. I wish you the best of luck as you all go, as our motto famously says. Plus ultra, the hall cheers out the phrase. Each of the sections in the hall begin to pour out into the main hallway, being escorted by UA's staff, its ectoplasm. The students group themselves by their exam halls, forming cliques within their schools quickly. Heading to a fork in the hallway, the pair sees directions on the wall reading: SS Halls Alpha, Beta, Gamma. Halls Delta, Epsilon, Zeta. Seeing that his hall was in a different section to his childhood friend, he turns to him. Good luck, Kaken. See you at lunch then. Izuku cheers at the blonde before they part ways. TSH, yeah, whatever. You too, nerd. Kaken says, whispering the last part as he heads off to his own hall. Katsuki walks out of the exam hall, confident in his test-taking skills. The exam was a piece of cake, all his hard work finally giving him some dividends. Looking up at the clock at the entrance to the room, he sees that he's got around an hour until his practical exam starts. Following the signs on the wall, he makes his way into the cafeteria where Zukuin said he'd meet him. Overflowing with people, he grumbles as he gets in line for his provided lunch. Grabbing a high-protein meal, a steak with rice, he goes back into the chaos of the tables. Looking around, he sees a mess of green hair waving him over to a table with Zukuin's god-awful million-watt smile beaming at him. Stomping over to the table, he sits down in the open chair opposite to the greenette and starts to dig in. So, how did the exam go, Kaken? Zukuin asks, wanting to get some kind of conversion started. Smoke it, you DMN nerd. He says, not looking up from his food. Nice. What about you, Uraraka-san? Zukuin responds. What? Who the f is this Uraraka Beach? Katsuki thinks, looking up from his food. Sitting next to him he sees a somewhat familiar brown haircut. She smiles nervously at Katsuki, with her round blush marks pronounced on her cheeks. I think it went fine. She chirps out, stiffening from the growl she hears rumbling from Katsuki's throat. Zukuin, who the f is this round-faced extra? Katsuki barks, turning towards the greenette. Manners, Kaken. This is Uraraka-san. She's the one that helped catch me at the entrance, remember? She's applying for the hero course just like you. She's got a really cool quirk as well. It'll be great for heroics. Zukuin beams, eyes glowing non-literally, as he talks about round-face quirk. Then why the hell is she sitting here? Because I invited her here, especially after I wasn't able to introduce us to her at the entrance. Thank you for that, Midoriya-kun. I'm not really from around here, so it was nice for you to let me sit with you, she says sheepishly, rubbing the back of her head before continuing to eat her food. Oh god, not another one. I hope you can make it into the support course as well. From what you've shown me, I'll be wanting to have you design my gear once the year starts, she giggles. Before he gets the chance to swear at the girl for trying to leech off Zukuin's kindness, a pink figure slams once again into Zukuin's side, knocking out his breath and some of the katsudon, because of course that's his lunch, out of his chopsticks and onto the floor. Hey Yahida-kun. Hope you've brought your best babies for this exam because I know mine will do better. Goggles Beach interrupts, slamming down what looks like enough food for 3 days on her tray before digging into it. Hello. Hatsumson, Zukuin manages to get out, recovering his breath from the sudden attack. F off, Goggles, we don't need you here. Katsuki barks at the pinkette, before flinching back, getting sprayed by some water that was flicked off Zukuin's hand. Manners again, Kaken. Uraraka-san, this is Hatsum-san. Hatsum-san, Uraraka-san. I've known Hatsum-san since the start of middle school and she's trying for the support course as well. She's really good with explosives, intentionally or not. Zukuin jokes, trying to ease everyone and not blow up the conversation, especially given 2 of the participants. Tisk whatever, These assholes don't matter anyway. Katsuki grumbles at the other two extras that had decided to join the table. Roundface looked like she'd freeze up at the first sign of danger so far, while Goggles has been just as insane as since he had the first misfortune of running into her, but Zukuin seemed happy enough with them, so he decided to stick to his own food until the exam started. Eventually, after some conversation mainly between Roundface and Zukuin, the warning bell rang, signaling the 10-minute warning before the start of the practical exams. After saying a brief goodbye to Zukuin, he heads off to the auditorium again for the practical exam rundown. Getting the familiar feeling of wanting to let off another explosion, he shoves it back down, knowing that he'll soon get the chance to show why he's better than everyone else. Izuku was very excited, nervous, anxious, and terrified all at the same time. He had stashed away his portfolio of inventions at his assigned locker before the start of the written exam, before he needed it for his practical exam. Having read through his provided booklet on the support course exam, he was told that he would need to give a display of his portfolio, whatever it may be. Sitting in the waiting area outside of the support course offices, he would normally be geeking out about the quirks of the other students around him, but instead he was thoroughly quadruple checking his inventions for any malfunctions. Eventually, he sees another student walk out of the office before heading down the hall. From the door, he hears a cheery voice call out, "Midoriya Izuku?" Clambering to get his bag together, he hefts it into his arms before speed walking through the door and into the office. Entering inside, he sees that it is a much larger room than he was expecting, with what looked like a small range taking up most of the room, while near the entrance he sees a table with two figures sitting at it. Two figures he recognizes, Power Loader and Nedzu. Dropping his bag on the table, he quickly takes a seat opposite the pair before his freak out. "Oh my god! It's Power Loader and Nedzu. It's an honor to meet the both of you. You have both been inspirations to me to be here today." Izuku quickly says, giving a bow in his seat. "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Midoriya." Nedzu cheerfully replies, clapping his hands, paws, together. "Welp, we'll both be your teachers here if you make it into the support course." Power Loader waves off the comment. "From what you've provided for us, you seem to be a decently accomplished engineer for your age anyway. I've actually been looking forward for this interview. It's rare we get someone with this much experience before entering into our program." "What? Power Loader wanted to talk to me. Keep it together, Izuku. I need to make a good impression." "Thank you for your compliments, Power Loader-san. It means a lot. Now how exactly should I explain my portfolio?" Izuku asks, starting to unpack his gear, trying to keep his nerves under check. "However feels right to you, Mr. Midoriya. We will need to get an explanation and display, if possible, of what you have brought for us today. We will also be examining your portfolio after the exam to grade it better." Nedzu answers, starting to visually dissect whatever Izuku brought out of the duffel bag. "Yes, Nedzu-san. I guess I'll first start with the less destructive of the two devices I brought today." Izuku brings out what looked like a small engine out onto the middle of the table. "This is what I call the thermal compression tank. It uses a portable power supply to gradually compress air into the tank inside of it, using heat to move the air into the pressurizer. It can then release the compressed air in a burst or gradually. It safely stores the pressurized air within the tank, stopping intake or releasing pressure when it gets too high." Izuku explains, flipping a switch to turn on the device. It gives a small hum as it begins to suck in air through the grates covering the sides of the device. Depending on the internal temperature of the device, it can speed up the compression of the air, meaning with some tweaks, quirks with heat-based effects could be used to cause the pressurization to be done more effectively. I had used my own quirk for testing as it was an inspiration for the device. "Indeed. Clever to use what you have at your disposal to create what you have," Nedzu comments. Izuku then twists a knob on the front of the device, opening a small valve on another side of the device. This causes a burst of air to exit through the valve, sending a blast of heated air down the range with a small recoil coming from the device as it skids slightly along the metal table with a screech. "Impressive. I'm assuming that upgrades could be made for the device?" Power Loader inquires, flipping through the provided blueprint Izuku had brought for the invention. "Of course, I had made this using recycled scrap I had found at a dump, so I hope making it into UA would allow me to use better resources." Izuku answers, handing out the next set of blueprints and pulling out a sleek green bracer. Moving aside the thermal compression tank, he sets down his next invention. And this is my grenadier bracers using excretion mesh that I have also designed. The mesh is able to collect Quirk products that are produced from the skin, while for the grenadier bracers, I have designed them to be used specifically for a friend of mine who's applied for the hero course. Really, how interesting. Nedzu says, with a slightly manic smile and a gleam in his beady eyes. And that look left a shiver down Izuku's smile, starting to worry about his own health. Why yes, his quirk causes him to produce a nitroglycerin-like sweat that he can ignite from his palms. The bracers collect the sweat, letting him set off a larger blast than he could normally produce. In my initial iteration of the device, it would collect in one large tank before setting it off. But now, it collects them in several tanks which can easily fall apart in case of a malfunction. Using a switch on the back of the bracers, he can select how many of the tanks he would want to use up for his blast, allowing for different levels of explosions it can release. Thinking of safety precautions for a quirk backfire, good idea, Power Loader chimes in. With that boost of confidence, he brings the bracer over to the range and sets it down on the counter. Attaching a string he had brought specifically for this display, he sets the toggle for a single tank of blast. Taking a step back to join Power Loader with Nedzu on his shoulder at the clear blast shields that had slid out of the wall, they just have those prepared. He gives a countdown before pulling the trigger. A blast sets off in the range with a burst of black smoke emerging from the bracers. As it clears away, the bracers are now lying on the ground from the recoil, while a black starburst-shaped mark is scarred onto the concrete at the back of the range. Well, that is quite the destructive display, Mr. Midoriya. Thank you for your explanations. We will be keeping the devices for a more in-depth examination. You are finished for the practical exam and are free to head home. Thank you for applying to our wonderful university. Nedzu cheerfully gleams, hopping down from his spot on Power Loader's shoulder before heading over to the door to call in the next applicant. Cleaning up his inventions, he shoves them back into the duffel bag and leaving it behind before heading out of the door with a quick bow. You think that friend of his was the Bakugu kid from the Hero Course Practical? He had some customized support gear marked down for his exam as well. The quirks line up and all anyway. Yes, from their background check, it appears that they plan to be working together through their hero career. They are both very well suited for their courses. Oh God, that's going to be such a mess of paperwork to sort through then. Yes, but I believe that it can bear some significant fruit if we nurture it properly. I'm guessing you knew about it all before this interview started. Nedzu gives a smile and a small nod. And as well, I'm guessing you already have their forms ready. Nedzu continues to smile. God damn it. Power Loader says with a sigh. Exiting the building, Izuku takes one last look back at the grand structure that makes up the main building for UA University. It had always been his dream to attend the school, so he can only hope that he had done enough to pass the exams. With a sigh, he takes a final glance at the building before turning around and heading down the path to the gates at the entrance. As he walks, he hears a voice call out to him. Midoriya-kun. Turning around again, he sees the bubbly form of Uraraka Ochako. He had run into her at the end of the written exam, with both of them being in Hall Beta. They were able to finally introduce themselves to each other before heading to lunch. He had found out that she was applying for the hero course and had such an interesting and well-suited quirk for being a hero. After going on his first mumble streak to her, freaking her out for a second before he snapped out of it, he was able to show her some of the gear he had designed from his support gear notebook. They had split at lunch, seeing as they had both needed to head into different sections of the campus for their own exams. Hello Uraraka-san. How did your exam go? Izuku replies, getting a good look at her. He can see that she had some bruising on her face, as well as a brace on her leg. Hopefully good enough. There were all these robots that were like boom pow and shot a bunch of crazy lasers at us. Thanks to the advice you gave me earlier about the whole inertia mass thingy, I was able to destroy a whole bunch of them by throwing them into each other. Uraraka beamed, giddy and probably a bit on an adrenaline high from the hectic hero course exam. Glad to be of any help, Izuku responds with a friendly smile. But that's not even it. At like 2 minutes left, This huge robot burst out of the ground and it was like 10 stories tall. I got trapped under some rubble from it, my leg getting pinned, she explained, shaking her injured leg to emphasize her point. It stopped before it could hurt me though, we were told to ignore it before our exam started anyway. How about your exam? Izuku went on to explain how his exam went, talking about meeting the two heroes as they made their way down the path out of the entrance. As they exit through the gates, Izuku notices the familiar ash-blonde hair of his childhood best friend waiting at the entrance. As Kaken gives a glare to the girl, he sets off a small explosion from his palm. I'm only gonna say this one more time. Round face. It was nasidiking to hope it uechubi, she quickly blurts out before running down the street, even with her slight limp. Izuku opens his mouth to invite her to walk with them, but it's far too late as Kaken sets his hand down on his shoulder to pull him in the direction of the train station. Now that was unnecessary, Kaken, Izuku says, giving his own attempts at a glare at the spiky Pomeranian as he's dragged down the street. Tisk, she's an extra anyway. But she could be a future classmate of yours. You should try to stay on good terms with them. Besides, you could use having some more friends, Izuku pleased to the other boy. Izuku had had some other friends during high school, but they were more acquaintances anyway due to Kaken's abrasive nature whenever they hung out. Whatever. So how did your exam go then? I heard something about a large robot that you were supposed to ignore, Izuku says, giving an eyebrow to the other boy. Knowing him, he had probably tried to attack the thing in a show of dominance. Yeah, it was there. I blew it to FNG smithereens with my blasts. Those pads of yours took a hit from the BSRD, but let me get the final hit on it to take it down. Kaken exclaimed, setting off a blast between his fist and palm as he smacked them together. Of course you did. All right, let's stop for some ramen on the way back. It's been an exhausting day. Yeah. A week had passed since the entrance exam and Izuku was starting to get worried. He had left behind his inventions at UA, meaning he wouldn't be able to tinker on them during the wait, leaving him to work on some other devices he had on the back burner. The main problem was that the two devices he had provided as part of his portfolio were his two main projects, so he was beginning to get into a bit of a rut. Kaken had also been unnaturally quiet during this PRD, having secluded himself from Izuku until he had gotten his results, which he found very strange, but he left him to it. This meant that most of Izuku's time was spent finishing the cleanup of Takoba on his own. He had even started to take his tools in his makeshift workshop he had set up on the beach back home, in a form of self-confidence for his results, thinking that he'll need them to take to UA if I get in, that is. Since it was the break PRD between the school years and that Takoba was almost clean to the point that it could be considered an actual beach meant that more and more people started to show up, so he couldn't work on inventions or his quirk without getting in some kind of trouble. Which left him with one last thing to do, pace around his apartment until the letter arrived. He had set his phone down at the table in case of a call from Kaken or from his mother about the UA letter, the blank screen seemingly gloating at him for wasting his time. That was until he got a surprise call from Kaken, his contact blaring on the screen as Izuku quickly snatched it from the table, swiping the screen to accept the call. Kaken, did you get your letter? Did you pass? How many points did you get? Izuku rapid-fired his questions at the blonde. Minute nerd, slow the F down. Kaken snapped at him over the phone. Sorry. I just haven't heard yet from UA, so I'm starting to get anxious. Yeah, well, I got my letter, so SCK it. Really? Izuku shouted. What the F? Did I just say, you nerd? Stop shouting. Kaken shouted back. Izuku swore that he heard a faint pipe-down brat. In the background. Okay, well, did you get in? What the F do you think? Of course I did. Top of the exam. Kaken bragged. Izuku could feel the proud smirk radiate through the screen. Nice. I'm not sure if I'll get in. I hope that I can at least do good enough for general education as a backup, Izuku pouted. Shut the hell up, nerd. Of course you got in. That demon rat would have to be blind to not let you in, Kaken replied, set off at Izuku's self-doubt. I'm sure the letter is right outside the door. Oh yeah, what makes you say dash? Izuku! 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 The voice of his mother shouts, scrambling through the front door. TSK told you, nerd. I came. It's here. His mother continues to freak out, handing the letter over to Izuku. He shakily takes it in his hands, turning it over to see the UA crest on the envelope. The first thing he notices, though, is the weight of the letter, carrying a lot of something inside it. Izuku then quickly rips open the letter, with a sleek silver disc sliding out of the opening as it rattles against the table. The Midoriyas then watch as a projection pops out from the disc, showing off the image of the excavation hero, Power Loader, in his full hero gear. Midoriya Izuku, you did well on the written exam, achieving a 95% score, more than enough to make it into the general education course. Izuku is pretty shocked by that. He didn't think he did that well on the exam to get that high of a score. He mostly remembers writing way too much on Quirk analysis section for the exam. Now onto your portfolio. Taking into your current skill level and achievements, along with the devices in your portfolio, I have to say that you are well within the requirements to place within the support department. Congratulations and welcome to your support academia. Izuku watches as the hologram shuts off, staring at the now empty space for a second before getting slammed from the side in an impossibly tight hug from his mother. Izuku! His mother cries, a torrent of tears flowing onto the ground as he joins in with the Midoriya gene stem kicking in. Tisuke told you, nerd. Kaken chimes in between the Midoriya's tears before ending the call, leaving the Midoriyas to their mess, i.e. flood. Is that everything, Izuku? Inko looks over the boxes packed into the moving van. Even though most of the room stuff could be taken easily in a simple car, Izuku had wanted to take along his workshop materials, not wanting to leave any one of his inventions behind. When looking through the application papers, the dormitory system had said that for the support department, each room would have its own basic workspace for the late-night rush and other personal projects. And his power tools and various prototypes took up a lot of space in his room apparently. Yeah, that should be everything, I think. Are you sure? Did you pack your blueprints? What about your nice clothes? And your tie? You can't leave without your tie, dear. I got it, Mom, don't worry. I'll be just fine at UA. Remember to call and visit, you don't want to leave your poor mother alone for too long. I won't forget, Mom. Izuku tries to calm down his mom, with how she had been worried about the move for the whole past week. Izuku then closes the back of the moving van, hitting the back to send it off to the university. Alright, Mom, I better get going. I don't want to leave the van waiting there in case the trains are delayed. Izuku says, grabbing his bag off the ground and slinging it over his shoulder. Izuku! What? You look really cool, my little boy going away on his adventure, his mom says, giving a soft smile. See you soon, Mom, Izuku smiles back. Before heading off to the train station. It was earlier in the day, around noon at that point, and his traffic app told him that he would likely get to UA an hour or so before the van gets there, giving him plenty of time to explore the campus. The train at this point was relatively empty, not being during the busy rush hour, giving the greenette plenty of space to stretch his legs. Eventually reaching the gates to the university, he scans in using the student card he was provided with in his acceptance letter as the gates slide open. I'm actually here. Izuku mentally squeals, heading in the direction of the dorms from his given map. Reaching the large buildings on the west side of the campus, he spots a familiar spiky ash-blonde head walking towards one of the dorm buildings. Hey, Kaken. The figure stiffens before turning to look at the noise. The F, are you doing here, nerd? Waiting for my stuff to get here, saw you outside, said hi, now explaining myself. Shut it, smartass. You already moved in then? Tisk, yeah, stuff's already inside. Cool, I'll head in with you. Whatever you want, I don't care. Kaken brushes him off, but deep down Izuku knows that Kaken wants to show him his dorm. Making their way inside, Izuku first notices the large common room area, complete with a full kitchen and a large selection of couches surrounding different TVs. Izuku doesn't notice anybody else around, so he just follows Kaken towards the elevator near the entrance. Heading up the elevator to the 4th floor, Kaken grumbles something to himself which Izuku catches a few words of, mainly something about extras, spicy, and insurance. He then opens one of the doors along the hall, letting Izuku in. Here he gets his look into Kaken's dorm space. growing up, Izuku never really went into Kaken's room too much, spending more time either at the playground or in the living rooms of their respective residences, with Kaken not wanting to go into Izuku's room in fear of some dangerous invention going off. It was only one time. Taking a look around, he notices the room to be pretty basic, featuring some workout gear, a punching bag fitted with Izuku's thermal padding to let him use his quirk on it safely, a couple All Might posters and figurines, and a small kitchenette stocked with skis and peppers. It's exactly what I would expect from your room, Kaken. Whatever, you saw it, now leave, shithead. Alright, I'll see you at lunch on the first day then? Yeah, of course, Kaken says quietly before pushing Izuku out of the room and slamming the door behind him. Now out in the hall, he turns to his right to head back to the elevator but notices a new figure about to enter the room next to Kaken's. A peak of spiky red hair and a sharp grin greet Izuku with a very loud yet optimistic voice. Sup dude? You just moved in there? Nope. My friend's in there, I was just saying hi. Izuku responds, not going to refuse the chance to mingle with some of the other hero students. Cool dude, I was about to check out my room. Kirishima Ijiro by the way, the man says, holding out his hand for a handshake. Midoriya Izuku, I'm not a hero student but I got in for the support department so you might see me sometime later in the year. Izuku greets the other student, taking his hand for the shake. But the hero student instead grasps his forearm in a firm and manly greeting. Manly dude. That's pretty cool. Kirishima responds happily. He then unlocks his own door before starting to head inside. I've got to get started with setting up but I'll see you around then, yeah? That'd be nice but we'll have to see. I don't know how much the courses mingle together, Izuku answers honestly, as he wasn't sure if there was some unspoken rule about keeping the courses separate or not. Cool. Good luck moving in. Thanks. You too. Izuku waves to the redhead as he passes by his door to the elevator. Checking his phone, Izuku sees an alert on his phone that his boxes had arrived at UA, so he hurries his way over to his own dorm, not spotting any other hero students moving in on his way out much to his disappointment. And there! Izuku grunts, placing down his personal miniature 3D printer onto his workstation. He had spent the past several hours moving into his dorm, moving boxes of clothes, books, and power tools into the room. He had located the dorms for 1H relatively easily, his homeroom as indicated by his acceptance letter, which was also where his dorm would be found. The dorm building itself was much smaller than the ones for the hero course but had less rooms as well since less students typically made it into the support course as compared to the other courses. With only a few floors above the ground, the rooms themselves were a lot larger in order to make room for the in-house workshops. He assumed that in the past, some support students had spent too many all-nighters trying to finish work in the normal studios that they had decided to add some for the students personally, hoping that they would get some more sleep being closer to their own beds. In Izuku's room, he had his pile of devices stacked in a corner, a rough shelf in place for some kind of order within the chaos. He had decorated his room like how his room back home was, half bulletin boards, blueprints and whiteboards to plan out work, and half hero poster covering the surface from floor to ceiling. The common room for the dorm building was also different, having a small garage taking up half of the ground floor, rather than having another section for couches from what Izuku could remember about the hero dorms. There was also a lot more freezer space in the kitchen, assumedly for easy-to-prepare meals to save time on cooking. Finished with setting up his room, Izuku thought it would be a good idea to try to introduce himself to his floormates, having only 2 other students on the same floor. Being on one side of the elevator, he decides to first knock on the door next to him but getting no response. Might be some kind of buffer for the noise. Moving on to the other room on his floor, he tries again with a quick rap of his knuckles across the wooden door. However, this time he gets a response with the door cracking open slowly. Inside, he spots a petite figure with neck-length silver hair covering one eye and the single uncovered violet eye peering up at him given their significant height difference. On either of their temples, Izuku spots what looks like 2 large knobs, appearing almost like headphones put up on their head but without a connecting strap. They peek from around the door, shoulders up in tension looking a little worried. Hi, I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm in the room on the other side of the hall. Nice to meet you. Izuku greets cheerfully, trying to make a good impression on his now classmate. Hi, nice to meet you as WL. I'm Suguru Shurabe. The now named Suguru responds, with her voice crackling almost like it was being played through an old speaker. I haven't met the other person on the floor if there is another, but I thought it would be good to introduce ourselves. That sounds like a good idea. Will probably meet the rest tomorrow, Suguru responds timidly, hiding slightly behind her door. Noticing her shyness, Izuku decides to wrap up the conversation, not wanting to pressure her anymore. Sounds like a good plan. I'll see you at class tomorrow then. See you then, Suguru gives with a quiet sigh of relief before closing her door. As Izuku makes his way back into his own dorm, he closes the door behind him before making his way to his workbench to get some work done. Starting to sort through his belongings and place them in the correct drawers, he thinks back about the brief encounter he just had with his classmate. She seemed nice. I'm guessing that her voice probably has something to do with her quirk. It'll be interesting to see the rest of my classmates. Before Izuku can put away his set of screwdrivers, he hears a loud bang come from outside of his room. Wanting to make sure that everything is okay, he walks out of his room into the hallway. As he sees Suguru also peeking out of her room, he raises an eyebrow at her, questioning if the noise was hers. Shaking her head saying that it wasn't her, he moves to the door between them, now noticing that it was slightly cracked open. About to push the door open to see their new floormate, it slams open against the wall and in front of him stands a familiar manic Pinkette. Heya Hider-kun. Ready to make some babies? Hatsum greets Izuku with a bright smile. Suguru dips back into her own room with a sharp eep and a bright blush. God damn it. Today was the day. Izuku was going to have his first ever class at UA. Sure, he was told that nothing was actually going to be taught today, but he was going to a classroom, his classroom. Wearing his nicer outfit, a button-down, tie, vest with some slacks, Izuku gathers his things into his backpack, making sure to grab a smaller notebook so that he could ask for signatures from his teachers. They were pro-heroes. As he makes his way to his homeroom. 1H. Walking through the campus, he eventually makes his way over to the support department, finding a quite large door with a giant 1H painted along the side of it. Pulling the door open, he finds a comparatively small classroom, with only 6 seats found inside. He spots that he was now the second person to arrive in the classroom, with Suguru, if I remember correctly, already seated towards the back. Good morning, Suguru-san. Izuku greets cheerfully, hoping to make a good actual first impression, pulling out a seat to sit down at the front of the classroom. Good morning to you too, Midoriya-kun. Suguru whispers, fiddling with some small device on her table. I wasn't sure we could already be working on stuff. If I knew, I would have brought over one of my own. Sorry. I didn't know we weren't allowed T2, she apologizes, pocketing the trinket whilst lowering her head in shame. No, I wasn't saying you couldn't. I was just curious about what it was you had there. Sorry, I misunderstood why. It's a R-radio set I have, I'm trying to get it small enough to fit in the ear, she explains, pulling out the device, showing the small silver speaker and notch tuning wheel on the side of it. Cool. How small are you aiming for? What's the range on the hearing? What's the maximum and minimum volume settings in it? Is it able to swap between or? How about dash? Izuku questions rapidly, pulling out one of his several notebooks and a pen to make notes about the device. OOWVL dash. Suguru tries to respond, overwhelmed by the swarm of questions. Hey there, Hider-kun. Hatsum barges into the room, slamming the door wide open, right before knocking Izuku on the top of his head. Are you trying to copy somebody's babies again? That didn't work out for you the first time. Hatsum-san. Sorry about that, Suguru-san. I tend to get pretty interested with support gear. Izuku apologizes, rubbing the back of his head with his hand, ruffling the edges of his curly green hair. What do you mean by babies? My babies are the cutest you'll ever see. Hider-kun will tell you all about them. Babies are what Hatsum-san calls her inventions. She doesn't mean real ones. Izuku quickly explains, a small blush rising on his face. It was always a hurdle to try to explain Hatsum's eccentric behaviors to other people. His own mother still can't get over them, traumatized from their first meeting. But before Hatsum can continue about how her babies are in fact real, a walking yellow piece of machine equipment lumbers through the door. Alright, listen up class. I'm Power Loader, or Majima-sensei if you'd prefer, and I'll be your homeroom teacher this year, the pro hero explains. Wow. It's Power Loader. He once dug a tunnel through an entire mountain to relieve a landslide. I can't believe he's here in person. Izuku geeks out, not noticing that the rest of the class was also there and looking at him a little funny, besides Hatsum, but that's because she's trying to make an impromptu explosive device. Well, I guess we have an hero otaku in the class, and we've already met Kid Power Loader Size, now mentally preparing for the fanboy for the rest of the year. We don't have much time before the orientation, so let's go ahead and head on over there. You don't want to face the wrath of Nedzu if you don't have to. And with that, the 1H heads out to the auditorium, now as students rather than as applicants. Finding their way back into the large room, they sit in the designated section for the support departments, as Izuku sees the other support classes for his year as well as his upperclassmates. Sitting down, he hears the somewhat familiar voice of the Dean of UA call out through the sound system, with the spotlight shining on the glistening white-coated figure on the stage. Hello and welcome to UA, to all our new and returning students. I hope that this year will be another fruitful and educational year for all our departments, the URAT spoke, beginning to explain the expectations for the year. Looking around the room, he notices a section of seats was empty in the opposite section of the auditorium. Taking a closer look, he recognizes one of the students as being the winner of the second-year sports festival, meaning that those sections over there must be for the hero students. But he doesn't spot Kaken in the crowd, so he wonders what must have happened for him to not be present. Didi. Katsuki screeches, slinging the orange ball through the air, putting as much of his explosive might behind his throw. 7:05.2 m. The scruffy-looking homeroom teacher notes on his phone after a few moments. Paying attention back to the dean, he listens back into what he had to say. And that's not to mention our wonderful staff for this year. He motions to the back of the stage, where many different pro heroes are standing around, including Power Loader. And with that, we'd like to introduce our newest member of the staff, Heroics teacher All Might. All Might. Izuku watches as the number 1 hero lands on the stage behind the dean. Wait, where did he land from? We're in a closed hall, with a loud crash and a small indent in the floor. The large figure of the hero climbs up from his superhero landing and walks over to the center of the stage. Hi, I am here. As a teacher for the newest generation of heroes. I wish to pass on my knowledge as a hero and help to train all our promising heroes. I will see you all around campus. All Might booms, before crouching again, then taking off into the sky, smashing through the ceiling of the auditorium. Yes, thank you, All Might. Now, as you may or may not know, the history of our school stretches back to the dawn of Quirks, the founder of this mighty school. This probably won't take that long. After 2.5 hours of a history lesson given in a single speech by the dean, Izuku finally makes his way back to his homeroom, eyes drooping from trying his best to pay attention during the opening ceremony. He thinks that Kaken probably got the good end of the bargain, not needing to listen through the slog of a story that the rodent had given. Taking his seat again in the homeroom, his head falls against the table, unable to muster the strength to fight against gravity to keep it upright. Alright class, in order to make it here in UA, you better be able to pay attention after that. His usual speech can go for around 4 hours if I remember correctly. Power Loader announces, with a shiver rolling down his spine. Snapping upright to pay attention to the hero, he finally looks around at his other classmates, noticing that there were in fact 6 students total present. Curious about the size, he raises his hand. A Power Loader sensei? How come we only have 6 students in the class? Surely UA can afford to teach more than that. Flipping through some papers, Power Loader responds, good question. Midoriya. Class 1H is for our most promising hero support students. The other support classes are much larger but cover more generic content, while in this class, we can focus more on your already developed talents and skills. Now that we are all paying attention, let's go around the room to introduce ourselves. Name, Quirk, specialty. Midoriya, you can go first. Hi. My name is Midoriya Izuku. My quirk is called Heat STMLTN, which allows me to heat up anything I see. And my specialty? I would have to go with quirk enhancement gear. Alright, interesting work. I noticed that in your portfolio. Next up. Izuku watches as Hatsum then stands up, her golden crosshair eyes wandering around the room, focusing on the details of her classmates. Heya! Hatsum Mei, future CEO of Hatsum Industries. My quirk is called Zoom and lets me see anything up to 5 kilometers away. And all of my babies are the best. Izuku facepalms. Wasn't expecting a biology specialist. The silver-haired girl next to Hatsum stands up. Suguru, Izuku provides. I am Suguru Shurabe. And my quirk is called Radio, which lets me listen into different radio waves. I like stuff like that. Suguru quietly mutters to herself, nervously fiddling with the knob present on her right temple. Neat. Oh, must be cool to have built-in music. The ads aren't nice. After she sits down, Izuku watches as a very dark-haired girl stands up, wearing some kind of headband with some strange-looking protrusions, giving the impression of antennas. Hello, my name is Furusa Meina. My quirk is called Grounded and allows for me to absorb electricity safely. My primary focus for this year would be on robotics and electronics. She says with a bow before sitting down. Nice and safe quirk, and robotics are always fun. In front of her, a guy with what looked like a head made from some kind of red metal, with different valves, tubes and widgets attached around his body stands up. He greets the class with a small rigid wave with a humanoid hand, still made out of the same red metal. Greeting, my name is Jinji Ruhiai. My quirk is called Cash Dash. You can print cash, money coin? Hatsum interrupts, slamming her hands on the table as she stands up, causing the robotic person to her side to flinch. You misunderstand me. My quirk allows for me to access a cache of mental processing for which I can leave menial calculations and such to process. Due to this, I enjoy working with software and other computer subjects. Sounds useful. Also Hatsum, no interrupting other students. And then the last student in the room, sitting next to Izuku, introduces themselves. Standing up is a very tall, tanned woman with dark brown hair. He spots a pair of droopy animal ears sprouting from her head, along with a baggier front at the bottom of her shirt. Name's Kanga Ibukuro. I'm from Australia, from my mum's side. My quirk's called Kangaroo, gives me a hard kick and a big pocket. I'd like to focus on rescue tech if possible this year. And yes, I know my name is pretty self-explanatory and I'm proud of it. She says with a smirk before sitting down. Well, it's nice to have you here. And we usually say our last names first rather than the other way around Ibukuro. Ah, well call me Kanga anyway then, sorry if it doesn't cross my mind. No worries. And of course, you already know me as Power Loader or Majima-sensei if you'd prefer. My quirk's called Iron Claws, which lets me dig fast and good. And my speciality is teaching you lot for the year. Now, we can get onto the explanation for the schedule this year. Each day, we'll have our homeroom here to start the day in case of any announcements. Then in your morning block, we'll be covering the academic section of your studies. All of you will be taking 3 mandatory subjects: math, science, and mechanics. On top of that, you will also be selecting 3 elective subjects to take in order to better STMLT your skills. After the lunch break, you'll be having your workshop hours in the development studio, so make sure to change into your work outfit before heading in there. During that, you can work on your projects for the year, as well as having myself run through some lessons for workshop tips and safety. If you need any help during those hours, you will be able to find me there. I'll be now handing out your syllabuses for the year along with your sign-up forms. Once you've figured out what you want to take for your schedule, hand it over to me. After lunch, we'll be going through basic workshop safety so that you can start working in the development studio starting tomorrow. I'm looking forward to what kinds of engineers you will become by the end of this year. Izuku couldn't wait. Learning officially at UA, and with so much variety for his courses. He didn't even need to take literature anymore, which was great. Having that much freedom in the afternoon will be great to work on gear as well, being able to put in overtime rather than running into lessons afterwards. But now, he needs to figure out what kind of electives he should choose, Flipping open the packet set down on his desk, May looked down at the large pile of papers in front of her. There were way too many to look through, especially as reading through them would take away from her precious baby-making time this afternoon back at the dorms. Staring at the single sheet of paper laid out on her desk, she zooms in on the lettering on the paper, with it reading out numbers 1, 2, and 3, asking for her choice in elective courses for this year. She had already put down demolitions as her first choice. I mean, the failure is the mother of all inventions, and the most fun way to fail is by exploding it. She had also thought it would be a fun idea to put down robotics as her second choice, as there were plenty of crazy babies she could make for that one. The robotics field had grown over the years, allowing for more and more menial work to be done by robots, rather than by humans. Look at the zero-pointer Kuin I saw after the exam. It was so cute and got so much attention. All of the hero courses mean students couldn't beat them up, so they must need some new babies to do that. But then that left what she should do for her final selection. There were a couple electives that she definitely didn't want to do. Law was a whole bunch of bogus. Just sign some papers and get it over with. After all, she just needed to make the babies. Programming can be done by other people. She was good enough as is for what she needed for it and didn't have the same level of cuteness that she always strived for. And structures looked so boring. It was all about making sure stuff didn't break and explode, which was just uncool. Maybe Kuin would have a good choice. He always tried to talk about that hero stuff, right? Making up her mind, she grips her sheet of paper in her hand and scrambles over to the group of desks that had been put together. Kuin was sitting there, talking to Money-kun, Bolt-chan and Bounce-chan. Nob-chan had already left early on. She seemed really quiet, which didn't make a whole lot of sense to May, since how could you get attention to your babies if you weren't proud about them? Slamming into the side of Kuin, she slaps down her schedule paper on his desk and points directly at the empty space on her sheet. Staring him directly in his emerald green eyes, she tries her best to make sure that his focus is on her so he can answer her question right away. Kuin, which electives would be best for the hero people? I need to make sure I get their attention with my babies. Ow, Hatsum-san. You know you can pull up a chair, right? She didn't need to do that. He was already in a chair, and she can just stand after all. Whatever, now answer the question, Kuin. One of the others interrupts. Bolt-chan it is. You're talking about Midoriya-kun, right? Followed by Money-kun replying, indeed, you seem to have already forgotten Midoriya's name. Now what was the point in remembering his name? Names took up precious brain space which was reserved for her babies and were also a bore to say. Yeah, she has a habit of nicknaming people. When we first met, she saw me use my quirk to heat up something, so the name stuck. Kuin backed her up. See, he got it. Come on, Kuin, I've got babies to make. That also got some weird looks from the others. Well, to answer your question, if you want to look at an elective to focus on the heroes directly, I've already selected all of mine to have some kind of connection to that. The design elective allows me to better create costumes and equipment to better fit the hero, while the tactics elective gives a much more in-depth focus on how they fight. Kuin dragged on. Design seemed like a good choice. Costumes were flashy and were all on the TV and stuff. May decides to bop Kuin on the head, since that always got him out of his rambles before they went on for too long. Thanks, Kuin. Design it is. May cheers as she quickly writes down design as her third elective before racing off to give the paper to teacher sensei. It was a shame that she couldn't go into the development studio to make babies yet, since she could make so many cute ones in there. Tomorrow's going to be a great day to make all the best babies. Alright class, welcome to your first day of studies here at the support department in UA University. The surprisingly short, armored figure greets the rest of his class. Power Loader had been working at UA for almost a decade at this point, having seen classes of students pass through its halls. With him as a prominent support hero, being the first ever to have been fully licensed in both heroics and support engineering, this gave him quite a bit of insight into the inner workings of support gear. Due to this distinction, when Nedzu approached the excavation hero to be the teacher of the most promising students at UA's support course, he couldn't really refuse. Besides, knowing Nedzu's terrifying genius and foresight, he would have probably found a way to get him in the classroom anyway. And with how UA ran their courses, giving a great degree of freedom to the teachers to run their classes as they saw fit, Powerloader was always a fan of the practical approach to teaching, so he had designed his class to be assessed based on their own practical work. "Good morning, Sensei," a couple of the students rang out in response. He could hear the faint static of Sugiru's voice and the distinct accent of Kanga's dialect within the call. "So, as I will be teaching your practical support engineering, I should probably go ahead and explain how the grading for the course works." He usually trusted his students to learn at their own pace, refining their talents and expanding to fit their mold of how they viewed support engineering. This meant he put his trust in his students to approach him if they wanted any guidance, but he had always found that the students that didn't try to use his own wealth of knowledge didn't tend to stick around for long. He continues, "Each semester, you will be graded based off a project that you work on throughout the PRD. By halfway through the semester, you will need to have finalized your decision for the project and gotten approval from me for what you will be doing. What you do for your project is entirely up to you, so you have the freedom to work on whatever you want. I suggest you try to have an idea for your first project by the end of the month, so that you have enough time to do full research into your ideas." By the end of the sports festival, most students usually had decided on their project, getting inspiration from the hero students, or by having enough time to get to know their fellow support students or talking to the business students. He had usually found a few students would approach him in the first week, having some grand idea that they had been on the back burner since high school, or wanting to go with the first thing they had in mind. He could mostly see which ones were the real deal or quick flashes of inspiration, but he had been surprised a few times over his career when it came to the impulse projects. What was nice about the project system as well is how it led to such a great diversity in projects. It was after all what led to the pointer robot system when a robotics genius ran through the school back when he had first gotten his own support license. Typically by the end of your second year, you will have at least one provisional contract set with either a hero course student, some motivated business student, or an approved support company. The contract system was an interesting development that had been put in place at UA a few decades ago. Seeing the success of David Shield and All Might between their partnership, the nigh omniscient dean had decided that a great way to promote positive relations between support staff with heroes and their agencies early on was to allow for provisional contracts between students. If a hero student or a business course student that was focusing on running a hero agency approached a support student, with enough work and approval from staff they could set up a contract between them that would allow for better materials and funding for the students, as well as becoming the sole provider of gear and other equipment, earning credit for the engineer. But this usually happened by the end of the second year since the students needed to develop their skills and learn how to deal with the complex inner workings of the relationship from their contract. And that led to his current headache. And with that I have the misfortune to let you know that one of your classmates already has a contract set in place. Midoriya, would you mind explaining to me why you already had completed paperwork for a contract with a first-year hero student? That led to either shocked and curious faces from most of the class, what appeared to be jealousy or anger from the ever-hyperactive Hatsum, or the blank expression that now adorned Midoriya's face. I'm not too sure what you mean. I haven't filled out any paperwork like that. I didn't even know something like that existed. Midoriya explained, scratching his cheek with a faint blush creeping up, most likely due to the sudden attention. What? Hider-kun, you need to stop cheating again. Hatsum shouted, pouting at the greenette and squinting at him, clearly frustrated by this development. Hatsum, what did I say about interrupting other students? Anyway, due to the legalese and other nonsense, I am obligated to let you all know that Midoriya has a provisional support contract with Bakugu Katsuki from the Hero Course 1A. This means that Bakugu is off limits for all other Suppri students to approach for developing support gear, Powerloader says, waving around the sheets of paper that were left on his desk that proved that contract was in place. If Midoriya was confused by this development, that meant that the devil rat was involved. And that meant that there was nothing he could do at this point. Oh, Kaken is my best friend who made it into the hero course this year. We've agreed to be a hero support duo since we were little kids, so I guess that might explain the contract. But I don't really remember signing anything to do with that. Yeah, I guess the rat had something to do with it then. Just then, the intercom system crackles to life, Yes indeed. From his background check, portfolio and Bakugu's entrance application, it had appeared that such a relationship was already in place. The contract was given as part of their entrance papers, so it's already set in stone. Have fun. As it then shuts off, leaving with the dean's maniacal laughter and the stunned class. One of the other students, the one with black hair Furesu, cautiously raises her hand. What was that, sensei? That was a god playing chess with us as the pawns. You'll get used to it by the end of the week. Now class, hero costumes need to have a balance between fashion and practicality. Part of being a hero is their image. Who can tell me why that is? Midnight says, stamping one of her heels on her desk, purposefully showing off her legs. One of Izuku's electives for the year was the design track, taught by the R-rated hero, Midnight, and was focused on the design of costumes and equipment for heroes. How their flash and looks impacted how they acted in heroic situations, like how you would want bright flashy colors for a limelight hero, or cuter imagery if a hero would more often deal with children. Since the other support classes could also sign up for the course, the class Izuku was in had a lot more people than his homeroom, nearly filling the medium-sized classroom, counting around 25 to 30 students present. From his own homeroom, only Hatsum and himself had signed up for the course, so naturally, they sat next to each other at a shared table. They need to have something recognizable for civilians to notice so that they know a hero is on the scene, Midnight Sensei, one of the students in the front says, standing up with a prominent perm haircut and an unusually large chin. Close but not exactly. She snaps her whip across his desk, prompting him to scramble down into his seat. They need to send some kind of message to the world, be it who they are facing or who they are saving. Another student responds from the opposite side of the classroom, lazily raising their hand. Good answer, I love the passion behind that answer. Midnight responds with a surly grin before returning to the front of the classroom where in bold letters imagery is shown on a slide. Every hero gives off some kind of message. All Might's costume inspires hope within those who see it, while mine own is more flirtatious, wanting to make all you cute boys and girls quake before me. Humph, it's really impractical. I mean, you can't even have that many babies with her costume. Hatsum pouts next to him, scrawling out some kind of blueprint in a notebook, still apparently paying attention to the class. It's not all about how practical it is, it's about how she shows off to others. That's the point of the lesson, Izuku responds in a whisper, trying to keep his voice down from the class. Yes, but she could still use some babies. She's heavily underprotected from attacks in that gear. Heels, Hiderkun heels. While I agree about the heels, it's her brand at this point. You'd need to keep with her theme if you were to add more of your babies. Well, it's a little early to already being talking about having children. You too. The year has only begun after all, Midnight says as she struts over to the pair's table. You are correct on being thematic. Take my whip for example, I could use a normal whip or a more advanced one. But my whip stays in character, it fits who I am and allows me to put on my performance in front of the world. Would you like to enlighten me on how exactly more toys be added to my current costume then? Oh, one idea I had was to be able to store your quirk within bombs to set them off at a range rather than needing to be nearby like a smoke bomb. They could be shaped like hearts to fit your romantic aesthetic. Izuku decided to speak up, seeing as he had this idea for gear back when he had first designed the excretion mesh last year. Izuku thought it was decent enough of an idea, looking at how a few could be added along her belt to allow for a stealth takedown, or to be able to pass on her effects to other heroes. Oh, that would be a clever addition to have for my gear, Midnight says. Clearly showing some kind of interest in the gear. My, you know just what itch to scratch of mine, don't you? She moves down to Izuku's cheek, her hot breath brushing against his ear, causing Izuku to blush furiously. Come find me after class to discuss this in greater detail. Midnight walks back again to the front of the classroom to continue her lecture to the class, with the eyes of the boys and some of the girls in the class on Izuku after her display. Meanwhile, Izuku had just blue-screened from the promiscuous display, nowhere near comfortable enough to deal with that kind of contact. He was giving it a 50-50 chance that what she meant was either going to be a fun engineering project or that it was going to make him the envy of most men in the school. Hatsum starts to poke his side, trying to find the restart button for his brain on him. Oh, sorry Hatsum-san, I got a little lost in thought there. Sure thing, what did she say to you by the way? Oh, I think she wants to take a serious look into that grenade idea I had. That or she is really playing into her character, Izuku responds, preparing for her to accuse him of stealing away more attention. She had typically accused him of having such an idea after they had both submitted similar projects for the science fair in their third year of high school, and she had never forgiven him after he had won, thinking he had stolen her idea. Huh, you want to work on it together? Hatsum grins at him. Her slight manic expression and visions of explosions can almost be seen in her eyes. I didn't wait what? Izuku blurts out, shocked by her sudden cooperation. I said you want to partner on that if it turns out as a real project. I might as well try to chip in for some of the credit, she's a real pro after all. I guess I don't mind. It just seems that it's a little out of nowhere for you to want to work with me. Well, I was always better than explosions than you. You remember 3 years ago, you submitted some weird string thing? My baby number 37 was for a delayed explosive release. It can probably be reworked for a quick release system for the gas. Hey, my variable length bolus were better than yours and you know it. Izuku retorts. Nanagdi tell that to the judges, Hatsum teases, sticking out her tongue playfully. Now you too, while I do enjoy the back and forth of young love, you do still need to pass this class, Midnight teases, some quiet snickers echo through the classroom. Izuku blushes before staring back at the lecture screen while Hatsum gives a blunt shrug before returning to her blueprints. Thank you, you lovebirds. Now the earliest examples of hero imagery within Quirk society can be found when Izuku was walking through the crowded cafeteria, trying to find a familiar spiky ash blonde peeking out through the crowd. Carrying his tray of his most beloved katsudon, made by the pro-hero lunch rush, and an autograph, he finds his friend tucked away in a corner of a room. Weaving through the crowd, he eventually makes his way over to the table, making sure not to drop any of his food on the ground. At the table, he sees his best friend munching down on some spicy curry while the redhead he had met the other day tries his best to start up some kind of conversation with him. Sitting alongside them, he spots Uraraka talking with a pink-skinned and haired gal with a pair of yellow horns sticking out of her hair, alongside an energetic-looking guy with yellow hair and a black streak running through it, making it look like a lightning bolt. As he begins to sit down, Uraraka spots him, turning with a wide smile. Hi Midoriya-kun. How's your day been? Interesting to say the least. Found out some stuff about my course that I didn't know about, Izuku says, settling into his seat as the other members of the table turn to see their new addition. Oh hey dude. I was wondering if I'd see you sometime soon, the redhead, Kirishima, responds cheerfully, tugging on Kaken's shoulder to try to get his attention. Before Izuku gets the chance to greet Kaken, one of the unfamiliar students at the table greets him. Oh, you must be the support guy Okachan was telling me about then. She didn't say you were such a looker. The pinkette flirts, as Uraraka blushes, slightly trying her best to explain her situation. I'm Ishido Mina by the way, but you can just call me Mina. And I'm Kaminari Denki, nice to meet you dude, the final member introduces with a slight wave. But how did you know these guys? Nice to meet you too, I'm Midoriya Izuku. And to answer your question, I ran into Kirishima-san at the dorms on moving day and I met Uraraka-san at the entrance exam. I'm more curious as to how you all managed to get a table with Kaken after all. Kaken, the pinkette blinks, trying to figure out the puzzle of who this Kaken is before it mentally clicks together. Oh, you mean this bomber boy here? Yep, we go way back. Our moms are best friends, so we've known each other our whole lives. Isn't that right, Kaken? Izuku says, raising an eyebrow and giving a side eye to the blonde. Tisk, yeah whatever. I don't even know why these extras have been following me around. They're just being iffy and annoying, that's all, Kaken snaps, giving a glare to the rest of the table. Oh Kaken, they'll grow on you eventually, and that causes Kaken to grumble back into his food. Oh wow, he didn't even bite your head off at that, Kaminari blinks, a little shocked at the interaction. Oh yeah, Midoriya-kun scolded him a bunch when we first met, Uraraka comments, placing her finger on her chin in remembrance of their first meeting. A curious glint appears Ishido's eyes as she turns back to Izuku, clearly wanting to know more about how to tame the walking time bomb. Well, from what I heard from Kaken, a growl rumbles from the blonde, you're a support student, right? Like you make gear for us. And stuff. Yeah, it's been a passion of mine for my whole life. Speaking of that, Izuku says, turning to face his best friend, did you know anything about a support contract you had to design? Duh, it was in the FING paperwork for this course and the hobo pulled me aside to ask about it as well. The fucker was accusing me of random shit for it until he got the message. Huh, okay, since apparently, it's something that's usually at the end of the second year. Power Loader looked a little terrified when he brought it up this morning after the dean explained about it over the intercom. Wait, you're already making gear, Midori? Ashido says, vibrating in her seat. And Midori? Izuku stammers out. Yeah, it's green like your hair. Oh, well, I guess I already make gear for Kaken, and today I had Midnight ask me to look into making some gear for her as well today. Izuku blushes, not used to this kind of attention from people about his support work, as everyone from the table, sans Kaken, stare at the greenette in curiosity and wonder. Wait, you got the Midnight to make some gear. You're one lucky BSTRD, how did you catch her attention? Kaminiari slams the table in shock, standing up in the process. Oh, I was talking to a friend in the course about it. Here, I'll call her over, Izuku says, knowing that there was a surefire way to get Hatsume's attention. I need to get some new babies. Huh, what do you mean by Bobby Dash? Mina tries to ask before a pink blob blurs through the cafeteria at an inhuman speed before crashing into an open chair next to Izuku, a shockwave shaking the table and chairs around them. Hider-kun, what do you want with my babies? Hatsume asks the greenette, while the rest of the table leans back in response to the sudden appearance, besides Kaken, who gives the mechanic a mean glare. Nothing for me, Hatsume-san. Some of the hero students here were asking about the gear for Midnight we're going to look into. Oh, already trying to make some babies for some students? I'm sure Midnight-sensei wouldn't appreciate that, Hatsume says, giving a small pout at the greenette, a little frustrated at him not trying to work on the gear already. Hold up a minute, what do you mean by babies? Didn't you know we're a player, Midori? Mina laughs, reaching over to give a small shove onto his shoulder. No, Hatsume just calls her inventions her babies. I haven't done anything like that. Izuku tries to explain, blushing even more and pulling up his arms to try to protect his face. Relax, I'm just joking. That's cool to hear, maybe you can help make a baby of mine someday, Mina teases, laughing her head off at Izuku's clear embarrassment. Whatever. Izuku tries to put on a straight face, but I have to ask. What are each of your quirks, by the way, since you are all in the hero course? I already know about Kaken's explosion and Uraraka-san's zero gravity, but I might be able to get some ideas for gear if you need them in the future. But before any of the other members of the table can get in a word, they're cut off by Hatsume standing up from her chair to face the table. Trying to pull a fast one over me, Hider-kun? You all can get gear from me at Hatsume Industries. My babies are 200% better with only 50% more detonations. Hatsume boasts, giving a wide smile. Let's let them decide, Hatsume-san, you'd need to learn about their quirks anyway, Izuku says, dragging Hatsume back down into her seat with her wide grin still apparent before pulling out one of his notebooks, ready to scribble down some notes. Hatsume then starts to pick at Izuku's own food, to the amusement to another certain pinkette. Sure thing, dude and dudette. Mine's called electrification, Kaminari explains, showing off his quirk by letting off a low level of electricity around his body, seeing the small crackles of current zap around his body for a second before shutting it off. It lets me release and attract electricity from my body. Oh, I've got acid which lets me excrete acid from my skin, Ashido shows off, holding out her open palm as a bubbling gray ooze droops from her hand. I can change the solubility and viscosity of it as well. My quirk's just not that flashy. It's called hardening, but it's still good for punching stuff. Kirishima then holds out his arm before hardening his arm, a cracked and rigid structure forming from his flesh before releasing it again. Well, I think it's an awesome quirk. It's definitely a quirk that's of great use for a pro. You can do a lot with it to save people or take a hit they couldn't. You all have such cool quirks. You'll have to let me or Hatsume-san know about any gear you'd want, but I'm sure you can all do great all on your own. Izuku says, continuing to write about the quirks in his hero analysis notebook. having brought one specifically for the students at UA. Peering over his shoulder, Uraraka gets a glance at the open page in his notebook, seeing a rough sketch of herself already present on the page. "Sue Midori, any ideas for gear for myself then?" Izuku looks up at her, a gleam in his eye and a wide smile. "Yeah. One idea I had was for you to have heavy-weighted knuckle dusters on some gloves that can both protect your hands while also packing aerial punch. I can really calm it down to how long a kankia pupi hour quirks and seek can burial stressin." After a few moments of mumbling, Izuku looks up to see the rest of the table looking at him worriedly, while Hatsum was simply nodding along. "Oh sorry. I can tend to mumble a lot when I get into it." "Tisk, just keep it to yourself, nerd," Kaken comments, flicking over a piece of his curry onto Izuku's face. But before Izuku can retort the blonde, a bell goes off in the cafeteria, signaling the start of the afternoon block. "Well, I might have some more ideas in the near future for gear. I'll see you guys tomorrow at lunch?" Izuku asks, knowing that he'll see at least Kaken with Hatsum probably appearing at some point. "Definitely, dude. But we've got our first heroics lesson now, so we better get going before we anger Aizawa-sensei anymore," Kirishima states, standing up from the table with tray in hand. "Sounds like a plan," Izuku says with a smile and a thumbs up. "Manly. See you around, dude." Kirishima waves goodbye, along with the rest of the table saying their own farewells, including a brief grunt of acknowledgement from Kaken. As Izuku got up to clean up his tray before heading to the development studio for his first real workshop session, he thinks about all of the new hero students he had just met. It was nice to get to know more students in the hero course, especially since they all have such interesting quirks. Maybe one of them can get him a good project for the semester, since even though he already has priority with Kaken's contract, he had already submitted the Grenadier bracers as part of his SBMSN portfolio, so he doubted that he could use that as his semester project. Besides, they could all probably use some kind of gear, so maybe he could be the one to make it for them. I was surprised that we had to already elect our class representative. I mean, we haven't even finished the first week of classes yet. Yeah, well, at least it ain't me. Jinji seemed to be the right choice, given his quirk and all. I suppose he can think about that stuff in the background and all. By the way, who do you think will be teaching tactics to us? I didn't see a teacher written down on the info packet for the course, Izuku asks, walking towards an unfamiliar room for his next class. No clue, aren't all the teachers pros? Kanga responds, striding along with Izuku, with her backpack slung over her shoulder. As far as I know, they would have to be a hero with experience, I imagine. It could be Power Loader Sensei since he's one of the smarter teachers, or maybe Snipe Sensei after I heard that he was a teacher here. Why would the cowboy be the teacher? The Australian inquires. He's a well-known strike team leader, having been a part of 50 public villain raids, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's responsible for that kind of course. Izuku answers, remembering the notes he had taken about the gunslinging hero. The pair eventually reached the door of the classroom for their tactics lesson, standing in front of the large, intimidating entrance. The classroom was in a different part of the main building than they were used to sticking in, having needed to take an elevator to one of the higher floors for the class, which gave them a nice view of the expansive campus below them. Opening the door, instead of a typical classroom, they see that the room is inside filled with desktops and screens along the walls, tables wrapping around the side of the room with a few chairs tucked underneath. In the middle of the room, they see what appears to be a planning table in the middle of the room, with a scale model of some kind of office building built up in the center of the table. Located at the head of the table, they spot the white-furred and well-dressed figure of the university's dean, with two different piles of papers located in front of them. Why hello. You two must be Midoriya and Ibukuro. I welcome both of you to the exclusive tactics course offered by the support course and run by yours truly. But before we get started, I must insist that you both take a seat. Nedzu says, indicating to the two chairs on opposite sides of the table with his paws. Exclusive? Izuku asks, picking out the word from the dean's introduction as he pulls out one of the chairs at the table in order to sit down. Why yes. This course is only offered to those with bright potential for this field of work, which is reserved for your advanced class. Here, we will cover the pre-planning strategies of hero battles, as well as the active role as an informant and tactician to the heroes while in the field, Nezu explains, pushing the two piles of papers to either side of the table, where the two support students had taken their respective seats. For your first lesson, I would like to go ahead and pick both of your heads to see how much talent you already have for such work. In front of you, I have provided brief introductions to each of the students in your year's hero courses. Both classes have already taken their first practical heroics lesson in which they were given a scenario to run through. Nezu sir, I don't see all of the students here. I remember that there was a Bakuga dude in the course, Kenga says, flipping through the packet of papers in front of her. You are correct. Each of you will be focusing on one of the hero courses during your year, and seeing that Midoriya here is already situated with some of the students of 1A, you will be working with students in 1B. Thank you, Nezu-sensei. But what exactly is the scenario that they ran? Izuku asks, while skimming through the contents of the packet he was given. Good question. The students were paired up into teams of 2, where they were then pitted against each other in a hero versus villain scenario. The villain team was allowed to enter into this building here, Nezu explains, waving at the scale model on the table, where they had to hide a fake bomb. Afterwards, the heroes were then allowed to enter into the building to try to locate the bomb. For the hero team to win, they needed to simply touch the bomb, while for the villain team, they needed to hold out for 15 minutes without the hero team winning. Both teams could also win by subduing the other using capture tape or by using other means. Midoriya, you will be going first in this exercise. For the first scenario on the villain team, you will find Bakugo and Ida, while on the hero team, Uraraka and Shinso. Izuku gives a nod before flipping through his papers, separating the ones dedicated to the students for the current exercise. On each paper he finds a simple breakdown of the students, giving their name, basic information on their quirk, and a list of equipment. Reading through the profiles, he sees that for Ida, he has the quirk engine, where he has an engine located within his calves which lets him run at a fast speed, while for Shinso there is the quirk brainwashing, which allows him to control anybody that verbally responds to his speech. And since he was already situated with Uraraka's and Kaken's quirks, he was able to simply glance at their pages. Taking a minute to plan, he looks at the model in front of him, counts a total of 5 floors and multiple rooms per floor along with a single central staircase. Putting together the initial pieces of a plan, a voice cuts into his thoughts. Well, Midoriya, do you have any strategies in mind for this particular situation? The white-furred dean asks, looking up at the greenette while his paws clasped together, beady eyes peering into Izuku's very soul. I think so. For the villain team, I would place the bomb on the 3rd floor, seeing that Uraraka-san would be able to reach the top floor easily using her quirk, so at the top would be least useful. They would then want to remove any items besides the bomb from the room, in order to remove any debris that she could also use during a battle. If they are aware of Shinsu-san's quirk, any communications they do should start with some kind of code word in order to confirm who is talking, because if Shinsu's equipment listing is correct, he would be able to replicate either of their voices. Then I would keep Kaken near the bomb, as his quirk would be useful as defense to keep any of the heroes away from the bomb. Ida-san would then run as a forward scout for the villains, as well as able to attack using hit and run tactics to try to wear down or capture the heroes. Izuku explains, pointing to the different locations on the model to direct the positions for the villains. Very good, Midoriya, and what about the heroes' side then? Well, for the heroes I would recommend using Uraraka-san as initial recon, where she would use her quirk to quickly scout through each of the windows on the floors to try to spot the bomb. Otherwise, they would then move to where they see the bomb using her quirk, or they would simply check through each floor as normal. Shinsu-san would be a great tool here, as his quirk would allow for an easy detain by the heroes, but I would try to disguise the activation requirement of his quirk for as long as possible. Uraraka-san would stay in front, as her quirk would make her strong at close range, as if any of the villains would be tagged by her, they would be severely disoriented and easy to capture as well. Izuku finishes, taking a deep breath after his answer, having spoken faster and faster through his response. As he looks up, he sees Kenga processing his answer, while Nezu seems to be smiling while clicking away at a keyboard in front of him. Well done, Midoriya, your planning was well thought through. But shall we see how it actually played out then? Nezu says with a toothy grin, before the large monitor on the wall behind him flickers to life, showing a camera view of the battle trial on the screen with Ida's silver-armored hero costume and the black and orange of Kaken's battle suit coming into view. Stay back, Four Eyes. I'll deal with those extras and put them in the effing ground. Bakugo-san, I implore you to look at other options. We don't even know what their quirks do. Ida says, chopping his hand through the air. Theirs aren't as good as mine. Deal with the bomb. I'll give them a DM and warm welcome at the entrance. Katsuki says, stomping down to one of the lower floors to wait around a corner. Looking over his costume, he spots the large grenades present on his costume. Damn it, they didn't put in Zukuin's bracers. These would have too much power behind them, but I could maybe use it as a scare tactic. Hearing the call for the start of the battle trial, he hears a window down the hall open up as the two figures of his opponents clamber through it. Ducking around the corner on the way to the main stairs, he hears as the hero duo make their way towards him. Feeling at his belt, he slides out one of the small round devices clipped on, finger linked onto the release pin. At least they let him add the smoke bombs to my gear. Once he feels their presence get close enough to the corner, he pulls the pin, before rolling the device on the ground around the corner as a hiss is released from the bomb. What's the dash? One of the voices calls out before a burst of smoke is released from the device, filling the corner with gray clouds. Katsuki then runs into the smoke, stalking towards one of the dark shadows in the cloud before letting out an explosion in its direction. As the explosion of power is let out from his palm, the figure dives back and onto the ground as the smoke diverts due to the pressure of the blast. In front of him, he sees a head of purple hair sticking up against gravity and dark bags under the eyes of his opponent, as the rest of his face is blocked by what appears to be some kind of scarf. Wow, you really thought that would work? What kind of pansy excuse is that for an attack? Ibags taunts Katsuki, wrapping one of his hands around the scarf. Katsuki growls at his opponent, looking around himself to try and spot his other opponent through the smoke. He dodges to the side as a stuck-out hand reaches for him out from the smoke before he bats it away using one of his gauntlets. I'll show you what effing pans dash, Katsuki yells before his eyes glaze over, his mind full of mist as his vision blurs. He tries to move, to form some kind of command for his body to follow, but instead he just stands there, despite the calls to move screaming from within. It's always too easy. Stand there and hold out your hands in front of you. Ibags commands, with Katsuki's body following, putting his arms in front of himself to let himself get captured. The other figure from the smoke, round face, walks out, holding the yellow capture tape that they were all given at the start of the match, wrapping it around his wrists. Bakugo has been eliminated from the match. Now knock yourself out, is the last thing that he hears before he blacks out. God damn it, Kaken, Izuku says, face-palming as he shakes his head back and forth. He always knew that Kaken's ego was way too big for his own good. As you can see, Midoriya, not all heroes will follow logic. Their emotions need to be taken into account after all. After that point, Ida was not able to keep up between Shinsu's capture weapon and Uraraka's grapples, leading to the villain's defeat. Any other ideas to add, Kanga? The dean asks, turning to the brunette, having now paused the video feed behind him. Well, Bakugo seems quite aggressive, so maybe both villains could have attacked together, rather than keeping one behind to defend. Both of the heroes aren't very beefy, so they could have both easily overpowered them if they had the chance. Kanga says, thinking about the start of the trail. Indeed, sometimes it is better to try to stop the problem as soon as possible. It comes down to risk versus reward in the end. Now that you have an idea of how the exercise works, I would like the both of you to write out a plan for both the heroes and villains of each exercise while we continue to review their actual performances through the video feeds. Yes sir, yes sensei. Well then, next up let us review the match in 1B between Kendo and Kurwaro as the heroes against Monoma and Shishida as the villains. Netsu continues, flicking on the screen again to the next match. You know, I got to watch your battle trials earlier today, Izuku says, picking at the plate of food in front of him, scribbling away in one of his notebooks at the lunch table joined by the same hero students as the previous day. Really? That's manly. Why is that? What did you think, dude? Whoa, one question at a time. It was for one of my classes. It's about battle tactics, so we had to come up with plans that we thought you should do, then compare it to what you actually did, Izuku explains, blushing from the attentions of all the questions from the members of his table. Seems pretty cool. I guess that means you got to see our costumes then, Midori? Did you like what you saw? Mina teases, wiggling her eyebrow towards the greenette. Yeah, all of your costumes were so cool. I didn't get much information about what support gear you had, but seeing your quirks in use was really awesome, Izuku cheerful replies, unfazed by the Pinkette's comments, as she slumps back into her chair in defeat. So how did you think we all did then? I don't think I did too well myself, Uraraka asks shyly, rubbing the back of her head as she talks. You did great with what you did, Uraraka-san. From what I thought you should do, you did exactly what I had planned, with a great job getting your team around and scouting. Kaken and his teammate were just not ready for Shinsu-san's quirk. Tisk, that extra got ifin lucky, Kaken scoffs before continuing to eat his food. Well, we know Blasty here, Kaken growls, wasn't too happy about his results, Kaminari comments, but I guess that means that you knew what all of our quirks were then? Yeah, we had a paper on each of you with a brief description of gear and quirks, but that was it. I wasn't too happy with my costume. It was a bit too tight for my liking. All I gave was a little sketch and a few comments about wanting to be like an astronaut. Uraraka chimes in with a slight blush. Well, if you want changes, then you can head down to the development studio to get them done. We get credit for our lab if we help with it. That's manly, dude. It's so cool to see you guys work on that kind of stuff. But what did you think of my battle trial then? Kirishima joins in, munching down on a rather large steak. Yeah, I saw yours too. I think you probably could have . Izuku starts to elaborate before being cut off by a sharp noise of an alarm ringing throughout the cafeteria. Security level 3 has been breached. Student, please promptly evacuate. Shouts and yells echo through the large room as the different students clamber over each other to try to make their way out of the room. As each member of the table stands up, Kirishima grabs one of the students that passes them. What's going on here? It means someone's infiltrated the school grounds. This hasn't happened in years, the student yells out before pulling away and into the crowd. The group then makes their way along with the crowd, heading towards the exit as they are pushed along. On their way out, Izuku feels a tug on his arm, spinning him around until he's face to face with a familiar robotic face. Midoriya, have you seen Hatsum? I haven't spotted her within the crowd. Jinji asks, having been made the representative for their small homeroom earlier that day. And no, Izuku says, thinking about the times that he had seen Hatsum while at school, but I think I might know where. Jinji nods, go check in with her. It was the press who had made their way onto the school grounds in order to ask about All Might. You'll be fine to check in with her and bring her to the meeting grounds for the head count. Izuku nods, before jogging over to the development studio in the support department. From what he knew about the crazed Pinkette, she was always working on some kind of invention rather than taking care of herself. The only time she had joined him for lunch was after their first day, but that was only due to the fact that he had basically summoned her to his table to get her to meet some of the other hero students. Pulling open the large metal door to the development studio, he was expecting to hear the violent noises of the various machinery working away, but instead he hears a still silence throughout the room, broken up by a soft rhythm of breathing at one of the tables. Walking over to the hushed noise, he sees Hatsum passed out at one of the tables, with some kind of strange gadget disassembled across the table. Her oiled and dirty face was resting against the table, arms draped under her head, still holding a screwdriver in one of her hands. With her horned goggles pulled up over her face, he spots the large bags under her eyes, most likely due to exhaustion. She must have slept through the alarm, with how soundly she is currently sleeping. Gently, he shakes Hatsum's shoulder to wake her from her nap. Hey Hatsum. We need to head out to the grounds, an alarm went off, Izuku whispers into her ear. Babies, density. Hatsum mumbles in her sleep. Come on, we need to get going, Izuku pleads, beginning to pick her up so that they can get moving. MP. Heater-kun. Hatsum says, slowly waking up as she blinks the sleep out of her eyes. Morning Hatsum-san, there's been an alarm, so we need to head outside to get checked in. Hawa. But I've got babies to work on, Hatsum huffs, crossing her arms across her chest. It'll just take a minute. Besides, we'll be in here for our afternoon classes anyway. Fine. The duo walks through the halls in an unusual silence, heading towards the designated meeting area on the greens outside the buildings. The silence was unusual since Izuku found that Hatsum never really avoided the chance to be able to talk about whatever she was working on in the brief PRDS that he had known her. But this silence was broken when a loud growl was heard, coming from Hatsum's direction. As Izuku turned to see what the noise was, what he saw was a blushing and embarrassed Hatsum, holding her hand over her stomach. Sorry about that, just a bit hungry. No worries, when was the last time you had something to eat? When was the last time we had lunch together? Hatsum, that was yesterday. And you only stole some of my food. Izuku deadpanned. I'll be fine, I think there was coffee back in the lab. Coffee isn't food. Besides, I can grab you some food after this is over. I can take care of myself, you know, she says, being stern with her words. I'm just worried, you were passed out in the lab during lunch after all. Well, my babies don't stop for anybody. Hatsum gleams with pride, giving him a bright smile. I know they don't, I've seen them firsthand, remember? Of course, because mine were better. Sure. Izuku waves her off, giving a small pause. Just please remember to think about yourself though. I'll try to bring you some food to the lab at the start of lunch if you'd like. And you're more than welcome to join me during lunch. I do sit with a bunch of hero students after all. Izuku grins, trying to one-up her. I'll think about it, Hatsum whispers, again being unusually quiet. Thanks. Izuku just smiles at the response before opening the door for the pair to make their way out into the field. Higuri had found Midoriya Izuku to be a bit of an enigma to him. Given how Nedzu had treated him during the exam, the provisional contract that was already in place and his unique relationship with his pink devil of a student, he had a few questions for the Greenette. Usually during the lab sessions, the excavation hero would be supervising the work in the development studio from afar while working on his own requests. Every once in a while, though, he would do the rounds in the studio, doing a one-on-one check-in with the students to see the progress of their work. Traditionally, he would first talk to the student representative for his class before heading on to the rest, but for now he'll need to break from such traditions to sate his own curiosity. Walking over to the workbench that the living solder had claimed, he spots him working on the familiar model of the thermal compression tank from his entrance exam. He had been impressed by its design, due to its low energy consumption in order to achieve its named compression, so he was glad that it was being worked on as it had a good degree of application. Hello Midoriya, I hope I'm not interrupting anything too important. I'd like to get caught up on what you're working on if you don't mind and to also ask you a few questions. Midoriya jumped at the sudden appearance behind him, dropping the tweezers that were in his hand as they clattered against the table. He then spins around in his chair to face the hero as he lifts his customized goggles off his head, a basic green color for the material with a hint of orange as a highlight, along with gold-coated lenses to finish his eye protection. Hello Power Loader Sensei. I'm just working on one of my devices at the moment. I'm planning on trying to better vent out the compressed air by adding a few extra valves where attachments could be added to use the pressurized air in different ways. Smart idea. I remember that thing could pack a decent punch when you released the pressure during the exam. Could be good to be able to focus and aim that as well. Higuri thinks out loud, remembering it letting out enough pressure to move the pack itself during the exam. Thanks for the advice. But, you said you had some questions as well? Alright. Just a few if you don't mind. I'd like to ask you about where your experience in this field of work came from, as you seem to have a decent level of knowledge and application before joining the school. Higuri had seen the transcripts from Midoriya's application, and how he had consistently competed well at one of the more serious young engineer fairs. Well, I was actually inspired by you when I was a child. I wanted to be a hero when I was little, but then saw an interview you did about support gear and wanted to do work like that. Kaken liked my gear, and my mom was happy to see my progress, so I kept at it. I competed at the Manador science fairs once I could. Joined then, which helped a lot when developing my gear, but besides that, I'm mostly self-taught for this kind of stuff. Higuri was almost embarrassed to know that one of his students was inspired by him when he was younger. Wait, that means I'm getting old. but he was glad to know where his reasoning to be a support engineer came from. Well, good to hear that I could help you out then before I even knew it. But then that leads me to that Kaken fella. I'm guessing that he's the other half of that provisional contract I was given on the first day of classes. Yeah, he's wanted to be a hero as long as I've known him, so I thought to support him. And if I was going to be a support engineer for him, then I'd have to design gear for him, right? Makes sense. It's very unusual for this level of support gear to have already been made for a hero student by another support student this early on, so it piqued my curiosity. I guess that could cause some confusion. That reminds me though, he had asked me to update his hero costume already. Whatever company that made his costume didn't work with the newer designs I had provided for his gauntlets. They should be the same model as the ones I brought with my portfolio. Well, at least you're already following your job as a support engineer. I'll take a look at the request. If you file it correctly, then we can look at incorporating it properly into his costume design. Thank you very much, Power Loader Sensei. Midoriya says with a bright smile, almost too bright. I wonder if he's using his quirk for that. No worries, kid. And one last thing, what's your deal with Hatsum? She seems to be pretty competitive with you about the support gear. I saw that you both competed at that science fair, right? Yeah, we first met at the competition when she got second while I got first. She then challenged me to meet her again at the next fair, and then the next and so on. She takes a great deal of pride into her inventions, and they're of good quality if they have a tendency to be explosive. Higuri nods his head in agreement. He had already needed to replace the main door to the development studio twice so far during the week and turn off the fire alarm 5 times due to her shenanigans. And it was only a Thursday. So I've noticed. Some competition can be good for improving the quality of what we make in the end. Have you had any ideas about what you want to do for your term project yet? Izuku shakes his head. Nothing yet. I'll probably be doing something for my contract since that is what I should do anyway. I've got a few things that I've already got planned out for his gear if he needs it, but nothing solid so far. Just cause he's your only contract doesn't mean you need to focus solely on him. You'll need to make other contracts eventually anyway, so don't be afraid to branch out, Higuri explains, patting his student on his shoulder. Thanks for answering my questions. Let me know if you need any help with your inventions or studies. Keep up the good work, you're already a very promising student for me. Izuku beams again at that statement. Maybe I should invest in some sunglasses in my hero costume. Thank you, Sensei. The next day, Izuku's day started with his first quirk theory lesson, a course that he had been extremely looking forward to. So far, all he knew was that it was being taught by the dean. It was in another random room on campus, and he was the only one in his class to have selected the course. His classmates actually seemed confused by the course for some reason, but he just guessed that they were just wondering why he would choose a topic as one of his elective subjects. He had been making his hero analysis for the future notebook since before he had even manifested his quirk. After all, most recently dedicated number 20 for his hero student friends. He never shied away from the chance to learn more about different quirks, seeing how unique and interesting each one of them are, no matter how weak or villainous society had deemed them. After all, his could only heat up some stuff, nothing crazy like that ice quirk the Todoroki kid had or the anatomically impossible splitting quirk one of the greenettes in 1B had, so he could appreciate the nuances of each and every quirk. Heading up to the assigned room, located near to where he had his tactics lesson the previous day, he walks up to the door of his class, a smaller wooden gateway compared to the typical large metal doors that were present for each classroom. And alongside the door was the label, Nedzu, Dean of UA, which now made him think that he might be in some kind of trouble. He typically never ended up in the principal's office throughout his prior education, only for the few times that his scrappy inventions went off, disrupting his class, thinking back to when his smoke bomb tool for Kaken's quirk went off in the classroom by accident once. Reaching for the door handle, he jumps back in shock when the door swings open all on its own, revealing the presence of the white-furred hero sitting at his desk. Welcome to Quirk Theory, Midoriya. I imagine you have a few questions before we start our lessons. Would you like tea or coffee? Nedzu greets the student, setting down his own teacup, already steaming. A tea, please. This is the right room, right? The greenette says, cautiously walking into the office. Indeed it is. This course is personalized, made just for you. Reviewing your quirk analysis section as part of your written exam, you blew every expectation out of the water. And it would be a disservice if I do not try my best to nurture such skills, thus leading to me creating this course for you. Well, I'm surprised you liked it that much. It was more ramblings of mine. I recognized the quirk from the hero Mr. Brave after all. I had plenty of notes already on him, so it was more me trying to remember what I had written down. Izuku blushes, not used to such comments being made about his analysis. He was typically told it was creepy due to the level of detail he put into his notes and the muttering that usually accompanied the note-taking. He had always asked for permission before taking notes on his classmates, but the teasing got to him too much towards the end of elementary school, so most of his notes were on public heroes or Kaken. Noticing such due to the description is only a benefit, not a criticism. You should use everything at your disposal to answer the questions, bar cheating outright of course. I would be more than happy to take a look at some of those notes if you wouldn't mind in the future. Of course. I actually have one on me at the moment. Izuku beams, pulling out his hero analysis for the future number 20 from his backpack. The notes are only on some of the hero students from 1A I've had the chance to talk to, so they're not too complete yet. Nedzu eagerly grabs the notebook from the greenette, starting to flip through the few pages that had been filled out already. I can see where your answer came from for the exam. With some better practices to lay out your ideas, we can sharpen this skill of yours to the benefit of your other talents. After all, being able to notice the smallest of details in the quirks of your clients can make a difference for the efficiency of their equipment. Thank you, Nedzu-sensei. What will the plan for this lesson be then? Thank you for reminding me I was getting off track. Nedzu closes the notebook, sliding it across the desk back to Izuku. In this course, we will be going over the practices for quirk analysis, both live and theoretical. As a part of that, the history and biomechanics behind quirks will also be covered to try to help further your fundamental understanding of quirks. To start, I would like you to do a brief live quirk analysis of one of our first-year hero students. As far as I have seen, you have only interacted with the students of 1A, so I would like you to do an analysis for one from 1B. Nedzu then spins around the monitor on his desk, facing it towards Izuku. It quickly flares to life, displaying a close angle of one of the students during their quirk apprehension test on their first day. On the screen, the figure of the student, with brown shaggy hair and lopsided eyes, sprints along a long jump track before taking a leap once they reach the end. A transparent yet shiny platform appears in the air, shattering underneath their foot as they use it to get in an extra jump in order to clear the gap. Now, I know that you haven't had the chance to read about this student's quirk yet, so I would like your guess as to what it is. I can do that, Izuku says, mentally straightening himself out. From what we saw, they are able to create a platform in the air somehow. The platform had low durability, seeing as it shattered upon a force being applied to it, but was still sturdy enough to be able to hold weight momentarily. I would guess that the platform was created out of moisture in the air, seeing as when the platform shattered it quickly dissipated, leaving nothing behind. Good guess. This is Tsuburaba Kozii with the quirk Solid Air. Their quirk allows them to solidify any air that they exhale. Now from that brief description, what would you say that the limits of the quirk would be? Well, I would guess it would be the size that the air that they solidify can take up, the shape in which it can take, and the durability of the solid air. From that showing, it was at least a decent enough of a size to be able to comfortably allow someone to stand, but it had a very low strength. And how should they work on improving their quirk? Nedzu nudges the student. You said that it works by them exhaling, right? So it would make sense that they would want to increase their lung capacity by as much as possible. Besides that, I would see if they are able to vary the strength of the solid air as well as see to the degree in which they can manipulate the shape that they create. Do you have any other theories about it at the moment? I would want to see about the maneuverability of their quirk, as in if someone can move the solid air after it has been created, since that would be useful for temporary, on-the-move weapons. Also, I wonder if changing the composition of the air they inhale would change the properties of the solid air as well. Izuku rambles, hands itching to write down the theories that were popping into his head. Great. I am impressed by your quick thinking. given the small amount of information that you had at hand. Let's continue with this train of thinking then, yes? We will watch the rest of the student's performance for the tests and then work on putting that analysis to paper for the remainder of the lesson. Yes, sensei. Izuku's afternoon during the week had become a rhythm of dedicating his time to improving his thermal compression tank. It had been an item that he had started working on towards the end of his last year in high school, basing his inspiration on the Buster Hero, Airjet and his quirk, which let the hero compress air around their body and then release it. The hero relied on support equipment to focus the compressed air into effective means, letting the hero fly or blast bolts of air out from their hand cannons. It wasn't particularly designed for Kaken's equipment, seeing that the blonde's quirk allowed for some form of self-propelled flight based some theory and experimentation that the pair did on the beach. No, this piece of gear was more of a passion project for himself, seeing as he had designed it around his own quirk. The theory behind the device was how the heated metal plate located in the tank would heat up the air within the device, causing it to rise into the compression mechanism. Following almost the reverse principle of his thermal padding, the device would take in electricity to heat up the place, but with the revelation that his quirk only required him to have spatial awareness of an object to heat it up, rather than direct eyesight, he could send his creation into overdrive, pulling more air into the device as his quirk heated up the plate to its limits. His few days spent so far in the development studio was focused on recreating his invention using the quality materials available to him in the lab, rather than the scrap that he would recycle from the beach. Since then, he was working on making the device more and more energy efficient, due to the high-spec tools and machinery located within the school. Taking the words of his sensei to heart, he had also worked on adding extra valves to the tank so that attachments could be added to the device to make use of the compressed air. The white noise of the various power tools whirling away in the background gave Izuku some peace while he worked, knowing that he was in his environment. Taking a step back to stretch after being hunched over his workbench to finish connecting the final circuitry in the innards of his device, he looks over to his neighboring table, where his apparent rival in support gear was tinkering away at the mess of metals on her table. His thoughts, however, are interrupted by the ringing of a phone over by Power Loader's desk. The excavation hero was usually typing away at the computer at his desk, most likely slaving away at some administrative work that needed to be done, but a phone call had never occurred. He watched as the hero quickly snatched his phone, sliding it underneath the metal headpiece that covered his face before answering. Power Loader, how can I dash? Wait, what hap dash? Right away, sir. The conversation quickly ended, as he quickly got out of his seat before jogging over to the exit of the studio. The hero turns before he disappears behind the door as he calls out to his class, I'll be gone for a few moments. Jinji, you're in charge. If anything strange happens, stay in the studio, before bolting away. Izuku looks at his class as everyone had turned to listen to their teacher, pulling up their various goggles and masks or stopping whatever they were working on, except for Hatsum, of course. They all glance at each other, with only the soft hiss of Hatsum's solder left in the background. What do you guys think that was about? Izuku says, asking the question on everybody's mind. Must be some kind of emergency, especially given that warning, Kenga comments. I'm sure it's nothing. I mean, the school is full of heroes, they can handle it, Suguru nervously mumbles out, tapping her fingers together. Yes, we must leave it to them. Resume whatever work you were doing in the meantime, the class representative orders, before turning back to the lines of text that were on the screen he was at. Izuku shrugs before sitting back down at his workbench. He was hoping to get some advice for testing his device, having put it back together finally. He wasn't 100% sure about the proper procedures for testing such gear, so it was going to be his first exposure for such a process. Instead, he decides to go ahead and do some brainstorming for the different attachments that could be made for his invention. Pulling out one of his many notebooks, he begins to get lost again in his thoughts, jotting down all sorts of ideas for his invention. Focus nozzle, tubing for flexibility, aluminum. Airjet, redirection, circulation. The slamming of the door shakes him out of his thoughts after an unknown amount of time had passed. Watching as his homeroom teacher re-entered the room, the hero returns to his desk. But instead of sitting down, he stands in front of his desk, coughing to get the attention of his class. Izuku rolls back in his chair, landing near the Pinkette's own seat before elbowing her in her side. "Oh. Watch it, Hider-kun." "Thank you, Midoriya." Now you all may be wondering what required my sudden attention. To put it bluntly, the campus was attacked by villains. I can't go into much detail, but one of the hero classes was ambushed by a group of villains at a facility near the edge of campus. Everybody's okay, only a few injuries between the teachers and students, but there will be full recoveries eventually. You have all been dismissed for the day. Please return to the dorms so that we can do a thorough security check. Sheet. Izuku thinks, remembering how during lunch his table mates had talked about how they had a special exercise as part of their heroics training that day. And that meant that they were most likely the group that was attacked. Quickly dropping his pencil and notebook, Izuku bolts out of the classroom, hurrying over to the nurse's office on campus as fast as his legs can take him. I knew I should have made those wheelies. I need to get there as soon as possible. Kaken was at that attack. Ijiro was having a rough day. I mean, so far his week was beyond his wildest dream, having been accepted into the most prestigious hero school in the entire country, getting to learn under pro heroes and training under All Might himself. He had been excited about the special training they were told that they were going to be doing for their heroics lesson that day. After lunch, they were told that they would be doing their first rescue training at a different location on campus. Ijiro never really thought of his quirk as being great for that kind of work, mainly wanting to work on fighting villains, but he knew that the manliest thing a hero could do was to save people. Color him surprised though when villains attacked them out of nowhere. When their class tried to leave the building, one of the villains blocked their way. The smoke villain started to monologue, so he and Bakubro both had the genius idea to surprise attack him in return to try to take him out immediately. But when both of their attacks did nothing, they were suddenly swallowed by the guy's quirk and spat out in a different area of the building with a whole bunch of abandoned structures. Working together, they were both able to take down the villains located in their zone, knocking the various villains back and forth between the two of them. Bakubro even spotted one hiding in stealth, blasting him unconscious quickly. They both then made their way back towards the center plaza, on their way out of the zone. Ijiro had wanted to go to the other zones to try to help their classmates, but Bakubro made a good point that the cloud villain would just be able to warp more villains. When they were making their way back to the center, All Might showed up, blasting down the entrance and taking out a bunch of villains. There was this huge purpley monster thing that was fighting All Might when they got there. Bakubro had rushed in and pinned down the warper dude, but the hand villain grabbed at Bakubro, disintegrating away part of his arm, making him scream out in pain. Ijiro managed to build up his courage and was able to jump in, knocking away the hand villain when Todoroki showed up to freeze the purple monster. Bakubro, Todoroki and himself grabbed Iwaza-sensei, who had been hurt badly by the purple monster, and started to head back to the entrance as All Might knocked the monster all the way out of the dome, defeating it completely. But that's when the hand villain jumped towards All Might, while he was distracted. "All Might!" Ijiro screamed out, running forward to jump in the path to protect the number one hero. All Might probably hadn't seen the disintegration firsthand, so he wouldn't know to move out of the way. Just as the crusty hands reached his own face, a bullet blasted from the entrance, causing the villain to jump back in pain. Ijiro stumbled into the ground, rolling through the dust that had been kicked up by all of All Might's punches. Ah, they came. I guess this is our game over screen. Back to the selection screen then. The dry blue-haired villain snarls from behind his hand of a mask. "For the time being we've failed, but we'll get you next time, symbol of peace All Might." Ijiro watches as the villains disappear into the mist, as the pair vanish completely from the building, leaving behind only the defeated villains and the just-arrived heroes. He looks over at the number one hero, to give him a bright grin in reassurance. But the hero looks back, wilted and worried. Ijiro's expression drops in worry as a concrete wall is pulled up, separating All Might and Ijiro from the rest of the students, blocking them from the view. The skinny skeleton that was in place of the hero that had just been standing there walks over to the redhead before slumping down on the ground. "So, I guess you found out my secret then. Well, All Might, are you all right?" Ijiro screams, seeing the weakened form of the symbol of peace. "I'm quite all right, thank you for worrying. But I have a question for you first. What were you thinking as you dove in front of me?" To your knowledge, I am the strongest person there is, so I would have been able to dodge the attack, correct? Ijiro pauses at the question, thinking about the rapid emotions that had been running through his brain as he dove to take the blow. I wasn't, my legs just started moving before I could think. The hero gives a kind smile, and that is the true markings of a hero. But All Might, what happened to you? Ah, a villain attack 6 years ago got to me pretty badly, the hero explains, pulling up his tattered button-up shirt to reveal a large scar across his abdomen. He gave me this scar, forcing me to reserve my strength for limited times each day. Imagine how you would puff up your chest, holding your breath to show that you've got bigger muscles. Wow, that's manly that you can keep on being a hero after that. Ijiro clutches his chest, thinking of the manliness of it. Young Kirishima, you have the promise to be a great hero one day. Now that you've seen me in this form, I'd like to keep it a secret. I would rather not worry the rest of your classmates after all. Of course, All Might Sensei. Thank you, I'd also like you to meet me in my office once we recover from this. There's something I'd like to talk to you about, the symbol of peace says, getting up from the ground as he walks over to the other teachers that had then shown up from behind the wall. Some conversation was occurring between the teachers, but Ijiro could only think about the events that had just happened. He had survived his first villain attack as a hero in training, and now also knew that All Might's time as the symbol of peace was starting to end. He can only think now about what the future will hold. Kaken, a voice screams as a door slams open. It had been nice and peaceful before the sensation of hearing re-entered his being. Blinking his eyes, his vision adjusts to a bright light shining down on him, the smell of antiseptics beginning to flood his nose. Where the am I? Kaken, the voice says again. Whatever he was on was shaking from whoever had burst into his room. Feeling the soft cushions beneath his head, he turns to look at his sudden intruder. He would recognize those green curls anywhere. The BSRD had always been there from the start. Trying to push himself to sit upright, he notices his left arm has been wrapped in a series of bandages, the pain radiating from it forcing him back down into the bed. He tries to think as to what may have put him in such a condition before he's taken out of his own thoughts. Kaken! Shut the F up! Katsuki shouts back at his childhood friend, finally getting a good look at his personal support engineer. He takes in the figure, collapsed onto the ground, clinging onto the railing on his bed as if it's his lifeline. His eyes are puffy and stained red, tear tracks rolling down his face as the Midoriya tears have come out in full force. A fragile smile starts to form on the brunette's face at the blonde's reaction. Well, all right, I thought why we might have died after I heard what happened to your class. Zukuin cries out, wobbly from the relief and worry that was flooding through his system. Tisk, of course I'm fine. Why wouldn't I be? Katsuki questions, still trying to form the events of whatever put him in the hospital bed. Do you not remember what happened? Zukuin asks, regaining his composure as he pulls himself into a chair stationed next to the bed. Noticing the confusion on the blonde's face, he wipes away some of the snot and tears on his face before continuing. Your class got attacked during your lesson. A bunch of villains managed to get onto campus to try to kill All Might. Why you defeat a lot of them, but one of them got to you. Katsuki's mind flashes, filling him the blanks in his memory. The portal, falling into the ruins, a one-sided bout against the villains with shitty hair, the purple mon. What happened to the monster? That thing had the hobo by his skin and teeth. I don't know a lot, just what Recovery Girl and Power Loader Sensei told me. And nobody died from what they said to me. Out of the students, you had the worst injuries. Hurt? How the F did I get hurt? Katsuki barks, waving the bandaged arm in front of the greenette. Just as he began to complain to the greenette some more, the clacking of a cane hitting the door frame pulls the attention of the pair to the entrance, where a short, elderly woman stood wearing a nurse's uniform. The leader managed to get a hand on you. From what we can tell, he has some kind of disintegration quirk. Without the help of your classmate back at USJ, your arm would have had serious permanent damage, the nurse explains, walking to the other side of the bed before pulling herself into the chair and flipping through some documents. How do you mean serious damage? Zukuin squeaks out, watching in some kind of awe at the nurse. The villain's quirk disintegrated through the skin and a layer of tissue on your left forearm. If it was active for any longer, it would have affected parts of your arm that my quirk can't fully heal. It'll leave a scar, but you'll still have full functionality. Sheet. What happened to the villains then? Katsuki inquires, his mind flashing to when All Might had burst through the doors and started to grapple with the monster. Escaped with a teleportation quirk. There's an ongoing investigation but nothing for you to worry about, dearies. The nurse smiles, signing something onto the papers before hopping back to the ground. You're all cleared to leave. I'd appreciate it if you were to keep those bandages on until tomorrow. Classes have been cancelled for tomorrow, so if you can head back here then so I can do a final checkup, that would be nice. And take some gummies before you go, just to make sure you have enough energy. Shoving some multicolored sweets into Katsuki's hands, he watches as the elderly woman hobbles out of the door. He spares a glance down at his injured arm, caused by the first real villain encounter of his career as a hero in training. He grits his teeth as he pulls himself up using his non-injured arm, slinging his legs off the side of the bed. Steadying himself as he stands, he watches the worried glances from the greenette in his seat. Stop looking at me like that, nerd. I don't need any of that shitty pity. I'm not pitying you. Zukuin shouts, taking Katsuki in shock as he steps back. I'm worried about you and mad at myself. Why the F would you be mad at yourself? Because I'm supposed to keep you safe. My gear wasn't good enough and you got hurt. He hadn't thought about that. What do you mean not good enough? How were you supposed to know about that fucker's quirk? And it's only been a week, of course you wouldn't have had enough time to make all my gear great. A moment of silence passes. I know, I just wish there was a way for me to know that you're doing fine. Geez, I don't know. Want me to put on a FING life alert watch or something? Katsuki jokes, rolling his eyes. That's exactly it. I could make a band of some kind to track your health. Oh, it could also track your equipment and quirk, so that you know if you're going to reach exhaustion. It could also help show your gauntlets levels that you didn't need to watch a barrels. DMN nerd, slow down. What? You actually gonna make something like that? Yep, we've got that contract after all, so I technically don't even need your permission to add it to your costume. Zukuin beams, a familiar gleam in his eyes present, which he had come to associate with either a new breakthrough or something that can cause severe bodily harm. Tisk, no need to hurry it or anything. You've still got to add the actual bracers to my costume. I've already asked Power Loader Sensei about it. I bet I could make the watch by the end of the month. I've got so many things I can cram into it. Katsuki grins. He had always known that growing up that as hero it would be a huge asset to have someone like Zukuin in his corner. But now, he was starting to truly grasp how lucky he had been to have someone so determined to his craft to be attached to him. You got 2 weeks, got it? Sure thing. It's probably not enough for my project though, Zukuin says, giving an over-the-top salute to Katsuki. Think you'll figure something out. You always do, you shitty nerd. Thanks, Kakin. It had been 3 days since the attack at USJ, shaking the students at UA up a bit. Nothing like this had ever occurred before, leading to a tense cloud of fear and doubt to fall onto the campus. Immediately after the attack, every inch of campus was searched, students were interviewed, and new security measures were added. Luckily for Izuku, the search was done by the first day, which meant that he was able to get to work over the weekend, leading up to the first homeroom starting the next week. He had immediately gotten to work on improving Kakin's costume, officially adding the grenadier bracers to the costume, then working on a basis of a smartwatch that could be integrated into the costume. He brainstormed all of the different features that it could add: hydration levels, heartbeat, sweat levels, tracking, gear durability, and gear info. He ended up padding the device using his thermal padding, which would allow Kakin to recharge his device using his quirk at small levels if used correctly. His main problem was needing to program the device, which was never one of his strengths when it came to support engineering. He thought back to his classmates and remembered how their class representative had mentioned that he would be focusing on computers and such, and so decided to ask him for help. Their first homeroom was a little tense, as their homeroom teacher, the excavation hero, Power Loader, was not yet present after the bell had rung, signaling the start of homeroom. Exchanging some whispers among the class, The door swings open, revealing the bright yellow hero costume of their sensei, carrying a binder of papers as he stands in front of the class. Morning class. I hope you all have recovered from the stressful PRD that we've had to endure already. Furesu raised her hand, asking, Sensei, what happened? I heard there was an attack on some of the students. That causes Izuku to curl a bit into his chair, remembering the aftereffects from the attack, the series of bandages wrapped around Kaken's arm and the cracked scar that was now present on his forearm. A group of villains managed to infiltrate campus, using an unknown teleportation quirk in order to try to attack All Might while he taught a lesson to the hero students. All villains have been neutralized with minimal injuries. Some of the teachers were injured but nothing that we can recover from. We've implemented new security risks so they will not be able to repeat their attack again. Thank you, Sensei, Furesa says with a nod before sitting down. With that, we can move on to the next announcement. We will be continuing with the UA Sports Festival as planned. Sir, what about the possibility of villains? It would be understated to say that it would be unwise to hold the contest after the events that have occurred, their metallic representative asks. We will be increasing security and presence of top heroes in ensure everyone's safety during the event. The sports festival is important for UA and all of its students. For you as members of the support course means that it can be an opportunity to field test your gear, or to try to gain the attention of investors. That gets Hatsume's attention as she finally looks up from a blueprint she had on her desk. Oh, my babies will be in front of the world? They would, yes. Great. She beams before continuing to scribble on her blueprint. Alright then. Well, since the sports festival is in 2 weeks from now, you will have limited time to work on what you'd want to bring for the sports festival. Due to that, the development studio will be open for extended PRDS during the weekdays and the weekends. You'll need to register any support gear that you will use during the sports festival, as well as having them tested for safety, Hatsume. The Pinkette looks up, confused as to why she was called. Alright then, next up we have, Power Loader continues with the rest of the announcements, as Izuku begins to think about the sports festival. It would be a great chance to test out his improved thermal compression tank on the field as well as all the other small inventions he had been tinkering with. But the real reason why he was looking forward to it was that he had watched the festival every year for as long as he could remember. One of his dreams was to be able to compete in the sports festival, and now that he was at UA, he would give his all, body, mind and heart. It could also be a great way to present the quality of his gear to the other hero students and the support companies. Shall we check out the competition then? From what I've heard, the hero courses tend to fill out much of the slots throughout the festival, Jinji, their class rep suggests, making his way out of the door. The rest of the class follows him, Izuku deciding that it would be a great chance to check in on Kaken. Hatsume rushes off in the other direction, however. That's the way to the development studio. Walking over to the heroic homerooms, Izuku spots the 1A classroom, which he knew was Kaken's, with a large crowd forming outside of it. Is there so many people here? Suguru asks, peeking through the crowd to see the door. They most likely want to see the survivors of the USJ attack. That or they want to scope out the competition, Jinji explains, pushing through the crowd to make it towards the door. Izuku follows, spotting a silver-haired student also making his way towards the front of the crowd as the door to the classroom slides open. As the noise of the crowd picks up, Izuku can hear the familiar shouts of a certain blonde explosive user. It's pointless for you all to try and win. So why don't you just F off you goddamn mob? Kaken shouts at the crowd. Typical Kaken, Izuku thinks as he opens his mouth to get his attention. But he's beaten to the punch as the silver-haired student replies to the hero student. Hey! You! I'm from Class B. I heard you knocked around with villains or whatever, so I came here to see it directly. But I don't want to hear it from some punk. Don't embarrass us during the main event, got it? Izuku waited for his friend to explode, literally or otherwise, at the other students, but instead he saw him just shrug him off after saying something to Kirishima before pushing his way through the crowd to get to his next class. I'll see you at the festival, Kaken. You better be at the finals with me. Izuku shouts, smiling at his friend. The blonde turns around and spots the green curls of his support engineer, giving a quick grin before moving on. There was only so much time to prepare for the sports festival after all. Ijiro had been a little overwhelmed by all the people waiting for their class once they had gotten back to classes. The attack at USJ had left him with a lot to think about. All Might had been put into his own room in the infirmary after the attack to recover from all the blows he had received from that purple monster, a Nomo from what he had heard it be called by the villains. He remembered how All Might had wanted to talk to him about something, which left him wondering what it could be about. He had to imagine it had to do with keeping the secret about his injury, but he would never betray the #1 hero. But he had to guess that there were some actual legal documents he had to sign to tell him to keep quiet about it, like in all those crime dramas he had seen growing up. Classes on the first day after they returned were back to normal, covering a normal educational content which he found weird, being in a hero course after all. He struggled to think of how learning about the avant-garde style of art impacted being a hero. Something about it never really clicked with him, but Bakubro seemed to get it. He had found Bakubro to be an interesting character in his class, who really radiated a real manly energy. He always acted in confidence in what he did, so he was pulled to want to be a friend of his. Luckily, he had met Midobro as well, who happened to be best friends with Bakubro, which made that whole job easier. He had never really considered the support aspect of hero work in the end, seeing all the flashy quirks hold their own against villains, so he had expected to fully lean on his quirk to get the job done. But then again, he wasn't the smartest student, so maybe Midobro could figure out some gear for him to use. Tagging along in his little group that had formed, with Mina, Uraraka, Kamibro and Bakubro, they headed off to the cafeteria for their lunch break, which would be a great time to ask Midobro about support gear. However, once they turned the corner into the lunchroom, they were blocked by the suited figure of All Might himself, carrying a small bento box with him. "Oh, there you are. Young Kirishima. Would you care to come eat lunch with me?" All Might booms with his heroic smile, cradling the bento box in his giant mitts. "All Might. I would love to." Ijiro smiles, never imagining that this would ever happen to him growing up. The opportunity to talk one-on-one with the #1 hero, one of the manliest people alive. "Bro, why's All Might inviting you to lunch?" Kamibro complains, slumping over dramatically onto Bakubro's shoulder, who promptly shouts at him, blasting him off. "I don't know. Must be about the attack or something. I'll catch up with you guys later." Ijiro waves to the group, following behind All Might as he rushes towards one of the rooms down the hall. Opening it up, he spots a few couches and a table set up inside, with some bookshelves located around the room. Once the door closes, Ijiro watches as steam begins to emit from All Might, before a large puff of it engulfs the hero, leaving him in his skinny form. "All Might, are you alright? You took some serious blows during the USJ incident and all." "Thank you, young Kirishima, but I am fine. The reason why I've brought you aside is that I have something of a proposition for you," All Might explains, taking a seat on the couch. "A proposition?" "Yes, what if I told you that I could give you my own power, in order to take on my legacy?" What do you mean by, give me your power?" Ijiro asks for more clarification, since the idea is so outlandish. Quirks can't be given from one person to the next. "You see, it's about my quirk. I'm not a natural-born hero. My quirk is a special one, not unlike a sacred torch passed down from one bearer to the next," All Might explains, holding out his hand to show the energy he possesses, power pulsing throughout the room. "A quirk you can inherit." "Yes, and I would like you to be the next in line." "What?" Ijiro screams, shooting up straight at the suggestion. "I have been looking for a successor for a little while now, given my condition. My quirk is called One for All, and I have finally come across someone who I wouldn't mind giving it to." "You." "But All Might, that's such a great power. Wouldn't it be better to give it to someone else?" "Perhaps, but what I saw from you at the USJ incident, you moved without thinking, acting as a true hero. Not many in the field act in that manner, and is the calling of one with a heroic heart. Being where you are in your career, it would not be as noticeable for you at Gain One for All, diverting any attention. And I also know that you will do great things with this power as my successor," All Might concluded, slumping back down into his cushioned seat. Aijiro ponders on all the information that he was now just given. All Might's power was one that could be given to another person. All Might wanted to give him that power. It was such a crazy secret, so to reveal it to Aijiro must mean that All Might's sure in his decision. And that was a manly level of trust. He wasn't sure if he was the best person to take that power, but he for sure going to be the best hero he could be. "I'll do it, All Might, I'll take your power and won't let you down," Aijiro says, standing up and holding his fist out in a show of confidence. "Ah, wonderful young Aijiro. I'm sure that you won't." All Might booms, buffing up into his heroic form. "Manly? Thank you for this. But how do I get the power then?" "Good question. In order to take in One for All, you need to be a proper vessel to handle its strength. You already seem to be in good shape, but I would like to take the next week to review your work. Then, at the sports festival, you can show the world that you are here." "What would happen if I'm not ready for it then?" Aijiro asks, thinking about the difference in size between himself and All Might. To put it simply, your body wouldn't be able to hold such raw power and your limbs would fly off and blow you to bit. All Might explains, putting a morbid image of his arms and legs exploding in his mind. "But I'm sure that you are more than ready. I'll do whatever it takes, All Might." Aijiro shouts with determination, thinking about what he has just agreed to. To take in the power of All Might himself, that was something he thought would never be possible. He wasn't sure if he would be able to live up to All Might himself, with how manly of a hero he is and all, but he'll for sure try his best to become a successor which All Might can be proud of. Izuku had been struggling to figure out how to use the thermal compression tank for the sports festival. With all of the work that he had already put into it, he would need to make it the centerpiece of the support gear that he would be bringing to the event. He had started to put together some attachments to use for the tank, having acquired some flexible yet durable tubing to connect the pieces together. He was glad that he was able to use such high-quality materials in the development studio, remembering all of the time spent sorting through junk and trash to find recyclable parts that he could use for his tinkering inventions back on the beach. Buying the material outright was way too expensive for a younger Izuku, and he didn't have any connections to the local mechanics or car dealers for spare parts, so he had to stick with what he could scavenge. After reassembling the thermal compression tank from his blueprints with new parts, his second reassembling for the grenadier bracers was much faster, taking only a day to create and another to test. He had spent most of the day with Power Loader, who was going through the ropes of safety testing and checking that all of the parts were in working order. It had been a fun day for Izuku, as he learned a lot more about what it meant to be a personal support engineer. Growing up, he had always just made new things before moving on to the next invention, so he still needed to learn the business of being a support engineer. Power Loader had shown how he needed to take more care of his inventions, as civilian lives could be dependent on how well his gear performed. Power Loader shared a lot from his own experience, dealing with his own gear breaking down and needing to fix it, as he was his own support engineer, the only hero in Japan to be so. Ensuring that all gear was in prime condition, running it through as many rigorous tests as possible meant that less time was needed to be spent on repairs, which meant more time could be spent on the next project. Izuku figured that work as an actual support engineer for a hero was spent juggling repairs, innovating and a whole lot of paperwork, after checking through all of the forms he needed to fill to get the grenadier bracers as an official part of Kaken's hero costume. Izuku figured that with around 2 weeks to go until the sports festival kicked off and now that he had gotten his promise to Kaken out of the way with his hyperfixation on it, he could now work on creating gear for himself for the festival so long as no sudden problems occurred to interrupt his work. Screwing in the last bolt on the contraption on his desk, Izuku sets down the wrench to look at his work. Figuring that for the festival, he would need some quicker way to get around rather than just running, he thought that adding simple mobility to his arsenal would be a good idea. Which led him to taking apart a rolling pallet from the studio and a pair of work boots to create a Frankenstein's creation of roller skates. Wanting to provide as many options as possible, he added a simple mechanism to the bottom of the boots, letting him toggle the omnidirectional wheels protruding from the sole of the boot. With a simple flick of a switch, the wheels would tuck themselves in, flushing flat with the soles, letting him walk around as normal. The bearings and casing were replaced with higher durability materials in order to let him zoom around at levels comparable to a sports car. All in all, he was happy with the small project he had been working on, after designing and building it over the course of only 2 days. He still needed to run it through the ringers, to test its limits in case of an emergency and for official documentation. But he had to set it to the side for later, glancing at the lone clock in the development studio where it read 4:13 on its mechanical hands. Putting away his tools and clearing his bench, he pulls out a notebook to prepare for the appointment that he had set up earlier that day. And all it left behind was a miniature Vesuvius and a melted block of steel. Izuku exclaimed to his friends, munching down on his lunch. "TSK, you made sure to add its limits right," Kaken asks, peering one of his deep red eyes at the support engineer, slightly worried about his new piece of gear. Yep, you can check the levels on its gauge. I'll eventually add it digitally to your wrist tracker once I get it done." Izuku waves off the comment, trusting his thorough testing. "Wow, the support course seems pretty intense, dude. That's stuff that goes way over my head." Kaminari slumps in his chair dramatically while Kirishima pats his back in sympathy. "Well, that's why we deal with it after all. I've got to go now to make sure that Hatsum has some lunch before our lab time," Izuku says, getting up from his chair with his tray in hand. "I'll see you guys tomorrow, yeah? Have fun at your hero training." As Izuku dumps off his lunch tray and picks up a bento box for Hatsum, he feels a tug on his sleeve before he exits the cafeteria. Turning around, he sees Uraraka looking at him timidly, poking her pointer fingers together. "Midori, you mentioned that you could maybe help me with my costume and gear and stuff, right?" Uraraka asks, looking down at the ground. Yeah. It's our job after all. But do you have some problems with your gear?" "A bit. My costume's not really anything too special, and I've been thinking about some of the ideas that you told me about. Could I maybe get you to help me with it?" Uraraka squeaks at the end, clearly a little embarrassed about the request. "Sure. How about you head on over to the development studio after your heroics class then? You can bring along your costume so we can have a look at it together. I'll pull up your specs as well." Izuku beams, happy to help another hero student. "Thanks, Midori." Uraraka smiles. "We'll finish around 4 so I can be there a bit after that then?" "Sure. I'll get things ready then." Izuku smiles as he watches the gravity user stroll through the development studio, looking around in awe and a bit of fear from all of the different machines and inventions causing chaos around the room. He waves as she makes eye contact with him after scanning the room, patting the chair he had pulled up for her. "Thanks again for helping me with this. I'm not really too sure what kind of gear I could use." Uraraka sighs, sitting down in the chair wearing her hero costume, the pink and black retro astronaut theme clearly present. "No worries, it's always fun to try and work out new gear. I haven't had a new hero student to do this for since Kaken got his quirk." "Wow, really? Well, I hope my quirk's good enough for it then." "Every quirk has something that could be made for it. I've already looked over your costume specs and noted down a few changes that I'd like to make. I don't have much experience with costume design so far, and I'm more experienced with support equipment anyway. First off, remove the heels." Izuku deadpants, pointing to the design sheet with her boots marked out in red. "We can add the shock-absorbing cushion to the whole boot rather than the heel. Plus, it'll be easier to run in." "Sure. I just trusted that my costume was made correctly, so I didn't really want to ask about it," Uraraka says with a small blush, rubbing the back of her head. "Yeah, they can be lazy with your first costume from what Midnight Sensei has told us. Besides that, all of your support gear is to reduce your quirk drawback, right?" "Yeah, I get nauseous and throw up if I use it for too long, so my pressure points have to help reduce it." "So we'll keep that." "Was there anything that you felt like you were missing? Any ideas you have for what you could do?" Izuku asks, notepad in hand and pencil at the ready. I always thought it would be cool if I could fly around like an astronaut since I could remove my own gravity and act like I'm in space. But that seems pretty far-fetched." Izuku looks behind Brunette and spots his thermal compression tank with a nozzle attached to one of the tubes and gets an idea. "I don't think so. Here, let me show you something." Izuku hops up from his chair to turn on his invention. Uraraka spins around in her chair to follow the greenette, seeing the bulky piece of technology sitting on the table. "Could I ask what that is?" And should I be afraid? This is my current project. It takes in air and compresses it for further use. I'm working on attachments for it so that the compressed air can be used, Izuku explains, standing up his notebook on the far end of his desk then grabbing the nozzle. Now that I'm at UA, I've been working on improving the design so that it could be more usable. Izuku then displays his creation, the hum of the heating panel located inside the innards of the device working to draw in the surrounding air. Izuku grabs the nozzle attached to his device, one hand pointing it at the notebook and the other on the valve on the front of the tank. Taking aim, the green-haired inventor turns the valve, releasing the compressed air through the attachment, focusing the blast forward and knocking over the notebook with a whoosh as it falls off the table from the force of the attack. Uraraka watches on in wonder, gears turning in her head for the application of the invention. Oh, you could use this as a thruster like how they did in space. Yeah, it's definitely a work in progress, but something like this could be used, Izuku says, turning off his invention. There's still a lot of work to do, but if I could, I would like to try to make something for you using this. Maybe use the sports festival as a benchmark. I'd be happy with any help. It'd be pretty cool if I could fly like that, Uraraka giggles at the thought, but should anything else go with it then? I've got an idea that could work with it. Izuku exclaims, grabbing his notebook off the ground before scrambling back to his chair, opening the book to one of its many pages. What if we add some grappling hooks to your costume? You could pull objects back to you by activating your quirk after they've attached or pull yourself towards them by being weightless yourself. Uraraka smiles brightly. That would be really helpful. It would help a lot with rescue work as well, being able to pull people from rubble and all that. I could put it all together then as a mobility kit as part of your gear. It would mean that it would all be classified as a single piece of equipment under your costume for repairs. To keep things simple, Izuku says before a flash of inspiration runs through his head, and if you wouldn't mind, we have to do a project as part of the support course each semester. It's for a big piece of work that we do and get graded for it. Would you mind if I did all of that for my project then? Of course. I would be happy for you to do it for it. I'm sure it'll be even better because of it. But why wouldn't you make something for Bakugakuin instead? You seem to work closer with him anyway, and you mentioned that whole contract thing a little bit ago, Uraraka asks, frowning at the end. The last big thing I made for him was part of my entrance portfolio, so I couldn't use that for the project. And I don't have anything planned right now for him that would be big enough for the grade. Just don't tell him, he'll get jealous that I'm doing work for you rather than him, the support engineer says with a teasing smile, hoping that she'll get the message and do the exact opposite. Oh, sure, the brunette giggles, and sounds like a plan. I don't think I would have thought about support gear without you, so thank you for that. I'll trust you with my costume then, okay? It's my pleasure. Maybe one day I'll be your support engineer as well. Izuku smiles fondly, happy to help his fellow student and friend. At least now, he has a plan for the festival and his project. Now he just needs to run it by Power Loader before making it official. No, Hatsum, we can't just test them outright. We haven't even looked at the load yet. You can't get anywhere without a little risk, Hider-kun. What? This isn't about risk. We haven't even thought about the structure of the container. It'll be fine. Baby number 216 will clean up the mess anyway. Hatsum brushes Izuku off, pointing over to the strange contraption sitting in the corner. It looks like a wood chipper on wheels. Izuku lets out a long sigh. No, remember what Power Loader Sensei told us. We need to follow the proper protocols before testing new inventions. That's what led to the door blasting off the hinges before I got here today when you decided to test your hover saws in the studio. Izuku was having a hard time getting across to Hatsum. Knowing her from her competitions, her inventions, babies, were always a bit unstable, to put it in the nicest terms. He would always admit that she was a prodigy, she could always create the impossible, but she always had to do it her way. When her invention, they're called babies, blew up on stage after she received first place during one of their competitions at the science fair, he knew that she never really regarded safety as a priority when it came to inventing. The main problem was that they were working on a piece of prototype gear for an actual pro hero. This could make or break their careers, and he needed to trust Hatsum on the project since she was a wizard with explosives, and they agreed to work on the gear together when Midnight had approached them about it after class. With the sports festival coming up, Izuku didn't want to spend time on gear besides ones that he would be using himself during it, as he had very limited time remaining. He had been making huge strides when it came to his thermal compression tank, managing to get some straps and padding attached so that he could wear it, as well as bringing back an old favorite invention of his for the competition. However, he and Hatsum agreed to work on the project at least once a week, so he had to commit to the work. It was the first time he would be working with Hatsum, so he had also wanted to make a good impression, but she just didn't seem to care about his opinions for the gear or on how to make it. He came up with the idea anyway, so he was getting more and more frustrated working with her. Well, they worked after I rebuilt them. So let's get to it, Hider-kun. Hatsum cheerfully smiles, grabbing for their prototype. They had created a simple chassis of a smoke grenade with a special release mechanism and clip attachment for where Izuku's excretion mesh would be installed for the quirk to have its effect. Izuku left the release to Hatsum while he worked on the collection device, so when he took a look at the top and it looked suspiciously like an egg timer, he felt like he was rightfully worried about the integrity of their device. Baby. No. We need to document it first. Izuku starts to shout, turning a few heads from in the development studio, as he grabs for the device. It's not ready to go yet. Stop being stubborn, Hider-kun. It'll be perfectly fine. Hatsum says with a grunt, trying to tug the grenade from the greenette's hands. A small series of grunts occurs as one tries to pry the small inventions from the other's hands, until a small click is heard and a bang echoes throughout the studio. The other students shrug before turning back to their work, getting used to the number of explosions that follow the Pinkette's work. As the smoke clears from the explosions, both inventors are situated on the ground, black soot staining both of their faces as they both quickly dust themselves off as they get up. See, Hider-kun. It was perfectly fine, it went off without issue and nobody got hurt. Hatsum half yells firmly at her support rival, poking a finger to his chest, craning her head up to look him dead in the eyes. But what if it didn't? Then we might both be missing a hand now. How can you not see the problem in that? Izuku shouts back, throwing his hands up in frustration. Oh, I don't know, maybe because I always work like this. Sure, just blow everything up, we'll see how well that works when you are dealing with an actual hero. You just don't know what good dash. Their shouting competition is interrupted as the door to the development studio is slammed open, revealing the figure of their homeroom teacher marching over to the pair. Reaching the duo, he takes in the situation, groaning for a second as he crosses his arms. Now why have I been sent a message about a fight breaking out in MY Studio? I was just dealing with some of the worst code I've ever seen, for a slingshot launcher by the way, from another class before I was told that I needed to deal with you lot. And right now I would somehow rather be back there dealing with that nonsense than having to deal with a pair of children working with heavy machinery, the excavation hero scolds his students. So why don't one of you explain what just happened? Power Loader Sensei, Hatsum wasn't following proper protocol for testing. Teacher Sensei Hider-kun was interrupting progress on our invention from worrying too much. Power Loader stops their explanation by holding up his hand before giving another heavy sigh. Okay, you two, clearly there has been a disagreement with the development process. Each person has their own way of going about it, but when working in a team you need to come to a compromise. Right now, you will both need to leave the studio until you sort out your differences. Once you have done that, you can head back in here and explain to me your plan and clean up this mess. And I thought people were adults here. With silent complaints and a solemn nod, the pair exit the studio, closing the door behind them before sitting down on a bench located in the hallway. A tense quiet sits between the pair before Izuku decides to speak up. Sorry for not trusting your design process, I'm sure you know your way around explosives. Did you think I was going to just set our baby off in the studio? Kinda yeah, I mean you do have a lot of explosions in the studio, Izuku says with a chuckle, a slight blush from her phrasing. Those are unintentional if not helpful. When I do have a baby ready, I do my best to test them. I care about all of my babies after all. I don't doubt that. I'm sorry for not trusting you. Hatsum agrees with a hum, returning to the silence between the pair. Should we get back in there? Hatsum asks, starting to stand up. This is usually where you would apologize to me as well, then we go back in. Why would I apologize though? Hatsum genuinely questions, tilting her head in confusion. Oh, I don't know about the blatant disregard to your and my health? It's not safe to test things outright like that, Izuku replies, beginning to get frustrated again, clenching his fists. I don't really see the problem, we tested it anyway. Izuku takes a deep breath, holding his hands up in front of her. You know what, whatever. I'm not going to deal with this right now. Let's put off the grenade for now. You can go back to blowing things up and I can get back to getting ready for the festival. Hatsum replies with a non-committal hum before walking back towards the support studio. The pair enter back into the studio, the eyes of their classmates on the duo as Hatsum drudges over to her desk, pulling out a bucket and rag to clean up the remaining soot on the ground. Izuku walks over to Power Loader's desk, having grabbed the remaining scrap from their invention and placed it on the metal countertop. We're done working on it for a while, we're going to focus on the sport festival anyway. We don't have a deadline for the prototype, so we're going to continue after the event. Did you working things out? Power Loader inquires, looking over from his computer screen. Not exactly, she doesn't see any fault in her actions. Izuku grunts out, starting to walk back to his own station. I'll see if I can talk some sense into her. Did you see your own faults as well? I think so. The next week and a half leading up to the festival was filled with banging metal, bright sparks, and a flurry of blueprints. Izuku's main focus was on his quintessential thermal compression tank, having made great strides in the design. He had managed to make the devices smaller, making it more efficient for its size. Izuku had added a series of attachment valves to the device, where a heat-treated tube could be added to vent compressed air through for various applications. The burst pack, as Izuku had dubbed it, was the tank mounted onto a backpack, with built-in exhaust vents on the sides of the device to propel him around, shooting him through the sky in bursts of compressed air. He hadn't gotten it to the point where a sustained release could occur, but he could essentially shoot himself around in quick increases of acceleration. The initial nozzle used from his most recent display had been converted into what he named the burst cannon, which was just a gun that would shoot a packet of compressed air. The valve that it was attached to would pump air into the cannon where a single shot would be stored. Once shot, the valve would start to refill the cannon when it had enough air to spare, as Izuku had hooked up a circuit board to monitor the different levels within the various compartments of his invention. He had a few other devices that worked with the tank as well, but wanted to keep the knowledge of his inventions as quiet as possible to try to surprise his competitors when he made it to the tournament round. To monitor all of the information processed through the pack, he fitted a UI display into his protective goggles he had made for working in the lab. The goggles had been a passion project of his from before entering UA, which allowed him to get a thermal reading of his environment. They were strengthened to block out any bright lights from sparks while working and to protect from any steam or various chemicals from entering his eyes. Now with a UI display, he was able to better understand how all his inventions work together, as well as to tell him of the other various information that he had added to the UI. He found that when testing, it was surprisingly very useful to have the UI while working on his inventions, telling him reminders of the time, as well as the progress of the printers in the workshop so that he could get his other materials when ready. Paired with his now red-colored combat wheelies to move around the development studio quickly, his green and gold goggles started to form his work outfit, with green overalls, a birthday gift from Kaken, and a simple black shirt. He started to feel comfortable in his workwear. And to tie all of his gear together, he needed a controller to release the bursts of air from his burst pack to get around. He jury-rigged a joystick from a game controller onto his latest creation, the Barricade Gauntlet. He was able to control his movements from behind the guarded bracer. The Barricade Gauntlet was the up-to-date prototype of his first successful invention, which gave him a form of protection from opponents in the form of impact suppression. Altogether, he was finalizing his support gear for the sports festival, needing to submit all equipment to be brought to it the night before the festival, aka tomorrow. Wanting to test his gear working in tandem, he had asked Uraraka if she was willing to help test out his gear, as it would be a look into the progress that he had made with the thermal compression tank for her own future support gear. Standing on his own in the middle of the empty gym that he had reserved, he hears the click of the door closing behind the person entering the room. The gym was one of the ones on campus that was cleared for support gear testing, with cushioned floors and reinforced walls. Looking up from the tablet he brought for diagnosis, he sees the brown bob cut of the gravity heroine as she approaches the green inventor. "Hey Midori! You said that you wanted some help with testing gear?" Uraraka cheerfully asks, bouncing up to the engineer. "Yep, I think I've got my gear together for the festival. We've only got 2 days, but I think I should probably try using all of it right." "Yeah, I'm just surprised that you asked me over Bakugo-kun. I kinda wanted to keep it a surprise from him, so please be quiet about this," Izuku says, holding a finger over his mouth. "I've got a tennis ball launcher set up over there. I'm going to move to the other side of the room and I want you to try to hit me with them." "Sure thing," the brunette confirms, skipping over to the large cannon, looking like a gunner's turret ready to fire. The contrast between the short and bubbly heroine and the imposing turret is not lost on the greenette. Turning on the power to his equipment, he walks over to the side of the gym before looking at the gravity user. "All right, fire when ready." And fire she does, shooting a barrage of tennis ball at Izuku. Switching the trigger on his controller, Izuku jumps before skating away, as the wheels roll out from under his boots. Having taken some time to practice with his new boots, he's found that he was able to glide around the room decently, trying his best to bob and weave between the projectiles. "Wow, you look like Mina out there," the brunette commentates, Izuku agreeing with a grunt as he jumps over the oncoming yellow comet. Seeing that he's about to hit a wall, he flicks the joystick to the side, activating a burst of air from the burst pack to instantly dodge the projectile, changing his momentum as he turns around. He watches at the simple level bar that he made for the compressed air in the UI lowers slightly, showing the tracking he had implemented. He continues to toy around with the joystick, sending bursts of air around him, as he experiences the G-forces from the sudden movements causing a small amount of motion sickness. "Is that the tank you were talking about? You're zooming around there." "Yeah, it's pretty efficient, huh, too. You'll have a small one in your costume since you need less, power to move with no gravity." Izuku shouts back, trying to pay attention to the onslaught of attacks. "Great. That's all of the tennis ball in the launcher." Uraraka laughs as the whirring of the turret slows down, a sea of tennis balls strewn across the gym floor. "Thanks. I was nice to get some practice in before the festival." "No worries, I owe you after all. For working on my costume and all. It's a lot easier to run without the heels anymore. I mentioned how we could change it to another classmate of mine who has heels as well." "That's good, they are your first costume anyway," Izuku says with a sarcastic eye roll. "I'm going to clean this up before heading out to run some specs on the gear. Thanks again for helping out. It was fun. I should invite some of the others for practice like this sometime. You could sit in for some analysis or something as well. Could be fun, good idea nevertheless. But good luck in the sports festival," Izuku says, turning his back to Uraraka to start gathering the tennis ball. "Midori," Uraraka growls out in a much deeper voice than usual. Izuku turns to see a dark and determined face on Uraraka. "Let's crush it, the sports festival. I'll see you in the finals," Uraraka says, pumping one of her fists into the air. Izuku laughs at the display. "Sure, I'll definitely meet you there." The UA Sports Festival was an event comparable to any other major sporting event across the world, being watched by millions if not billions of people. In the advent of quirks, normal athletic competitions started to lose their interest, instead adopting more extraordinary games to attract the attention of fans. With the new superhuman society, UA had decided that the best way to promote their new heroes and students would be to have their own version of the historic Roman gladiatorial games. And that was the UA Sports Festival, where their contestants would compete in a series of events to crown its champion. The event was spread across 3 different days, each one dedicated to one of its year groups, which meant that the brand new freshmen would be the first to show off their talents. Growing up, Izuku watched the festival religiously, watching the prospective heroes and their quirks face head-to-head, seeing where the diamond in the rough would shine. Multiple of the current day's top heroes could find their start during their first sports festival, and that included a special few support engineers that managed to weave through the cracks to end up in the famous tournament bracket. Having studied the games, Izuku knew that the festival was split into 3 different rounds: a free-for-all event, a team event, and finally a one-on-one tournament fight. This meant that he could relatively guess what he needed to prepare for each section. Strapping on his heavy backpack, Izuku physically and mentally prepares for his very first UA Sports Festival. He had designed his gear to be focused on mobility and defense, letting him make it through the events as best he could. He had been waiting for this day his whole life, where he would walk through the gateway onto the stage in the middle of the massive UA stadium in front of the world. He had hoped to make his mom proud, to show to her that all of his work had finally paid off and he would be seen as the wonderful young man as she had always said that he was. He also saw this as a great opportunity to test the effectiveness of his gear in a practical environment, especially as his core piece, the thermal compression tank, was part of his final project for the semester. He had managed to get the project approved by Power Loader as new equipment for a hero student right before the festival started. Hopefully with a good showing, he can prove how effective his gear was. As he secures his belt weighted with his various weapons, he looks up to spot the spiky blonde hair of his best friend and hero counterpart walking up to him. "Alright nerd, this is where I show how I'm the FING hero," Kaken shouts, pointing to his chest, gaining the attention of all the other competitors in the room. Izuku only nods. "And you're the support engineer. You better show how good your gear is." Kaken points now at the greenette's chest. Izuku can feel his eyes start to water at Kaken's words. It was probably the most positive and direct compliment he had ever gotten from the blonde, and knowing how he acted, Kaken truly believed in his support engineer. "I promise I won't let you down, Kaken," Izuku yells back to the hero student, causing him to grin wildly before he stomps back to the entrance as Izuku tightens the gauntlet on his left arm. Tying his boots to secure the last of his gear, Izuku feels the manic presence of his rival support engineer approach him from behind, based off the smell of gunpowder and motor oil. "My babies are primed and ready to go. Let's see who's are better once again, Hider-kun." Hatsum challenges Izuku as he peers up at her, seeing her strapped from head to toe in various support gear. The two support course students had been on rocky ground since their incident almost 2 weeks ago. This was mainly due to Izuku's annoyance at the Pinkette, while the Pinkette had just continued her insistence of superiority with even more fervor. Besides the pair, only Kanga had joined in for the sports festival as part of 1H, as the others either didn't have practical gear to use during the festival, or simply did not feel comfortable in competing in the first place. "I guess we will. Stay safe, Hatsum-san," Izuku replies to the Pinkette. As all the competitors gather around the entrance to the open grounds, Izuku can hear the festival kicking off, with the famous loud noise of the voice hero, present mic over the stadium stereo. It's the freshman stage as the students are making their entrance now. Out first, it's the famous Class 1A, having shrugged off a mass villain assault with their own wills. And behind them, not to be forgotten, is their sister Class 1B ready to make their own statement. Izuku watches as the pair of hero classes walk out onto the grand stage, as the cheers of the crowd go wild as the first students appear from the opening. And following them, it's the classes 1C, D, and E full of promising students from our general education course. Not as much fanfare, they almost don't even care about us non-hero students, Izuku can hear from the remaining crowd as the students continue their march forward. From what he had heard, students could try to make their way into the hero course through the festival, provided they performed well enough. And that seemed to be plenty of motivation for a lot of the students around him. Up next, it's the classes 1F, G, and H of engineers from the support course. Izuku hears the cry as the few students registered from his course walk onto the stage, roughly 24 based on his estimate, mainly from the other classes. Izuku can only guess that most of them are there for similar reasons to their general course counterparts, based on the lack of equipment. Izuku bounds onto the stage with a bright smile on his face as the bright sun shines down on his face, as Kanga gives a feral grin with her minimal visible support gear and Hatsum spies wildly into the audience, zooming in on the crowd. And to act as the referee for the festival today, we have the R-rated heroine, Midnight. Now, fair play everybody. Midnight cracks her whip, gaining the attention of the crowd. "Alright, it's time for the athlete's oath. And for that, we have our student representative, Bakugu Katsuki of Class 1A. Izuku can feel himself getting giddy as they approach the start of the first activity. He knew that Kaken would be giving the oath, as he had placed first in the practical exam. But what he didn't know was what the explosive blonde was going to say. Just know, I'm gonna win. Kaken says with a smirk before walking back down the steps to rejoin his class as the other students start to boo him. Oh, Kaken, don't ever change. Alright, with that we can move on to our first event. Onto the preliminary round this year, lots of folk will end up choking here down the line, Midnight shouts, pointing her whip to the revolving wheel of games behind her, and this year's first round of Destiny is Obstacle Race. All classes will be participating in a 4-kilometer race around the perimeter around the stadium to qualify for the next round. You are allowed to do anything so long as you remain within the course. So let's get cracking. Izuku lines up at the gate along with all of the other students, many of them crowding near the front to get as best of a start as they can. Due to his bulky gear, he stays near the back as he powers on the various systems of his gear. Izuku watches as his UI flickers to life in his goggles, displaying the filling gauge of air pressure as his burst pack begins to fill. Runners, on your marks, go! Midnight whip cracks just as the gates open up, revealing the rest of the path ahead. As Izuku prepares to use a burst of air pressure to send him flying over the crowd, he finds himself stuck to the ground. He looks down to see a layer of ice trapping his boots to the dirt below. God damn it! My babies are getting cold. Izuku hears Hatsum complain over the general anger of the crowd. Thinking fast, Izuku feels the power flowing from his quirk out of his eyes and onto the ice below. He feels his eyes light up with glowing energy as the ice around his feet melt from the sudden increase in temperature. As soon as the ice starts to crack at his feet, Izuku ejects a burst of air from his pack, flinging him into the air and above the trapped students. Now free-falling, Izuku flicks a switch on his controller, switching his boots into wheelie mode. Landing into a slide, Izuku travels down the dirt path, putting his limited experience of skating to use as he breaks ahead of the pack. And here come the obstacles. And from the first outset, the first barrier will be a robo-inferno. Izuku hears the voice hero echo throughout the stadium. Looking in front of him, he sees towering monsters of robots rise from the ground, staring down at the oncoming racers. That's what Kaken had to deal with. What in the world are they thinking? As Izuku gains momentum towards the first obstacle, he watches as one of the middle robots gets covered in a mountain of ice, trapping it where it stands. I'm guessing that's Todoroki from what I remember from the battle trial videos. Izuku watches as it begins to topple over, as many of the students dive out of the way of the falling monstrosity. Izuku outputs some of the stored air, jetting him to the side and out of the way of the debris. From the wreckage, he watches as a pair of students erupt from the shell, Kirishima based on the red hair and the silver-haired student from 1B that had yelled at Kaken just after the USJ attack if Izuku remembers correctly. Beginning to bob and weave through the obstacles, falling fists and raining rockets all around him, he sees another figure burst from the wreckage, the brown-haired and tan-skinned figure of his fellow support course classmate. Yelling from the chaos, he watches as she bounds into the air, supported by whatever frame she seemed to be wearing. Landing next to Izuku, she hops forward in stride with Izuku's smooth skating. Seems you made it through that wreckage, mate? Kanga yells at the greenette as they race forward. I saw you fight through that thing. How in the world did you manage that? Izuku shouts back, deftly avoiding another falling zero-pointer as he expends more of his regenerating supply of air. My exoskeleton, that's how, the Australian boasts, racing ahead of Izuku, giving him a clear view of the intricate frame built around her strong limbs. Pneumatic tubes and levers extend and compress with each of her movements, helping to exaggerate her power. Izuku watches for a moment in awe at the engineering, before being snapped out of it as another one of the obstacles falls to the ground after a loud bang smashed into its armor. Putting as much effort as he can into his skating, he moves past the first obstacle, trying his best to keep up with the forward crowd. If that wasn't enough, up next we have our second barrier. You fall and you're out. If you don't like that idea, then you can crawl. The fall. Izuku skids to a stop in front of the cavernous end in front of him. He looks ahead to see a series of rocky pillars jutting out of the ground, a series of tight ropes connecting them together as he watches a few students try their best to navigate the maze of wires and platforms. Looking down below, he sees a pool of water welcoming any of those unfortunate to fall from the safety of the ground. Flicking back the switch on his armored gauntlet, he feels the wobbly movement of his feet shift back onto the solid ground as the wheels on his combat wheelies retract back into his boots. Taking a moment to gauge the amount of power current stored in his burst pack as well as the distance from platform to platform, Izuku takes a step back. In a burst of movement, Izuku sprints forward, reaching the edge of the second obstacle before taking a leap of faith. Feeling his arc in the air start to dip, Izuku pulls the joystick forward on his controller, ejecting a chunk of his compressed air below him, pushing him farther up in the air as Izuku tumbles onto the platform in front of him. Looking behind him, he smiles wildly at his first successful flight, watching the other students try to clamber across the tight rope. He watches as Kanga takes a few bounces forward before leaping off the ground, in a similar fashion to what he had just done. Unlike him, her exoskeleton doesn't seem to provide enough power to her jump, leaving her just a few feet short of the platform that Izuku was resting on. Wincing at her shortcomings, he looks over the edge to watch her fall into the depths below. A series of curses strong enough to challenge Kaken's most furious rants can be heard as she lands with a splash below. That's really unfortunate, but it was a risk she took. Regaining his bearings as the level bar on his UI begins to fill once more, he takes a few steps before launching into the air again, landing farther along in the obstacle. To his side, he hears a thud land into the pillar next to him. Following the wire, it leads him to the manic form of a familiar Pinkette as she dips down into the depths. Pulling herself along her grapple hook, she launches past her rival. Ugh, this is my super cute baby. I hope all the companies watching see this big one. Hearing the blasts of explosions in front of him, Izuku shakes his head with a small smile as he uses one last burst of air to cross the final gap, as a few of the hero students reach the end around him. Landing back on the solid ground, Izuku runs forward to meet the next obstacle, careful to avoid any of the ice left on the ground. And now come the final hidden obstacle. Its true form is none other than a minefield. It's set up so that if you look carefully, you can spot where the landmines have been placed. The landmines are not overly lethal, they bang bright and strong, so you'll definitely be knocked on your feet. Running up to the edge of the obstacle, Izuku watches as several of the different students try their best to navigate the chaos. Looking to his right, he hears the whirring noise of an engine pass right by his ear. Wincing for a second at the close call, he watches as the manic Pinkette races through the air past Izuku, laughing like a madwoman. Bye-bye, Hider-kun. I'll see you on the other side. Watch where you're flying that thing, handsome. Izuku shouts back as she cackles in the distance. Gathering his thoughts, Izuku realizes that he needs something big to be able to secure his placement in the next event. He hadn't reached the point in his development of his burst pack that would allow for him to have sustained flight like Hatsume's hoversalls that he had just seen. He watches the other students for a second, watching as one of the hero students, covered with what looks like grapes on his head, is sent flying through the air as he steps on one of the landmines. Reaching up to his goggles, he flicks a toggle on the side, swapping its UI off and changing it into its other mode. Izuku watches red blobs and blue outlines appear around him as his goggles' thermal imaging switches on. Looking at the ground, he notices a splattering of red dots throughout the field, gaps wherever an explosion had gone off. Those must be the landmines. Izuku gets a flash of inspiration thinking back to something he had seen in the labs. Hatsume had once created an explosion so powerful that she was sent flying back towards the solid steel door of the development studio entrance. She landed dead on the steel shield and crashed into the wall behind it, scaring a few of the hero students that had been approaching the studio while she simply stood up from the ground, wiping herself off before continuing with her madness. Shaken out of his flashback, he hears a voice call out over the stadium sound system. And the man to have first returned to the stadium in triumph is none other than the son of the number 2 hero, Todoroki Shuto. At this point, he had already dug up a few dozen explosive landmines into a pile in front of him. Needing to hurry before he's cut off from the next stage, Izuku puts his plan into motion. Pressing a button on the side of his gauntlet, he watches as it extends down to his knees, having expanded into a large riot shield. Taking a deep breath, Izuku takes a literal leap of faith, landing on the pile with his shield first. A crackle is heard before a deafening boom is heard behind him, as Izuku blasts through the air from the chain reaction of concussive blasts. Twirling through the air, he spots Hatsum powering over the obstacle, weaving through the explosions set off by the other racers trying to catch up to the leader. Would you look at that? In no time at all, Midoriya Izuku from 1H blew his competitors and dust behind him. And he's now completely cleared the landmine area. What in the world are they teaching in the support department? Tumbling back towards the ground, Izuku tries to reorient himself straight to catch his landing. The nauseous spinning making it more and more difficult to fix himself as he feels gravity catch up to him, the ground closing in faster and faster to him. Bracing for impact, Izuku holds down on the button on his controller for as long as possible, pushing his barricade gauntlet to its limits as it extends as far as possible to cushion Izuku's fall. Izuku feels himself meet the earth again as the shield crashes into the ground, sending jolting vibrations through his bones as it cushions his fall. Skipping across the ground, he hears the scrapping of metal on concrete as he comes to a halt, his spinning slowing down to a spot. Izuku looks up to see that he has somehow cleared the finish line, spotting the figure of his childhood best friend peering down at him. Of course you do some shit like that, Kaken squints at the greenette, holding his hand out. I learned from the best. Izuku laughs, taking the offer to pull himself up, feeling his barricade gauntlet snap back into place. Is that what I think it is? Yep, I thought to try making it again. Clearly it worked out. Izuku laughs off the blonde as he simply shakes his head before walking off. Running a quick diagnosis check on his equipment, he feels a crash into his back, catching his feet before he falls again as arms wrap around his waist. Twisting around, he spots the pink dreadlocks of his fellow support student with her steampunk goggles looking him dead in the eyes. Hey ya Hider-kun. Crazy stunt back there. And here I thought I needed to stay safe, she says, grinning at him. Yeah well, I thought of you to do that, Izuku jokes as he pushes her off of him. I'm not that crazy, Hatsum pouts, pulling her goggles onto her head as she straightens her equipment. I'm not too sure about that, Izuku mutters under his breath before turning back to the stage. And it's all over. Now everybody, here are the results, Midnight says, snapping her whip to the large screen behind her. Izuku reads through the results, checking for his placement. Todoroki Shudo. Bakugu Katsuki. Midoriya Izuku. Hatsume. Izuku can feel the rage pouring off the explosive blonde for his silver place finish. The top 42 have earned the right to advance to the next round. Midnight gains everybody's attention once again as her voice booms through the stadium. With the first round concluded, we can advance onto the second round. And what else could it be but cavalry battle? Here you will form teams of 2 to 4 people to make a horseback configuration. The R-rated heroine explains, pointing to the comedic image of All Might showing off the formation. Your goal will be to swipe the headbands of your opposing teams and to guard your own. Except for one thing. The number of points on your headband will be based on your placement. If you got 42nd place, then you will be worth 5 points, 41st is 10 points, 40th is 15 and so on. Izuku figures that at 13th place then, he would be worth 150 points while for Kaken he would be worth 205 points, a decent amount for the pair. But with the exception of first place, who will be worth a whopping 10 million points. Everybody's heads snap to the heterochromatic ice user, who continues a stone-cold stare forward towards the screen. If I were you, I'd aim for the guy who placed first. It's a game of survival. You have 15 minutes to form your teams.